Chapter 217. A strong wind rose from all directions, amidst which Catfish Flood Dragon transformed into her human form, flying next to Wuxia with a huge catfish head on her head. Swaying her body, she bowed to Wuxia with cupped fists, then said angrily, "I can't live like this anymore. I've received the official document from Old Dragon King and was moving to the East Sea. But on the way, I bumped into this three-headed shark. I've been having bad luck for the past 2 years, and I can't live like this anymore." Looking at Catfish Flood Dragon, who was brimming with resentment, Wuxia smiled bitterly and said, "Indeed, you've been having bad luck lately." He was calculating in his mind. Even if Catfish Flood Dragon walked openly on the streets of G City, no one from any influential family would be tempted by her beauty and bring her back to their mansion. But she was moving to the East Sea, and in the end, she bumped into this three-headed shark who fell in love with her at first sight. If this was not bad luck, what else could it be? Stepping on a cloud, Lu Chengfeng flew up into the sky and came to stand next to Wu Qi, frowning as he looked at the three-headed shark who kept spitting saliva in front of him. Catfish Flood Dragon curiously looked at Lu Chengfeng from head to toe. Her huge nostrils twitched as she said, "Strange, he's obviously a human. But why do I smell the scent of Flood Dragon on him?" She twisted her short and fat neck, then looked curiously at Jean Dan, who was standing behind Lu Chengfeng. Could it be that you're a demon transformed from a dragon turtle? Or else, why are you carrying a turtle shell on your back?" Wu Qi fell silent, and so did Lu Chengfeng. Both of them stared at the simple-minded Catfish Flood Dragon, speechless for a long while. Breathing out a long sigh, Wu Qi patted on the shoulder of Lu Chengfeng, whose pride had been hurt, and took another few steps forward. He pointed his finger at the shark and cried out, "I don't care who you are and where you come from. This is the territory of Great Yin. Get the hell out of here." Yin Shi, who had arrived with a large group of Earth Immortals and Human Immortals from Great Yin Imperial Clan, shouted furiously, "Duke of Tianyun, he can't leave now. How dare he insult his majesty? Today, I will skin this fish demon alive, pull out his tendons, and let him know the consequences of offending Great Yin." Yin Shi, who was tall and had a red face, had a bad temper. He raised his right hand and shot out a thunderbolt. Yin Shi was born in the Heavenly Spirits sect, and what he cultivated was the Tao of talismans of the sect. As an Earth Immortal at the peak of the nascent soul realm, his Tao of talisman was extremely profound. Among the lightning bolts that he shot out, there were 3 small golden lightning talismans intertwining with each other in the shape of 3 talents, bringing with them traces of lightning bolts. They constantly absorbed the wood and water spiritual energies in the surroundings. The green wood spiritual energy vibrated and stimulated the water spiritual energy to collide with each other. The lightning bolts had only flown less than 1,000 feet away when the human head-sized lightning bolts suddenly expanded to dozens of feet in radius. The golden lightning flashed and struck the body of the three-headed shark, followed by a loud boom. Several tins of water-tank-thick electric bolts slithered and darted around the body of the three-headed shark, producing a series of crackling noises. The body of the three-headed shark moved slightly and was pushed back several hundred feet by the force of the explosion. He twisted his huge body, and a wound of several tens of feet in circumference was opened up on his head. A large piece of skin was ripped off, and a large amount of pale golden blood was seen oozing out from the wound. It seemed the three-headed shark had just figured out what had happened. He stared blankly at Yin Shi for a long while, then suddenly burst into a violent rage and cried out, "How dare you hurt me? How dare you hurt me? Do you know who I am? Bastard! All of you here will have to die today. When I return to the Great Ocean, I'll definitely assemble all the soldiers under my command and wipe out your so-called Great Yin dynasty. I won't leave even a single blade of grass alive." Abruptly, a gust of dark wind wrapped around the three-headed shark. Very soon, he transformed into a muscular man, standing about 10 feet tall and having a pitch-black body. Just like Catfish Flood Dragon, the three-headed shark also had a big fish head. He bared his teeth and shouted, I'm the king of all aquatic creatures in the great Eastern Ocean. I'm the king of all aquatic creatures in the great Eastern Ocean. How dare you hurt me? This is an offense to all aquatic creatures in the great Eastern Ocean." Then he casually made a grabbing motion in the air, and a nine-toothed harpoon appeared in his hand. He shook the shining harpoon fiercely, then pointed it at the surroundings. Immediately, dark clouds filled the surroundings, while dense water vapor rose from the surrounding streams and lakes, turning into a thick layer of watery clouds that blanketed an area with a circumference of 1,000 miles. The three-headed shark grinned hideously and said, "Let me teach you a lesson. I'll let you know that there are some people in this world that you can never afford to offend." While Wuxia and his company were about to strike, a cold voice was suddenly heard coming from the side. There are some people that we can't afford to offend." Accompanied by an eerie sneer, Huiyu brought a group of demon birds, each emanating a ferocious aura, and came flying through the dark clouds. With a ferocious gleam flashing in his eyes, Huiyu grinned hideously and said, "You're just a demon king in an area of 5 million miles in circumference. Do you think you're the same as those few old bastards in the great Eastern Ocean? This is Meng Mountains, which has the same status as your great Eastern Ocean, and this is my territory." Not allowing the three-headed shark to say another word, Huiyu opened his mouth and sprayed out a stream of rotting bones and soul-devouring energy. Together with the miserable howls of millions upon millions of wronged souls, the greenish corpse energy instantly enveloped the arrogant three-headed shark and all his subordinates. With just a single breath, the three-headed shark and all his subordinates let out a despairing roar. Their skin, flesh, internal organs, blood essence, and bones seemed to be moving in slow motion, turning into layer after layer of grayish-white ashes that drifted in the air. In just a blink of an eye, they were all sucked clean by Huiyu. Their corporeal bodies, souls, and even the nascent souls that the three-headed shark and all his subordinates cultivated with great effort were all sucked clean by Huiyu. Huiyu burped satisfyingly, then nodded at Wuxia and his company. While letting out a wild, ear-splitting laugh, he stepped on a demon wind and broke through the dark clouds, flying to some unknown place. Wuxia and his company twitched their lips, looking at each other speechlessly. The three-headed shark was a demon who had formed his nascent soul and had formed a thread of his nascent divinity. That was why he was able to chase Catfish Flood Dragon to a dead end. Yet, such a formidable demon was sucked clean by Huiyu as if he was eating a noodle. The few strongest demon kings in Meng Mountains were indeed mighty demons who could never be provoked. Shaking his head, Yanxi brought his men and flew down from the sky, continuing to manage the teleportation formation. Meanwhile, the nine-toothed harpoon of the three-headed shark was plunging down from the sky. After being sprayed by the corpse energy, the once dazzling nine-toothed harpoon had turned dull, and its surface was densely covered with rust. All the energy essence contained in the harpoon had been sucked clean by Huiyu. Wuxia looked at the completely useless harpoon, shook his head, and said, "Why did you come here to court death? The 5 great demon kings take turns to be on duty. You're just a demon dragon that hasn't even condensed a primordial spirit, yet you're here to be arrogant and domineering. What's the point?" After sighing for a while, Wuxia turned to Catfish Flood Dragon and asked, "What are you going to do? Go back to the Lake of Sisui to be your leader, or go to the Great Oriental Ocean? If you go to the Lake of Four Waters, Ingzheng might come after you again. Go to the Great East Ocean? I didn't know that you were a stunning beauty in the eyes of those sea demons." Catfish Flood Dragon gave Wuxia a glance, then giggled, puffed out her chest, and said, "Of course, even among the flood dragons, I am a top-notch genius. Although this perverted three-headed shark is not a good man, he still has a good eye." Patting her chest complacently, Catfish Flood Dragon giggled happily. After laughing for a while, Catfish Flood Dragon's face suddenly turned gloomy again. But where should I go? He couldn't go back to Seawater Lake. If he was caught, he would be dead. As for the Great Oriental Ocean, I will be stopped by someone halfway. Why do I look so beautiful?" Wuxia did not say anything, while Lu Chengfeng blinked his eyes and gave Catfish Flood Dragon another careful look. Catfish Flood Dragon, who had a big fish head, was wagging her head proudly, a few of her dragon whiskers waving happily around her mouth. Sighing lightly, Wuxia said with a serious face, "Forget it. After all, we are old acquaintances. Since you have nowhere to go, why don't you stay in Great Yan's army and serve us? At least, we have 5 demon kings from Meng Mountains in our army. No matter how strong Yingzheng is, there is no way he can capture you from our camp." 5 demon kings? Catfish Flood Dragon's eyes went wide with shock. "Which 5? Wuxia crooked his finger and told Catfish Flood Dragon the names of Huowu, Xiong Wanling, and the other 3 demon kings. Catfish Flood Dragon gasped, nodded hastily, and said, "Then I will be a member of Great Yan. With the 5 of them here, I have no fear of Yingzheng. Relying on the cauldron of you, Daqin can bully us, the aquatic race. Without that cauldron, old Dragon King will not be afraid of them either." Wuxia was very happy in his heart. Yingzheng had relied on the cauldron of you to bully the aquatic race. But the cauldron of you is not very useful when facing these beast kings who lived in the woods and the bird kings who soared in the sky. Perhaps he should think of a way to draw Wanying Dragon King to Great Yan's camp, as it would be a win-win situation. Great Yan could help Wanying Dragon King resist the attack from the cauldron of you, and with the addition of Wanying Dragon King, Great Yan would have a greater chance of defeating Daqin. Just as he was plotting, he suddenly heard a sharp warning horn sound. A Jindan human immortal cried out at the top of his voice, 50,000 miles away, the outpost of Qin's army has been detected at the outpost of Yunxiao Ridge. They have clashed with us." Wuxia gave a long and sonorous cry, then transformed into a sword beam and sped towards a small teleportation formation in Meng Fortress. Catfish Flood Dragon looked around with a blank expression, then hastily followed behind Wuxia and said, "Brother Wuxia, let me help you beat them up. This group of Qin army is extremely detestable." Lu Chengfeng also sped towards the teleportation formation, leaving behind a bright beam of light in his body. Footsteps could be heard coming from all directions, as platoons of Black Swallow army mounted on bull-headed beasts were rushing towards them. In just the time of a few breaths, 3,000 Black Swallow army soldiers had arrived at the teleportation formation. Wuxia pressed down the sword beam and cried out sternly, "Send us to Yunxiao Ridge at once, and inform all the outposts in front to get ready to fight the enemy." Then, several dozens of cultivators arrived with bright beams, joining Wuxia and his company. The teleportation formation lit up, and Wuxia and his company felt their bodies lightened. A bright light flickered before their eyes, and in just a blink of an eye, they had arrived at a teleportation formation hidden in a small valley 50,000 miles away. Right after they walked out for the teleportation formation, Wuxia immediately heard noises of arrows piercing through the air coming from outside an outpost that was under construction a few miles ahead of them. Occasionally, he could also hear the painful cries of people who were hit by the arrows. Hastily, he brought the company and rushed towards the outpost. Very soon, they had arrived at the outpost that was under construction. A few human immortals from Jindan Dynasty were standing on top of a small hill, overlooking the area below. Upon seeing Wuxia and his company, these few human immortals from Jindan Dynasty, who came from the indestructible sect of Great Yan Dynasty, quickly came over and bowed. Wuxia was now the deputy chief supervisor of Westfield headquarters. Regardless of his cultivation base, his authority here was higher than most of the cultivators, and even the 5 demon kings were under his control. Wuxia, Lu Chengfeng, Catfish Flood Dragon, and their company greeted each other, then walked to the top of the small hill and looked down. There were only about 30 Qin scouts who came to ambush them. They were clad in dark light armors, and were fighting with a group of Black Swallow soldiers in the woods. Both sides were holding longbows and crossbows in their hands, running at top speed in the woods while constantly wounding their enemies with arrows. In the woods, about 1 mile in circumference, Over 20 dead bodies were lying on the ground. Most of them were the dead bodies of Black Swallow soldiers, who were clad in dark armor. While Wuxia and his company were watching, another Black Swallow soldier was caught off guard and had his throat pierced through by an arrow. Chapter 218. The Black Swallow Army was an elite army secretly trained by Fan Yuqi for Great Yin Dynasty. No matter it was the resources or the quality of the soldiers, they were only slightly inferior to the Blood Swallow Army, which was under the direct control of Yin Dan. On average, the soldiers of Black Swallow Army had the cultivation base of 50 years of Hotian realm or above. An ordinary 5-man squad leader was a peak stage Hotian warrior. On the other hand, the 10-man squad leader or the 100-man squad leader was a Taoist of Xianxia realm. Yet a large number of these formidable soldiers were killed and wounded by the Qin army scouts in the woods. Clad in light armor, the Qin army moved nimbly in the woods like monkeys, appearing and disappearing unpredictably like ghosts. They moved back and forth gracefully in the woods, and from time to time, their bows and crossbows would shoot out deadly arrows. The Black Swallow Army, who were clad in heavy armor and were more suitable for a tough battle, could not catch up with the Qin army scouts in the woods and could only take the beating passively. Occasionally, when the bowstrings twanged, 1 or 2 Black Swallow soldiers would fall to the ground. However, there were also some Qin scouts who were careless and were surrounded by the Black Swallow Army from all directions. When the Black Swallow soldiers wielding long blades slashed and hacked, those Qin scouts who were clad in light armor would be chopped to death as well. Both sides were chasing and killing each other in the woods, and the ratio of 1 to 2 was about to deplete their forces. For every Qin scout who was killed or wounded, there would be at least 2 Black Swallow soldiers who were killed or wounded. Wu Qi's face darkened. He gave the general of Black Swallow Army, who was standing next to him and was responsible for guarding the outpost of Xianxia Ridge. He sneered and said, "Attacking the enemy's strong point with your weakness. Is this the strategy that General Fan taught you? Sound the gong, order all the soldiers to retreat from the woods, then push out the MO machines and cover the entire woods." The general of Black Swallow Army, Fan Sheng, who came from Fan Yuqi's clan, was struck dumb. He frowned and stared at Wu Qi, then said unhappily, "Retreat from the woods? As a man of Fan clan, once we step into the battlefield, we will never retreat. Even if we die in the battlefield, it will be our honor. Sound the gong to retreat? We will never do such a shameful thing." Wu Qi was rendered speechless. He gave Lu Qingfeng a look. Lu Qingfeng shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "We can only control the logistics and military law. When it comes to marching and fighting, General Fan Yuqi is still in charge." The division of labor was different, and everyone had their own duties. Marching, fighting, mobilizing the soldiers and horses to fight the Qin army. This was Fan Yuqi's job. Although Wu Qi and Lu Qingfeng held great authority, they were not in charge of actual military operations. They also did not have direct command over Fan Sheng. At most, Fan Sheng's army would be defeated, and Wu Qi could chop off his head afterwards, punishing him with the crime of a defeated general. But in battle, Wu Qi couldn't do anything to Fan Sheng. The twang of the bowstring rang out again, as a few more Black Swallow soldiers failed to dodge in time and were shot down by the arrows. Suddenly, a small leader of Qin army gazed at the Cloud Ridge Pass, which was situated between 2 mountains. He let out a loud laugh and said, "So, this is the so-called elite army of Great Yin Dynasty? We killed them as if they were chickens. Hey, those bitches on the pass, send a few real men here and fight with us." The leader, who was probably a captain of 10 men, suddenly sprung up into the air. Like a ghost, he leaped and weaved between a few huge trees, holding a 2 feet short blade in his hand, which was more suitable for fighting in the woods. He sliced through the air and chopped off the heads of 2 Black Swallow soldiers. Blood sprayed out from his mouth. This leader, who was probably in the respiration tier of Xiantian realm, let out a few strange laughs, then quickly retreated to the back. A dozen Black Swallow soldiers leaped out from behind a mountain rock, raising their 8-feet-long blades in a towering rage as they chased after the leader of Qin army. However, after chasing for less than 1,000 feet, a dozen Qin scouts suddenly came out from the surrounding trees, holding strong bows and crossbows in their hands and shooting at all these black swallow soldiers, knocking them down to the ground. With the death of these dozens of black swallow soldiers, the casualty ratio of both sides in the woods suddenly rose to 1-4. Fan Sheng's face turned extremely unsightly. He angrily stomped his foot on the ground and said, "These damn fools! Why don't they have the courage to fight with my men openly?" Fan Sheng's anger soared to the sky. He raised his hand and asked for his personal weapon from one of his personal guards, a 12-feet-long spiked mace that had a bit of gold on it. Then he brought 1,000 black swallow soldiers and stormed out of the pass, rushing into the woods. Wuxia kept shaking his head. This Fan Sheng's brain was really rigid to the extreme. The soldiers of Black Swallow Army were clad in heavy armors, holding long blades in their hands and riding on bull-headed warbeasts. The specialty of Black Swallow Army was to attack the enemy's heavy battle formation on the flatland, instead of fighting with the enemy's scouts in the woods. How is it possible for a group of ferocious lions to catch a group of monkeys in the woods? In just the time to finish a pot of tea, all the Qin scouts were killed. Fan Sheng, who led over 1,000 soldiers into the forest, could not even touch a single hair of the Qin scouts. He was so angry that he cursed out loud. While cursing, he brought his men and retreated back to the Xianxia Ridge. However, right after he and the secret agents of Scouting Office walked out from the forest, a few miles in circumference of flame suddenly soared up into the sky from the forest. The flame transformed into a gigantic hand that blotted out the sky, slapping forcefully onto Fan Sheng and his men's heads. A loud boom rang out, and the forest within the circumference of 1 mile was completely turned into ashes. Fan Sheng, who had the cultivation base of peak stage Xianxia realm, together with over 1,000 soldiers of Black Swallow Army and over 100 secret agents of Scouting Office, were turned into nothingness amidst the flame. A Qin practitioner clad in a black robe dashed out from the forest behind while letting out a strange laugh. He stepped on a cloud and flew to a height that was level with the surrounding treetops. The practitioner pointed his finger at Wuxia and said, "Listen up, people of Great Yin. The mighty army of Daqin will be here in a few days, and I'll certainly trample Ji City and merge your Great Yin into the territory of Daqin. What happened today is just a small lesson. If you still refuse to submit to me, you will be faced with a great calamity in a few days. All of you will perish and die a horrible death." After letting out a few wild laughs, the practitioner spun and left. Wuxia, Lu Chengfeng, and the group of Great Yin cultivators who followed behind them immediately flew into a rage. Together with a few Jin Dan human immortals from Indestructible Sect who were stationed in Xianxia Ridge, they sped up into bright beams and chased after the Qin practitioner. The poor practitioner, who was sneaking behind the Qin scouting troop, only had the cultivation base of early-stage Jin Dan realm. He had just killed over 1,000 soldiers of Great Yin and was retreating complacently. But never in his wildest dream did he expect that he would be followed by a group of ferocious men like Wuxia. He could only feel a tremendous pressure coming at him from above. Before he could let out a cry of alarm, the catfish flood dragon had already opened her mouth and swallowed the unlucky practitioner. She smacked her lips, stared at Wuxia, and said, "You're a little skinny, and you don't have much meat. With the cultivation base of early-stage Jin Dan realm, it won't bring you any benefits. It seems they have a campsite in front of us. Should we go there and slaughter them all? You can have the ordinary people, and those who have become Jin Dan will be my food." Wuxia looked into the distance, and indeed he saw a small, temporary campsite. It was about 700 to 800 men, and it should be a campsite that Qin army had deployed here, similar to a sentry post. It was equivalent to over 1,000 Black Swallow soldiers and secret agents of Scouting Office who were turned into ashes by this practitioner just now. Wuxia grinned coldly and nodded his head. Without hesitation, the group of cultivators began to rush forward. When they were still tens of miles away from the campsite, 2 Jin Dan practitioners had already sprung into the sky and approached them. When they saw Wuxia and his company approaching in a menacing manner, and realized that there were over 20 cultivators who were at least Jin Dan realm, the 2 practitioners spun and left without saying a word. But how could they leave? Wuxia waved his left hand. A yellow light spun on the surface of the earth element dragon scale shield, and in the next moment, 2 golden beams shaped like dragon scales shot out, tearing through the air amidst muffled sonic booms and smashing viciously onto the backs of the 2 practitioners. Rings of faint light immediately lit up on the bodies of the 2 practitioners, as they had activated their magical treasures to protect themselves. But too bad, their defensive magical treasures were just 2 middle-grade magical treasures. As they were hit by Wuxia's dragon scales, the tremendous force of several tens of thousands of kilograms and the frighteningly sharp aura of the dragon scales easily tore apart their magical treasures and ripped their upper bodies to shreds. The 2 golden beams, shaped like dragon scales, spun and shot back, attaching themselves onto the wrist shield. Without hesitation, Catfish Flood Dragon dashed forward and swallowed the bodies of the 2 Jin Dan practitioners into her stomach. Coldly looking at the chaotic campsite down below, Wuxia waved his left hand and unleashed a sheet of yellow light that fell down from the sky with a muffled boom. It smashed onto the campsite like a great mountain, crushing the entire campsite and the 700 to 800 Qin scouts into pieces. Different news was coming from all directions. Small groups of Qin soldiers kept appearing in different places, attacking and killing Great Yan soldiers. Furthermore, there were Jin Dan practitioners in each group of Qin soldiers. If they were not careful, these practitioners would unleash powerful magical techniques and kill a large number of Yin soldiers. In just a few hours, Yin soldiers had suffered several tens of thousands of casualties. On the other hand, there were many cultivators in Yin army as well, and they too launched a counterattack against Qin soldiers. In the face of the absolute power of cultivators, ordinary soldiers were so fragile. Similarly, several tens of thousands of Qin soldiers were turned into ashes by Yin cultivators who fought back. The brief battle lasted until midnight. After that, all the Qin soldiers suddenly retreated and disappeared, leaving the Yin army. Chapter 219. Xianxia nodded satisfyingly. With a smile on her face, she looked at those servants who kept walking out from the teleportation formation and praised, Wuxia, among all my disciples, you are the most useful one. With these mineral veins, Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect can finally become a real independent sect and no longer be controlled by anyone. Wuxia suddenly burst out into a loud laughter, while his fingers kept moving back and forth between them. Xianxia and Xianxia Baihong were struck dumb. They gave Lu Chengfeng and Yi Zidu a careful glance, then suddenly burst out laughing as well. Xianxia laughed for a long while, and only then did she wipe away a tear that came out from the corner of her eye. She shook her head, sighed, and said, "Why are all the disciples recruited by me like you, who are rejected by your own parents? You guys better get to know each other better in the future." Once they started digging deeper into the energy stone and metal mineral veins, they would find that the rock strata was as hard as iron. Therefore, it would be extremely strenuous to use flying swords and magical spells to dig through the rock strata. That was the reason why Yi Zidu had transferred 50,000 servants here as miners. When the time came, they would have to rely on these servants to slowly dig through the energy stones and various metal ores. The people dressed in official robes were from Purple Leaf City. They were the stewards of Yi Xian's Purple Leaf City, and they were also Yi Xian's trusted aides. 800 capable officials and 30,000 servants recruited from villages and towns around Purple Leaf City, who had signed a 10-year contract with them, were more than enough to carry out the preliminary excavation of those precious mineral veins. Condensing sword energy was the unique characteristic of the unity of sword energy's script of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect. It could condense the sword energies of 5 elements with a mystic technique, turning them into an invincible sword energy which could unleash a lethality that was a few times stronger than ordinary magical spells. Apart from Nianu and Nie Baihong, Wuxia was the only one who obtained the unity of sword energies script through an exchange. But today, when he saw the scene in Yi Zidu's Dantian, he found that the sword energies surrounding his body were constantly transforming into the aggressive and razor-sharp sword energy of Gold Element. However, the amount of sword energy was very little, only a single thread. Apparently, he had just obtained the technique today. While smiling, Wu Qi and Lu Chengfeng toured around this huge underground cave abode. All of a sudden, the military intelligence medallion hanging on their waist began to vibrate rapidly. A sharp voice came out from the token. Senior Xianxia has discovered the field headquarters of Qin Army. It is under siege. It's located in the Great Dream Marsh, 7,800,000 kilometers southwest. Looking at the Jin Dan human immortals standing beside Nianu and Nie Baihong, Wu Qi could not help but click his tongue. 42 human immortals of Gold Core realm, including the mother and son, made a total of 44 cultivators who were at or above Gold Core realm. The heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect only had 36 elders in the Gold Core realm, and most of them were close to Yin Li, his trusted subordinates. Yao, Nya, and knew that the number of Jin human Shun they had there. Nie Yaonu waved her hand heroically and said in an indifferent tone, "Don't worry. Chengfeng has formed his Jin Dan, right? That means he should have made some achievements in the Tao of formations in the arts of heaven patching formation. If we were to construct some illusory formations here that could conceal our aura, we would not be discovered by anyone unless we were extremely unlucky. Be it Daqin or Great Yin, they're going to fight here. So how would they have the time to carefully investigate what is under the ground? On the contrary, this is a good opportunity for us to develop ourselves. Although it is a little dangerous, it is actually safer. At least, Great Yin will not have the mood to keep looking at us." Among those officials who were supervising the laborers, a middle-aged man, clad in a brocade robe and bearing an extraordinary demeanor, walked quickly towards them. Nianu pointed at the man, smiled, and said to Wu Qi, "Look, this is Yi Zixing, the disciple whom Baihong secretly recruited 50 years ago. He is the son of a concubine from Yi clan of Tianfang Kingdom. 60 years ago, he was forced to leave his clan, leading 100,000 people to build a new city, and built the Purple Leaf City by the shore of the easternmost ocean. Today, the city has a population of over 1 million people." Nia, Baihong introduced them to each other. Wu Qi gave Yi Zixing a deep look, smiled, and greeted him. "Senior brother Yi, today is the first time we meet." Junior brother Wu Qi offers greetings. Stealthily, Wu Qi sent his divine will into Yi Zixing's body. Immediately, he was struck by a thought. This Yi Zixing, who looked to be in his 40s, was actually a middle-stage human immortal of Jin Dan realm, and had already begun to form sword energy in his Dantian. Yi Zixing walked quickly towards them, bowing respectfully to Nie Yaonu and Nie Baihong. All in all, with this secret mineral vein, the future of heaven-breaking sword sect would be very bright. As someone who was taught the unity of sword energy script, Yi Zixing was definitely the most trusted disciple of Nie Baihong and Nie Yaonu. Wu Qi ran his divine will through the rest of the 42 Jin Dan human immortals and found out that only 3 to 5 of them had sword energy in their Dantian. He memorized the faces of these people. They went over 20,000 feet deep into the ground and were very close to the mineral veins underneath. Once they came into contact with the mineral veins, no sword beam or ordinary magic could break the sturdy rock, and any super powerful magic would damage the energy stones in the mineral veins. Therefore, they had to rely on the manpower of mortals to bring out the ores safely. Tinkling noises were echoing in the caves, as some miners had already begun mining. On the rock wall of the entrance to the caves, there was a notice with clear words hanging on it. According to its grade, a piece of energy stone could be worth 1 to 1,000 gold coins, and according to its weight and quality, a piece of metal or could be worth 10 silver coins to 100 gold coins. The high salary was more than enough to motivate these miners to risk their lives and work hard for 10 years. After 10 years, when they returned to Purple Leaf City, they would become a small, wealthy man. Yi Zixing greeted Wu Qi back with a smile. Then he and Lu Chengfeng greeted each other. There are also some precious metal ores growing underground. With these ores, they would be able to craft flying swords and magical items, equipping the newly recruited disciples of Nieyanu. Although Nieyanu's skill in crafting treasures was really weak, in fact, she only needed a flying sword. However, the disciples of the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect only needed a flying sword. Their strongest fighting capacity came from their invincible sword chi and sword energy, so they did not need too many external objects. Pointing at the small valley, Nieyanu smiled and said, "From today onwards, the intersect of heaven-breaking sword sect will be officially located here. With the war between the two dynasties, we can focus on developing our overall strength. I don't have the intention to rule the world, but I don't want to be a tool in the palm of someone's hand anymore. Once we are free from the restriction of Great Yin, we, the heaven-breaking sword sect, will be free and unfettered." When Wu Qi and his company arrived a few days ago, Nieyanu had brought some people and arrived at this small valley, located 300,000 miles deep inside Meng Mountains. A couple dozens of sword cultivators, who possessed sword energies that could cut open a mountain, had opened up a space underneath the valley, which could accommodate over 100,000 people to work and rest. However, this space was close to the ground and was made up of ordinary mountain rocks. Therefore, it was not a strenuous task to use flying swords to cut open the space. When Lu Chengfeng and Yi Zixing saw each other, they suddenly smiled tacitly. Wu Qi was taken aback as well. Although Lu Chengfeng looked a few years younger than Yi Zixing, both of them looked very similar, be it in the way they dressed or in their expressions and bearing. Then Wu Qi listened to Yi Zixing's story. She was the son of a concubine from Yi clan of Tianfang Kingdom, an unlucky fellow who was forced to leave his clan and lead 100,000 people to open up a new city. Her story was very similar to Lu Chengfeng's. Wu Qi swallowed a lump in his throat, then continued, "We just need to open up a mine in this valley and ask these laborers to open up the mine tunnel and excavate it. Within 3 to 5 years, no one will know that there is such a huge mine here. The energy stones and various materials excavated in these 3 to 5 years will be more than enough for heaven-breaking sword sect to have a great development." Nia Baihong frowned and said, "But as that unknown Daqin has invaded Meng Mountains and will soon wage a war against Great Yin here, we need to think carefully about the safety of this mine. When all the checkpoints were completed, all of them would be connected by teleportation formations, and they would be defended by a large number of cultivators and demon beasts. By then, any action of Qin army would be strongly hindered and counterattacked by Great Yin army." "Grand Elder, Master." Wu Qi bowed and rose to his feet, then pointed at the small valley and said with a smile, "I've used the art of earth traversal to investigate down there. There is a huge energy stone mine underneath, and the quality of them is excellent. The most common ones are mid-grade energy stones, about 80% of them. 15% are upper-grade energy stones, and the rest are supreme-grade energy stones. What's more precious is that this energy stone mine is buried deep under the ground, and there are a few other rare metal mines nearby, which are also several thousand feet deep under the ground." Lu Chengfeng and Yi Zixing looked at each other and laughed out loud. After that, both of them bowed solemnly and bowed deeply to each other. As they had similar life experiences, and now that they were from the same sect, Lu Chengfeng, Yi Zixing, and Wu Qi would naturally become closer to each other than the others. Even though they were the trusted disciples of Nieyanu and Nie Baihong, the three of them would naturally be closer to each other than the others. After giving these Jin Dan human immortals a few glances, Wu Qi and Lu Chengfeng hastily came before Nieyanu and Nie Baihong, bowing to both of them. Yi Zixing brought the company and gave them a tour around the mine, introducing them to all the functional areas in the mine, and especially emphasizing on the cave abode built for the intersect of heaven-breaking sword sect. Chapter 220. The official residence of West Field headquarter of Great Yin was located in the mayor mansion of Little Meng City. The mansion was divided into two halves from the middle. The west half belonged to Fan Yuqi, and it was the place where he worked out the military plans and mobilized the army. The east half belonged to Lu Chengfeng and Wu Qi, and it was the place where they handled the daily affairs, mobilized the reserve army, mobilized the military resources, and punished all kinds of people who violated the military law. Between the two mansions, the original main hall of the mayor mansion had now been expanded into a huge hall that could accommodate a gathering of over 1,000 people. The hall was densely covered with countless defensive formations, and a map of the eastern region of Meng Mountains, which was made using the 10,000 miles water mirror technique, was glinting with a dazzling light, hovering right in the center of the hall. A couple dozens of advisors and military officers were surrounding this huge map, measuring 1,000 feet in both width and length, and were busy marking all kinds of marks on it. This was the headquarters of Great Yan's Westfield Headquarters Commander-in-Chief. When Wu Qi and Lu Chengfeng walked into the hall, Fan Yuqi had already brought a group of military officers and stood next to the map, frowning as he looked at a region that was blinking with a bright red gleam above the map. When he saw Lu Chengfeng, Fan Yuqi hastily reached out his hand and pointed at the red gleam. Immediately, the map changed rapidly, turning from a complete map to a large-scale map of a part of the map. Imperial advisor Xianxia has deployed his disciples to search for the news of Qin army. 2 days ago, two 10,000 miles cloud-piercing eagles discovered a large number of Qin army in Great Dream Marsh. Qin army has captured about 1 million barbarians, and they are forcing them to do hard labor, building a city in Great Dream Marsh. While pointing at the map, Fan Yuqi explained the situation in a low, muffled voice. Lu Chengfeng was shocked. Why is Qin army building a city there? Are they planning to stay there for a long time? Great Dream Marsh? What is that place? Fan Yuqi scratched his forehead and turned to look at a secret agent of Great Swallow, clad in a black robe. Although Fan Yuqi was an expert in war, when it came to analyzing and integrating information, his ability was far inferior to those professional secret agents and intelligence officers. The secret agent, Yanzi, took a step forward and explained the situation of the Great Dream Marsh in detail. Although Xiong Wanling, Xianxia, Huowu, Golden Armor, and Su Meier, the 5 great demon kings, had an awe-inspiring reputation in Meng Mountains, but Meng Mountains was a vast and boundless land, and the region they controlled was actually just a small part of the eastern part of Meng Mountains. Apart from the mountains that they controlled, there were vast and boundless mountains that were controlled by other powerful demons. Even in Meng Mountains, there were some old demons who had lived for many years, and their cultivation base was not much weaker than them. They had built up their own forces and divided up their own territories. Such was the situation in the Great Dream Marsh. The demon king who occupied the entire Great Dream Marsh was a 9-headed ice earthworm, whose cultivation base was infinitely close to the realm of nascent soul and divinity, and could form his nascent divinity at any moment. He was a hybrid creature born from the ancient poisonous 9-headed insect and the mountain-devouring ice serpent. The shape of this ice earthworm was like a huge dragon, with 9 heads that could breathe out cold air and frost, which could easily freeze the entire Great Dream Marsh. Although he only possessed the cultivation base of peak stage nascent soul realm, which was infinitely close to the realm of nascent divinity, he had 9 heads, each of which had its own soul and divine sense, and all of them possessed the cultivation base of peak stage nascent soul realm. Therefore, the overall strength of this ice earthworm was more than enough to fight against a powerful existence of nascent divinity realm. On top of that, he liked to hide in the primordial dark mire that stretched several thousand miles deep beneath the Great Dream Marsh all year round, borrowing the protection of the toxic black mud and all kinds of poisonous gases and miasma. Therefore, even if 2 or 3 demon kings of nascent divinity realm joined hands, they would not be able to do anything to him. Therefore, although the 9-headed ice earthworm did not have many disciples, and only a few thousand aquatic demons were working for him, relying on the natural defense and his own strange ability, he was able to occupy the territory of Great Dream Marsh, which spans several million miles in circumference. After that, he closed his door and addressed himself as Patriarch Demon King. Xianxia in gold armor, who lived the closest to him, were too lazy to go into the mire and argue with him. During the festive season, the nine-headed ice earthworm would obediently offer Xianxia and gold armor a batch of local specialties of Great Dream Marsh. Therefore, all three parties lived in harmony. Great Yin Dynasty had mobilized its army to Meng Mountains, preparing to wage war against the Qin army. The two demon kings, Xianxia and Wuxia, had sent out their demon birds, searching for the whereabouts of the Qin army. Half a month ago, when the scouts of the Qin army launched a surprise attack on the Great Yin army, these demon birds had followed the retreating Qin army and chased after them. Two 10,000 miles cloud-scraping eagles had successfully discovered that the Qin army was building a city on the edge of Great Dream Marsh. Immediately, they reported the information to their superiors. At the same time, they constructed a small teleportation formation in the woods near Great Dream Marsh. After receiving the information, Xianxia immediately brought a group of his disciples and rushed to the place through the teleportation formation to find out the information. At the same time, he planned to contact the nine-headed ice earthworm and ask him what was going on and why he would allow the Qin army to build a city right in front of his home. However, right after Xianxia arrived, the nine-headed ice earthworm immediately brought all his subordinates and launched a sudden attack on Xianxia. He was caught unprepared by a mouthful of biting cold wind that contained a deadly poison, causing him to suffer a frostbite. After that, with Zheng as the leader, the Qin army mobilized a large number of soldiers and launched an attack. The army of several 100,000 soldiers surrounded Xianxia tightly, nearly killing him on the spot. Among the 5 demon kings, Xianxia had just broken through mid-stage nascent divinity realm, and his actual overall strength was only slightly stronger than the nine-headed ice earthworm. As he was wounded by the sudden attack, his overall strength was only slightly stronger than the nine-headed ice earthworm. Then, he was besieged by the nine-headed ice earthworm using the natural barrier of Great Dream Marsh. Immediately, Xianxia was in a miserable state, and all his disciples were killed in the battle. On top of that, Zheng had brought a large group of his subordinates and was attacking him from the side. As a result, Xianxia could barely keep himself alive. When the urgent message was sent back, Xianxia had been besieged for 15 minutes. Although the battle was still in a stalemate, if there were no further reinforcements, perhaps Xianxia would really be killed by the Qin army. It was definitely a deadly blow to the morale of the Great Yin army, as they had lost an imperial advisor in the very beginning of the battle. While they were exchanging information and discussing countermeasures, a series of rapid footsteps was heard coming from outside the hall. Suddenly, Yin Dan arrived with a large group of men. Standing next to Yin Dan was Wuxia, a man with a grotesque appearance. He was laughing joyfully and said, "Old White Hair is really unlucky this time. Ha ha, 2 of his most beloved grandsons are killed, and a large number of his most beloved disciples are killed. I think all the white hair on his body is going to be plucked out soon. Tisk, I'll have to go rescue him later. Hee hee." Although Wuxia and Xianxia did not have a deep grudge against each other, as they were the 2 kings of demon birds who shared the eastern sky of Meng Mountains. Although Wuxia and Xianxia did not have a deep grudge against each other, there were always some conflicts between their disciples. Today, when he heard that Xianxia was besieged by the Qin army and was ambushed by the nine-headed ice earthworm of Great Dream Marsh, Wuxia was laughing so hard that his teeth were exposed. Meanwhile, Xianxia, Xianxia, and Su Meier were following behind Yin Dan, not saying a word. The battle between the 2 kings of demon birds had nothing to do with the 3 beast kings. At most, they were shocked by the audacity of the nine-headed ice earthworm, and at the same time, they felt a little sad for Xianxia's misfortune. Yin Dan walked to the map with a gloomy expression. He glanced at the map of the Great Dream Marsh which was flickering with a blinding red light, and said in a deep voice, "We can't let Imperial Advisor he die. We have to mobilize people to rescue him." Zheng, humph, are you forcing me to fight him now? Fine, I haven't seen him for many years. Wuxia was taken aback. Could it be that Yin Dan was going to mobilize all the forces he had and fight Zheng to determine the outcome of the battle? But when he gave it a second thought, he realized that was the case. No matter it was Yin Dan or Zheng now, they were not the same Yin Dan and Zheng in the past. The power they possessed was no longer the power of mortals in the mortal world, but the Tao, magic, and divine abilities that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Instead of doing what they did half a month ago, draining the national strength of both dynasties inch by inch, and turning a great number of ordinary soldiers into nothingness in the retaliation of cultivators, it was better to gather the power of high-end cultivators and settle the outcome of the battle in one fell swoop. As long as Zheng was killed, Great Yin would obtain a strategic victory. Similarly, as long as Yin Dan was killed, Great Yin would fall into chaos, and Zheng would seize the opportunity to launch an attack, and Great Yin would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. If the higher-ups could decide the direction of the war, it seemed like there was no need to throw a great number of soldiers and common people into the bottomless meat grinder that was the war of cultivators. Wuxia looked at Yin Dan and vaguely understood Yin Dan's thoughts. Building the outposts and preparing the army for war was just a contingency plan. In fact, what he really wanted was to have a final showdown with Zheng. Su Qin walked out from behind Yin Dan, clasped his hands behind his back, smiled faintly, and said, "According to the current military intelligence, the nine-headed ice earthworm suddenly joined hands with Qin army to ambush Imperial Advisor He. I'm afraid it has something to do with my junior brother." Sigh, what a glib tongue. Since it is a trap set up by my junior brother, I'll have to figure out a way to break it. After a brief moment of pondering, Su Qin began to replace Yin Dan, issuing one military order after another. Those who had received the military order were not allowed to stay in the hall any longer. Instead, they walked straight out of the hall and carried out their tasks according to the military order. Surprisingly, Wuxia was given a military order as well, which was to harass the Qin army according to the method he used to harass the headquarters of Qin army the other day. No matter what kind of wicked methods he used, no matter how great the damage he caused, he was not afraid, as long as he could disturb the Qin army. Wuxia was rendered speechless by the order. Could it be that Wuxia, was a man who specialized in sabotaging the Qin army from behind? With his own strength, how much trouble could he cause to the Qin army? However, a military order had to be obeyed. Su Qin had ordered him to do something within 6 hours that could actually threaten the Qin army. Even if he could not do it, he had to do it. After pondering for a while, Wuxia knitted his brows into a tight frown and hastily asked someone to find the catfish flood dragon. When the catfish flood dragon was found by Wuxia, she was lying comfortably in the lake in the backyard of the mayor mansion. She did not want to get up from the lake, but as a result, Wuxia gave her a few fierce kicks, threatening to sell her to Zheng and use her as a cultivation vessel. Only then did she hastily jump up from the lake, transformed into her human form, formed a demon cloud, and brought Wuxia back to Lonyuan River. Persuading Waning Dragon King of Lonyuan River to send out his army to assist them was the only way Wuxia could think of that could actually threaten the Qin army. Didn't Su Qin have his eyes on the relationship between Wuxia and Waning Dragon King of Lonyuan River? The demon wind moved at an incredible speed. Soon, Catfish Flood Dragon brought Wuxia to a branch of a great river that led straight to Lonyuan River. Grabbing Wuxia, she leaped into the river. Through the waterways that densely covered the entire Lonyuan River, Wuxia and Catfish Flood Dragon soon arrived at the Dragon King mansion. Looking at the mansion that was glinting with a dazzling and blinding light, Wuxia could only hope that Su Qin would have a follow-up plan. Otherwise, even if all the aquatic demons in the entire river were to charge at him, they would not be able to survive the Cauldron of View. A couple dozens of aquatic demons rushed up from the front, shouting menacingly, "Who is there? How dare you intrude into the Dragon King mansion? Are you tired of living? The catfish flood dragon transformed into her true form and rushed up, slapping the group of aquatic demons so hard that all their teeth flew out from their mouths. Chapter 2:21. The middle reaches of Longyuan River was the widest area, with a width of nearly 3,000 miles and a depth of nearly 1,000 miles. On Earth, this was the data of an ocean. Even though there was no wind blowing, the waves on the surface of the water rose several feet high. Countless whirlpools filled the water, and all kinds of aquatic demons could be seen floating amidst the watery mist from time to time. The Dragon King mansion of Longyuan River was located right under this water. Wuxia followed the group of little demons who had their teeth knocked out and traveled for nearly an hour under the water, bypassing several dozens of natural defensive mechanisms, such as thunders, whirlpools, cold air, sinkholes, and many others. Finally, he saw a small archway made of crystal in front of him. Chi-Chi and his 3,000 carp demons were dressed neatly in armors, marching in formation under the archway. After passing through the archway, they arrived at the Dragon King mansion of Longyuan River, a mansion that had been passed down since the ancient times. Catfish Flood Dragon wagged her head and introduced the situation of the Dragon King mansion to Wuxia. Without any hesitation, she told him everything about it. Waning Dragon King's lineage had ruled Longyuan River for several dozens of generations. Starting from the first Dragon King of Longyuan River, the throne of Dragon King had been passed down to the current Waning Dragon King. It was said that 10 generations ago, among Waning Dragon King's ancestors, there was someone who successfully ascended and became a divine dragon. But after 10 generations, all the way until the generation of Waning Dragon King's father, none of them succeeded in ascending, as all the Dragon Kings were killed by the final heaven immortal thunder tribulation. Subconsciously, Wuxia asked Catfish Flood Dragon where the remains of all the Dragon Kings were, and she immediately told Wuxia the location of the burial ground of all the Dragon Kings in the backyard of the Dragon King mansion. She told Wuxia everything, including the route, all the defensive mechanisms along the way, how to enter the burial ground, and how the entrance to the burial ground was a huge heavenly meteorite that weighed several tens of millions of kilograms and had to be opened with brute force. Wuxia was struck dumb, staring blankly at Catfish Flood Dragon. This girl was really... She had told Wuxia everything in Waning Dragon King's family, and yet she still shook her head proudly, telling Wuxia about the only son of Waning Dragon King, the one-eyed golden-scaled dragon. This only son of Waning Dragon King called himself Lord Xianxia, and when he took over the throne of Dragon King in the future, he would be known as Dragon King Xianxia. His cultivation base had reached peak stage of nascent soul realm. But when he was still young, one of his eyes was scratched by a ferocious bird. That ferocious bird was the disciple of Wuyu, one of the 2 strongest demon bird kings in Meng Mountains. Because of this matter, Longyuan River had mobilized all their forces to fight against Wuyu, resulting in the deaths of countless great demons on both sides. In the end, the war between both sides lasted for 100 years, which had severely affected the overall strength of all the demon clans in the eastern part of Meng Mountains. Only then, under the mediation of Xiong Wanling and the other demon kings, did both sides stop the war and recuperate. King Wan Dragon Dragon, Dragon the to Dragon 2. The dragons had a very strong, fleshly body. Therefore, once they were injured with a missing limb, it would be very difficult for them to recover. Take Lord Xianxia, for example. Unless he could transcend the thunder tribulation and transcend into a divine dragon, he would never be able to recover his eyeball. Due to the fact that his beloved son had lost an eye, the relationship between Waning Dragon King and the other few demon kings was extremely bad, and they were always in conflict with each other. When the few demon kings received the imperial decree from Great Yin Dynasty and became the sinecures of Great Yin Dynasty, Waning Dragon King had turned a blind eye to the olive branch that Great Yin Dynasty had extended to him. Instead, he allowed his great demons to kill some secret agents of Great Yin Dynasty. Wuxia nodded his head thoughtfully. It was not easy to deal with the missing limbs of dragons. But, according to what Wuxia knew, there were a few ways that could help Lord Xianxia regrow his eyeball before he transcended the thunder tribulation of Heaven Immortal. Of course, one of them was a supreme-grade immortal pill, an immortal pill that could bring a dead man back to life. But such a pill was extremely rare, and even Wuxia did not have it with him. Another way was to borrow the enormous energy of virtue, forcibly borrowing the willpower of all the people and the energy of virtue, and use it to regrow Lord Xianxia's eyeball from the other side of the space-time, as if he was reversing the flow of time. Such a method would consume a lot of energy of virtue. But coincidentally, Wuxia had a precious treasure, the chariot of 8 horses, which had gathered an enormous amount of energy of virtue. He just needed the chariot to bring him away, and the energy of virtue in it was not of much use to him. With this thought in mind, Wuxia had a greater confidence in convincing Waning Dragon King. He could not help but laugh in his mind, as the catfish flood dragon was indeed an adorable demon. As for the Qin army, they could just wait for the great surprise that Wuxia would bring them. After passing through the archway and walking through a corridor that stretched for several miles, paved with fine jades, gold, and crystals of various colors, they came to a splendid grand hall. The sound of drumming could be heard, and a few enchanting female demons were seen wriggling and dancing in the hall. Waning Dragon King had transformed back into his dragon form, sitting cross-legged on the beautiful Yulong seat at the far end of the hall, his mouth wide open and laughing wildly. Lu Hai, Tan Shui, and Han Zhu, the 3 great demons, had transformed back into their human forms, dancing, singing, and drinking in the hall. It was hard to tell how happy they were. Apart from these few demon kings and great demons, there were also several hundred of the strongest nascent soul demons in Longyuan River's territory in the hall. These aquatic demons had all transformed back into their human forms, hugging beautiful female demons and enjoying themselves to their heart's content. The hall was filled with a foul atmosphere, and the clamor nearly blew the roof off from the hall. Amidst the spacious hall, there was a young man sitting right next to Waning Dragon King's dragon throne. He looked calm and dignified, holding a fine jade wine goblet in his hand and gulping down mouthfuls of wine. He paid no attention to those female demons who were trying to flatter him, and his single eye was flickering with a bright gleam. Just like the catfish flood dragon, he was also a nascent soul cultivator. However, the bloodline of this young man was much more profound than her. At least, his head and facial features were no different from an ordinary human, except that he had a pair of golden horns on top of his head, a few pale golden dragon whiskers waving under his chin, and a few tiny golden scales on the back of his hands and cheeks, which clearly showed his identity as a flood dragon. Even so, he looked much better than the catfish flood dragon, who had a huge catfish head. The body of a flood dragon was extremely strong, and in order to completely conceal all the characteristics of a flood dragon and transform into a human form, one would have to possess the cultivation base of nascent divinity realm. This young man, who looked to be in his early 30s, was none other than Waning Dragon King's only son, the one-eyed golden dragon. Clad in a golden fish scale armor, a flowery battle robe, and a purple gold crown on its head, the majestic golden-scaled eel had a pale golden eye patch over its left eye, covering its left eye socket, which had been scratched out by the vicious bird. It added a hint of ferocious and murderous aura to it. The catfish flood dragon swaggered into the hall, kicking away a few little female demons who were twisting their waists and dancing in her way. Then she bowed at Waning Dragon King and said, "Old Dragon King, see you is back. Damn it, your official document is useless." Just as I came to the shore of the ocean, I was pestered by a 3-headed lustful shark who insisted on bringing me back to be his housekeeper. That beast did not give you any face at all. Standing behind the catfish flood dragon, Wuxia was amused. Now, this fellow knows how to complain about me. But too bad, the 3-headed lustful shark was killed by Huowu with a single bite. The hall fell into a dead silence immediately. Whinnying Dragon King twisted his body and transformed back into his human form, then roared furiously. Is this true? What a bastard. I'll send a letter to the great Eastern Ocean later and find those few old fools and ask for justice. All the aquatic demons under the heaven are one big family. You brought my official document and moved to the great Eastern Ocean, and the aquatic demons there must be taken care of along the way. How could you rob me on the way? That three-headed, lustful shark must be tired of living. Fearing that the catfish flood dragon would tell him that it was Huo Wuyu who killed the three-headed, lustful shark, Wuqi grabbed her by the neck and threw her behind him. After that, he cupped his fist and bowed to Whinnying Dragon King smilingly and said, "We'll talk about catfish flood dragon later." Old Dragon King, Junior Wuqi, offers greetings. Do you still remember Wuqi? I do. I definitely remember him. Judging from your expression, it would be strange if you don't remember Wuqi. Whinnying Dragon King's body trembled. He stared fixedly at Wuqi and howled, "A ghost visiting in the middle of the night. It must be nothing good. My boys, throw Wuqi out of here and shut the door. Don't let him come in again. Don't think that I'll help you deal with Ing Zheng again. Last time, he was the one who bullied us, but this time, he did not provoke me. My boys had suffered a great loss last time, and I don't have the mood to fight him again." A few gigantic anacondas leaped over, grabbed Wuqi, and dragged him out of the hall. These few anacondas had the cultivation base of nascent soul realm, and they were about to transcend their thunder tribulation and transform into flood dragons. With just a swing of their arms, they could exert a strength of several million kilograms. With the strength of Wuqi's corporeal body, there was no way he could fight against these demons who were born with incredible strength. He was picked up like a chicken and was quickly dragged to the entrance of the hall. Wuqi cried out hastily, "Old Dragon King, I have a way to restore your son's eyes." The few anacondas were taken aback and stopped what they were doing. Whinnying Dragon King leaped to his feet and fixed his eyes on Wuqi. A bright gleam shot out from Lord Xianxia's single eye as he crushed the white jade wine goblet. The great hall fell into a dead silence. All the great demons had risen to their feet, their eyes fixed on Wuqi. Clearing his throat, Whinnying Dragon King clasped his hands behind his back and walked slowly before Wuqi. He nodded his head and said with a strange smile on his face, "Little guy, those who tease me will always be eaten by me. TSK, TSK, although we have a little friendship, and I won't really eat you, I don't mind chopping off your 5 limbs and making them into soup. It will greatly nourish my energy." 5 limbs? In his mind, Wuqi cursed the old bastard who did not cultivate his cultivation. With a shake of his body, he broke away from the few anacondas, tilted his head up, and said with a cold grin, "Since I dare to say such words, I naturally have my own confidence. But let me make it clear first, it will cost me a lot to restore Lord Xianxing's eyes. I want you to remind all the great demons in Longyuan River to raise a great flood and drown the Qin army's campsite. This is my mission for coming here. Apart from that, there are other conditions as well." Whinnying Dragon King did not pay any attention to what other conditions Wuqi had. He pondered for a while, then nodded and said, "Just raising a great flood. Simple. In short, as long as that damn cauldron is still in Ing Zheng's hand, the aquatic clans of Longyuan River will not be able to fight head-on with the Qin army." Wuqi nodded and said, "That's settled then. The military order I received is only to harass the Qin army, to create as much trouble as possible for them. I'm not allowed to suppress the main force of the Qin army. I just need a great flood, a flood that can drown the entire Great Dream Marsh. It will be even better if the flood can be accompanied by some hailstones, lightning bolts, and thunderbolts." Lord Xianxing rose to his feet slowly and said with a deep voice, "It is an easy task. Hailstones, lightning bolts, and thunderbolts are the innate abilities of the Flood Dragon clan. I can use some venomous pythons and strange beasts, and I can even hide some deadly poisons in the flood. It will be more than enough to create a great trouble for the Qin army." Whinnying Dragon King twitched his lips and gave his only beloved son a fierce glare. You are so young and inexperienced. Why didn't you ask for more conditions and just agreed to it?" Wuxia chuckled, then turned to Whinnying Dragon King and said, "Since Lord Xianxia has said so, then it's settled. We'll heal Lord Xianxia's eye later, and after that, we'll raise the Great Flood immediately. But, like I said, it will cost too much to heal Lord Xianxia's eye, and I still want some other insignificant compensation." Whinnying Dragon King took a few steps back and covered Lord Xianxia's mouth, who was about to open his mouth. He stared at Wu Qi with vigilance and asked, "What compensation do you want? I'm very poor here, and I don't have any treasures for you to loot." Wu Qi laughed dryly and said, "Nothing much. Just give me about 8 to 10,000 of those scales left behind by the old Dragon King." All the aquatic demons in the Grand Hall, including Chi-Chi, gasped, while Whinnying Dragon King howled furiously. Chapter 222. Angrily, Whinnying Dragon King raised both of his arms and waved them towards the sky. A nearly 10 feet long flame burst out from his eyes as he roared furiously. "This is simply wishful thinking. The remains of my ancestors are the divine objects of Longyuan River's Dragon King Mansion. They are the remains of my ancestors, and you want me to give you tens of thousands of scales? What do you take old dragon's ancestors for?" Glaring at Wu Qi furiously, Whinnying Dragon King shook his head and said, "Even if my son's only eye can never be recovered, I will never sell the remains of my ancestors. If you want the scales of these children, I'll pluck out as many as you want. But you want the scales of my ancestors? Absolutely not." While screaming wildly, Whinnying Dragon King's eyes were darting quickly. Wu Qi cleared his throat. He could tell that Whinnying Dragon King was thinking of something else. If Wu Qi wanted the remains of Whinnying Dragon King's ancestors, it would be an affront and blasphemy to his ancestors. But they were just dragon scales, and they were nothing to the Flood Dragon clan. They had shed quite a lot of dragon scales during the battles with the enemies. Dragon scales were consumables that could be reborn, and to dragons, they were just like a set of armor that they were born with. Although they were precious, they could not be considered as blasphemy to his ancestors. Didn't Catfish Flood Dragon just generously give Wu Qi 36 dragon scales? And he didn't see any serious harm to her body. It was because Wu Qi knew that the remains of Whinnying Dragon King's ancestors were buried in the backyard that he wanted to get more dragon scales, so that he could upgrade the defensive and offensive strength of the Earth Element Dragon Scale Shield. Obviously, the more dragon scales the shield used, the stronger its defensive strength would be, and the more powerful its offensive strength would be. If he could really gather several tens of thousands of dragon scales, once he activated it, he would have tens of thousands of dragon scales covering his entire body, or tens of thousands of dragon scales shooting out to attack his enemies. Whenever he thought of that magnificent scene, Wu Qi felt excited. Raising one finger, Wu Qi said with a serious expression, "I'll tell you a price. If we make a deal, you'll give me all the dragon scales left behind by your ancestors. If not, after I cure Lord Xianxia's eyes, all you have to do is to raise a flood." Whinnying Dragon King crossed his arms before his chest, let out a strange laugh, and said, "Well then, let's see what kind of price you can offer me." Wu Qi took a deep breath. His body suddenly grew taller by a foot, and at the same time, his bones let out a loud, creaking noise. His muscles slowly wriggled, twisting and entangling with each other in a mysterious way, becoming more than 100 times stronger. An ancient and vigorous flood dragon aura spread out from his body, forming a faint shadow of a black dragon behind him. Wu Qi raised his head up and stared at Whinnying Dragon King, then thrust out his fist and thrust it toward the old dragon's chest. "Strange," cried Whinnying Dragon King, as he too thrust his right fist toward Wu Qi. A loud boom rang out as both fists collided with each other. Wu Qi was pushed several hundred feet back by the tremendous backlash, while Whinnying Dragon King's body swayed. His right arm trembled, and he staggered 2 steps back. "You've refined the blood essence of dragon?" "No. Even if you have refined 50,000 kilograms of blood essence, It is impossible for you to have such a pure divine strength of true dragon. You only have the cultivation base of Gene Dan, yet you can actually have the strength of over 5 million kilograms with just one arm? What cultivation technique of dragons are you cultivating? Waning Dragon King's eyes shone brightly as he cried out, "You must be cultivating with the body-strengthening technique of dragons, and it is a much better cultivation technique than the one passed down by our ancestors in Longyuan River." Wuxia did not answer, but sent his divine will into the black dragon's spirit ring, letting the item's spirit poke half of its head out from within. The soul of the black dragon, whose body was hazy and nearly translucent, impatiently poked out from the surface of the ring. He glared at Waning Dragon King, sneered and said, "You are just a little loach with less than 30% of its bloodline. How can you call the body-strengthening technique of dragons the one passed down by you? You can only be considered as a great serpent who has obtained a tiny bit of the bloodline of the flood dragon. You are not even a flood dragon, so don't even think about comparing it with the real dragon transformation script." Waning Dragon King stared blankly at the soul of the black dragon. After a full 10 minutes, he dropped to his knees, bowed, and said, "Waning from the Dragon King Mansion of Longyuan River offers greeting. Senior True Dragon, may I know your name? And why did you end up in such a state?" The soul of the black dragon stiffened, snorted coldly, and dashed back into the black dragon spirit ring, refusing to show his face again. Wuxia looked at Waning Dragon King with a smile on his face and said indifferently, "I don't care what his name is, he is just a thread of soul now. However, his true form is that of a true dragon of the celestial immortal realm. His cultivation base isn't that high, but his bloodline is incomparably pure. He is the descendant of a true primordial divine dragon. What he passed down to me is the dragon transformation script cultivated by a true primordial divine dragon." Shaking his head, Wuxia breathed out a long sigh and said, "What a pity, what a pity. As a human body, I can only obtain 80% of the benefits from cultivating the dragon transformation script, and the most exquisite 20% is something that I can never obtain. But if a flood dragon who possesses the bloodline of dragons were to cultivate the dragon transformation script, TSK, it is said that the dragon transformation script can purify the bloodline of dragons, allowing a flood dragon to possess the body of a true dragon before he ascends to the immortal realm." From the corner of his eyes, Wuxia looked at Waning Dragon King, who slowly rose to his feet, his body trembling, and Lord Xianxia, who had his single eye glowing brightly and kept licking his lips, as well as the dozens of great demons from the family of flood dragons in the hall, who were so excited that they nearly cried out aloud. With an indifferent tone, Wuxia said, "After spending several thousand years of painstaking effort to cultivate the body of a true dragon, the so-called heaven immortal thunder tribulation is just a joke. Thunder tribulation can kill and injure flood dragons, but for a true dragon who is born with the ability to control the power of thunder, it is nothing." Dragon transformation script. Waning Dragon King said word by word, "In the inheritance of my bloodline, there's a name called dragon transformation script. It is a mystic technique that only those who possess the bloodline of dragons can inherit. It can purify the bloodline of dragons, form the dharma body of true dragon, and when cultivated to the highest realm, one can grow into an ancient divine dragon who can travel across the 9 heavens. I can't believe you're cultivating the dragon transformation script." With a deep voice, Wuxia said, "I can teach the dragon transformation script to all the flood dragons in Longyuan River, but all of you must swear an oath that apart from the flood dragons in Longyuan River, no one else is allowed to know the dragon transformation script. Furthermore, I've only obtained a part of the cultivation technique. It will not be a problem for you to form the body of a true dragon, form the bloodline of a true dragon, transcend the thunder tribulation, and ascend to the immortal world. As for the following cultivation technique," knocking on the black dragon spirit ring, Wuxia spread his palms, smiled bitterly, and said, "You've seen it for yourself. He could barely form his soul. Many years ago, he was severely injured, and his soul was severely damaged by someone. As a result, a large part of his memory has been lost, and he can no longer remember the complete cultivation technique of the dragon transformation script. Shaking his head and sighing, Wuxia continued with a serious expression, "But as long as you can form the body of a true dragon and ascend to the immortal world, you can find the patriarch of dragons in the future. With the bloodline of a true dragon, it will be very easy for you to obtain the complete inheritance of the dragon transformation script." After being tortured by Wuxia using the divine flame of order, the black dragon's soul was severely damaged and nearly collapsed. Therefore, it had indeed suffered a severe injury. Waning Dragon King had no idea that it was Wuxia who had turned the black dragon's soul into this state. Looking at the nearly translucent black dragon's soul, he nodded his head in agreement. As a noble true dragon, if he was not severely wounded, how could he allow himself to be refined into an item spirit? It was reasonable that Wuxia did not obtain the complete cultivation technique of the dragon transformation script. As long as he could form the body of a true dragon in the mortal world and purify the bloodline of dragons, nothing else mattered. Just like what Wuxia said, as long as he could form the body of a true dragon in the mortal world, he would be able to transcend the heavenly tribulation smoothly. As long as he could find the patriarch of dragons after he ascended to the immortal world, with his pure bloodline of dragons, he would be able to obtain the inheritance of the dragon transformation script. Initially, Waning Dragon King did not have the confidence to transcend the final heaven immortal thunder tribulation. But, as long as he had the dragon transformation script, even if he had to use his prime blood essence to suppress the aura of dragon origin, he could still delay the heaven immortal thunder tribulation for several thousand years. Reaching out his right hand, Waning Dragon King nodded his head and said, "Young man, you win. I can't let you touch the dragon bones and skin left behind by my ancestors, but I can give you all the dragon scales. On top of that, all of us will swear an oath with our prime nascent divinity that apart from the flood dragons of Longyuan River, no one will be able to obtain the cultivation technique of the dragon transformation script. Also, everything that happened in the Grand Hall today will never be leaked out." A loud boom was heard coming from the spot where Waning Dragon King's heart was located. His heart was beating vigorously like a high-powered water pump, sending a huge amount of blood to every part of his body. Even Wuxia could hear his heartbeat, which proved that the old Dragon King was very excited, very excited. According to the Black Dragon Soul, although Waning Dragon King was a formidable flood dragon of peak stage nascent divinity realm, he only possessed 30% of flood dragon bloodline. He could not even be considered as a real flood dragon, let alone be compared with a real dragon. It was not hard to imagine that when comparing the body-strengthening technique of Longyuan River with the dragon transformation script that only a real dragon could cultivate, it was like comparing a piece of dog shit to a fine jade. With the dragon transformation script, the overall strength of the flood dragons of Longyuan River would definitely grow tremendously, and they would never have to worry about the heaven immortal thunder tribulation again in the future. Wuxia reached out his hand and held Waning Dragon King's hand, smiled and said, "Old Dragon King, please go ahead and get the dragon scales first. I'll heal Lord Xianxia's eyes first. Then I'll teach the dragon transformation script to you. Everyone better hurry up. I have a military order with me, which states that I have to start harassing the Qin army in 6 hours. It has been more than 2 hours now." Waning Dragon King hastily gave out the order, asking all the great demons in the Grand Hall to swear an oath. As for those little demons and female demons, not only did they have to swear an oath with their souls, Waning Dragon King had even used a mystic technique to erase all their memories. With that, it was truly a foolproof plan. After that, Waning Dragon King ordered someone to prepare a quiet room for Wuxia, while he brought a few great demons and rushed to the backyard. Inside the quiet room, Wuxia used the drunken dragon incense to knock Lord Xianxia out, then summoned the chariot of 8 horses. He sat on the chariot of 8 horses, fusing his divine will into the chariot, activating the enormous energy of virtue gathered on the chariot and drawing out the faith of countless common people in the chariot. Under Wuxi's control, the power of faith transformed into a golden stream and injected into Lord Xianxia's body, then into his left eye. The power of faith from the common people was one of the most magical forces under the heaven, capable of breaking through time and space and creating all kinds of miracles. Wuxi had only used a tiny thread of willpower in the chariot of 8 horses, and he had already made Lord Xianxia's eye, which was dug out when he was young, grow back and recover quickly. He put away the chariot of 8 horses and woke Lord Xianxia up with the antidote. His eyes were flickering with a bright gleam as he looked around blankly. After that, he cupped his fist and gave Wuxi a deep bow soundlessly and said, "Brother Wuxi, there's nothing I can do to repay your great kindness. From now on, we are brothers." Wuxi smiled and cupped his fist in return. Lord Xianxia was a man worthy to be friends with, at least better than that cunning father of his. When he walked out of the quiet room, Wayne Dragon King had already moved all the dragon scales left behind by his ancestors into the Grand Hall. Wuxi did a quick count and found that there were over 30,000 dragon scales in perfect condition, just enough to form a small-scale universal stars formation on the Earth element dragon scale shield. As for the rest of the dragon scales, they were either shattered by the heavenly thunderbolts or burned by the tribulation flame and could no longer be used. After shoving all the dragon scales into the black dragon spirit ring, Wuxi immediately taught Wayne Dragon King and all the flood dragons present the first transformation of the dragon transformation script. 15 minutes later, the water level of Longyuan River rose 10,000 feet, and the loud noise of the waves could be heard clearly from 10,000 miles away. Chapter 2:23. Huge waves rolled and rocked, and water vapor soared high into the sky. Wuxi was riding on the back of a red-haired iron-shell turtle, whose back was over 300 feet in circumference, and was rushing forward along with the waves. In Longyuan River, the overall strength of the aquatic demons had been greatly improved. Combined with the dragon essence water channel that was passed down from the ancient times, the mighty army of aquatic demons soon arrived at the Spirit Tapeworm River, which was the closest tributary to Great Dream Marsh. The Spirit Tapeworm River stretched for several tens of thousands of miles, and it was inhabited by only one frightening creature, the Spirit Tapeworm. It was a frightening parasite as thin as a hair, and its body length ranged from 3 inches to 300 miles. It lived as a parasite in the bodies of all kinds of powerful creatures, feeding on their blood essence. The strongest spirit tapeworm had a body length of 300 miles, and its overall strength was comparable to a peak-stage nascent soul demon beast. Once it bit through the skin, even a flood dragon would have all its body fluids sucked dry in an instant. Fortunately, the spirit tapeworm was also an aquatic demon insect, and was naturally controlled by the flood dragons from the Dragon King Mansion in Longyuan River. Therefore, Wayne Dragon King had gathered all the spirit tapeworms in this Spirit Tapeworm River and asked them to occupy it as their own territory. As for the other aquatic demons, including Lu Hai, Hanzhu, and Tan Shui, none of them dared to take a stroll in the Spirit Tapeworm River, and the spirit tapeworms would never step out of the river. Once they left the river, they would be attacked by hundreds of millions of aquatic demons. The mighty river water rushed into the Spirit Tapeworm River, causing the water level of the less than 30 miles wide Spirit Tapeworm River to rise abruptly. Suddenly, on the surface of the White River, a large number of bizarre crimson creatures emerged, wriggling and wriggling. Sitting on the back of the red-haired, iron-shelled turtle, Wuxi suddenly saw millions upon millions of spirit tapeworms on the surface of the river. He felt all the pores on his body suddenly tighten, and every single hair on his body stood up. An aura of desire for blood and energy essence that bordered on madness rose abruptly. Those spirit tapeworms, which were as tiny as hair and had varying body lengths, were emanating a greedy aura that could frighten anyone. Countless spirit tapeworms were rolling and rolling on the surface of the river. Suddenly, the surface of the spirit tapeworm river, which stretched for several tens of thousands of miles, was covered with a layer of several miles thick worms. No one could tell how many frightening vampires were hiding in this place. Even Waning Dragon King, who was standing right next to Wuxia, had his body twitching violently. All the aquatic demons who had raised the great flood and rushed into the spirit tapeworm river had an unusual expression on their faces. They forced themselves to remain calm as they stared at the endless sea of spirit tapeworms in front of them. When it came to population size, if the spirit tapeworm claimed that their population was the second largest, none of the aquatic demon clans in Lonyuan River would dare to claim that their population was the first. The number of spirit tapeworms in the entire spirit tapeworm river should be counted in the trillions. That did not include the number of spirit tapeworm eggs, which were hundreds of times smaller than the grains of sand that were densely packed at the bottom of the river. Nearly 1,000 extremely fine red lines rose from the river. Wuxia scanned through these red lines with his divine will and found that they were actually nearly 1,000 spirit tapeworms who were emanating a faint aura of nascent soul realm. Their tribe was too big, so they had the most powerful warriors. Although the overall strength of these spirit tapeworms was the weakest among all the aquatic demons of the same realm, their frightening innate divine abilities and their enormous population had made them a frightening existence in the water system of Lonyuan River. A spirit tapeworm with a body length of nearly 400 miles, with a tiny red cloud hovering above its head, and a fist-sized, twisting human figure looming in the middle of the cloud, was slowly swimming toward them. A sharp voice came out from the mouth of the twisting human figure in the red cloud. Old Dragon King, are you here as a guest in the spirit tapeworm river? What a coincidence. A few days ago, our children had just caught some blood and flesh from the Great Dream Marsh, and we were reluctant to enjoy it. Old Dragon King, you can join us for a feast. This was a spirit tapeworm who had broken through peak stage nascent soul realm and had formed a thread of nascent divinity. He was the current master of the spirit tapeworm river. His attitude toward Waning Dragon King was extremely respectful and submissive. Although the spirit tapeworm had a huge population and possessed frightening innate divine abilities, they were, after all, aquatic insects and were naturally restrained by flood dragons. If a flood dragon was possessed by a spirit tapeworm, it would have its blood essence sucked dry and die. However, a flood dragon only needed to let out a dragon roar to kill countless spirit tapeworms. Because of this natural restraint, these spirit tapeworms dared not show any neglect when facing Waning Dragon King. With a deep and powerful voice, Waning Dragon King said, "Old Tapeworm King, you don't have to be so courteous. The purpose of our visit today is to flood the Great Dream Marsh. Summon all the children in your clan, and today I'll allow your spirit tapeworm clan to carry out a massacre in the Great Dream Marsh. All the demon beasts in the marsh that are not aquatic creatures of Lonyuan River are free to be absorbed by you. That old fool, Xianxia, and his children are trapped in there. Just don't suck him dry." Old Tapeworm King let out a strange laugh and said, "Old Dragon King, are you looking for trouble with the ice earthworm? That's a great idea. I've been thinking about his blood essence day and night, and I've been thinking about him for several thousand years. Since Old Dragon King wants to touch him, that's the best news." With a shake of his body, a strange ripple suddenly spread across the entire spirit tapeworm river. Within the coverage of Wuxi's divine will, countless spirit tapeworm eggs hatched at the same time from the few miles thick mud at the bottom of the river. God knew how many 3-inch long spirit tapeworms broke out of their shells at the same time, merging into the countless other spirit tapeworms on the surface of the river. The entire spirit tapeworm river abruptly took a crimson hue. Countless wiggling spirit tapeworms gave the illusion that this river was a living creature. Wuxia had goosebumps all over his body. Standing next to him, The catfish flood dragon was shivering uncontrollably as she summoned a large sheet of water to wrap her body up, isolating her body from the outside world. Although she knew these spirit tapeworms were aquatic demon insects, and the restrictive spell of water ripples had no effect on them, she still felt that she would feel much better with an additional layer of isolation. All the other big and great demons were feeling uneasy as well. One after another, they unleashed a magical spell to isolate their body from the outside world. The Spirit Tapeworm River was not a pleasant place to look at. As more and more spirit tapeworms broke out of their shells, the greedy and bloodthirsty aura in the surroundings grew denser and denser. Dragon scales had even emerged on waning Dragon King's skin. Obviously, he could no longer endure the visual impact brought by the frightening spirit tapeworms. Taking a deep breath, Waning Dragon King summoned out the two large hammers he always carried with him. With a casual swing of his hand, the vast and mighty white water from Longyuan River rolled out and rushed into the Spirit Tapeworm River. The old Tapeworm King let out a joyful cry, and countless spirit tapeworms in the river began twisting their bodies at the same time, cooperating with Waning Dragon King in stirring up the waves. A loud rumble echoed out as the water level of the Spirit Tapeworm River rose to nearly 100,000 feet high. The vast white water flooded countless mountains and rushed out of the river channel. Pushed by countless aquatic demon beasts and demon insects, it raised countless gigantic waves that stood several miles tall, thrusting towards the Great Dream Marsh, which was located several hundred miles away. The Great Dream Marsh was an ancient marsh that measured approximately 100,000 miles in circumference, surrounded by mountains. Countless years of accumulated mud and fallen flowers and grasses, coupled with the nourishment from the poisonous gases that sprayed out from the Earth's core from a few caves that were filled with murderous energy. The mud in the Great Dream Marsh had reached a thickness of several thousand miles. On top of the mud, even a feather would be sucked into the ground in an instant. Even if a heaven immortal accidentally stumbled into this place, his immortal body would be contaminated by the frightening poisonous gases and filthy energies contained in the mud, causing him to perish. Over the countless years, the frightening Great Dream Marsh had devoured countless formidable demon beasts. In the entire Meng Mountains, only the Lord of Great Dream Marsh, nine-headed ice earthworm, and a group of demon beasts with strange shapes who were born and bred in this marshland could travel freely and live in this frightening marshland. Not only was there a bottomless mud in the Great Dream Marsh, there were also several dozens of small islands on which people could walk and live. The nine-headed ice earthworm had raised a great number of livestock, which were kept on these small islands, the largest of which measured 1,000 miles in circumference. Currently, on a beautiful island that was located near the edge of the marsh, less than 30 miles in circumference, where flowers and trees were luxuriant and exotic flowers and grasses could be found everywhere. Xianxia, whose body was covered in blood, was forcibly maintaining a crumbling defensive formation, firmly protecting the several dozens of weak and feeble demon birds around him, defending against the crazy attacks from several thousands of strange demon beasts and a nine-headed strange insect. The nine-headed strange insect had a body that measured approximately 10 miles in length. The lower half of its body looked like an ordinary earthworm, but the upper half of its body had 9 branches, growing into 9 huge bodies, each several miles long. There were no eyes or facial features on these 9 parts of the body. There was only a large, round mouth with a diameter of dozens of feet. When a mouth was opened, it was densely packed with layers of sharp, pitch-black teeth that looked like the teeth of a shark. This strange insect, which had a pitch-black body and was shrouded in a layer of crystal blue cold air, was the owner of the Great Dream Marsh, the nine-headed ice earthworm. At the moment, the ice earthworm was crazily spraying out large sheets of icy wind and snowflakes, attacking the defensive formation that Xianxia was maintaining, which measured less than 3,000 feet in circumference. Countless snowflakes the size of a water tank spun at high speed and brutally slashed on the defensive formation that was emitting a faint white gleam, causing sparks to fly and splatter in all directions. The thin defensive formation suffered a tremendous impact and was about to shatter at any moment. Xianxia let out a sharp and unpleasant cry as he kept coughing out mouthful after mouthful of pale golden blood essence, not hesitating to consume his prime energy to maintain the defensive formation. The several dozens of demon birds around him kept howling, asking Xianxia to abandon them and leave on his own. However, Xianxia pretended he did not hear the cries of these demon birds and kept maintaining the defensive formation. The nine-headed ice earthworm kept twisting its huge body as if it had gone mad, laughing wildly and saying, "Big white bird, old white feather, no one here can stop you if you want to leave. Why are you protecting your disciples and grand-disciples? We are demon cultivators. We are demon cultivators. Why are you still talking about benevolence, righteousness, and morality? Are you fucking out of your mind? Don't get in touch with those humans outside the mountain if you have nothing to do. Look at what they have taught you." The ice earthworm mocked loudly. As long as you can escape, you can have as many disciples and grand-disciples as you want. Why are you protecting them at the expense of your own life? Even if you can escape, there are still millions upon millions of disciples and grand-disciples waiting for you in your cave abode. For these several dozens of feathered animals, you are willing to sacrifice yourself? Why do you have to do this? Why do you have to do this? Just run away. I can never catch up with you anyway. Xianxia rolled his eyes and coughed out another mouthful of blood essence, strengthening the defensive formation around him. However, he did not say a word. Near the small island, nearly 200,000 soldiers of Qin army were seen standing on wing-shaped magical items, hovering in midair, forming a formation that emanated a murderous aura and completely surrounding the entire island. Within the formation, Zhang Yi, Li Si, Li Exin, Baiqi, Wang Jian, Wang Bin, Wang Li, and many other important ministers of Qin army whom Wuxia had met before were gathered here with their magical treasures and magical items in their hands. High up in the sky, a pitch-black dragon chariot was seen being pulled by 9 dragon horses, hovering behind a dark cloud. Ying Zheng was sitting on the chariot, looking thoughtfully at Xianxia, who was struggling with all his might. "Yin Dan, your imperial advisor is trapped here. Will you come and rescue him?" "I'm really looking forward to it." A lacquer chest was placed neatly on Ying Zheng's lap. He gently stroked the chest, then suddenly breathed out a deep sigh. Following the sigh of Ying Zheng, a great flood of over 100,000 feet tall suddenly burst out from the peaks of the lofty mountains surrounding the great dreamy marsh. Almost at the same time, a vast expanse of white water burst out from all directions. Amidst deafening rumbling noises, an enormous amount of white water poured down from the lofty mountains, rolling up white water vapor that towered into the sky and rushing into the pitch-black great dreamy marsh. Chapter 2:24. Amidst the torrent, countless spirit tapeworms hugged each other and formed into numerous red meatballs, each measuring about 1 mile in diameter, rolling and plunging into Great Dream Marsh. To other living beings, the mud and dirty water in Great Dream Marsh was extremely poisonous and unpleasant. Once touched by it, even their bones and flesh would be completely digested. But these spirit tapeworms were even more vicious and ferocious. Not only did the poisonous swamp of Great Dream Marsh fail to kill them, it actually made them even more ferocious. A great amount of deadly poison was sucked into their bodies. Abruptly, their crimson bodies turned pitch black, while dense poisonous gases kept bursting out from their mouth parts. Together with countless meatballs, the torrent plunged into Great Dream Marsh. Driven by millions upon millions of aquatic creatures, it quickly arrived at the small island where Xianxia was trapped. Countless wiggling meatballs soared up into the sky, then suddenly split apart, transforming into countless twisting spirit tapeworms that leaped towards the Qin soldiers who had formed into a formation in the sky. These pitiful Qin soldiers, whose cultivation base ranged from Xiantian realm to Hotian realm, did not even have the time to activate their armors and unleash defensive mechanisms to protect themselves before the countless spirit tapeworms pounced onto their bodies. Each of these Qin soldiers was possessed by approximately 100,000 tiny, wiggling, and extremely long spirit tapeworms. It was as if their bodies were suddenly covered with long, black, and red hairs. Miserable howls kept ringing out as the blood essence of these Qin soldiers was quickly sucked dry by these spirit tapeworms. In just a few seconds, several tens of thousands of Qin soldiers were turned into mummified corpses, their shriveled bodies falling down from the sky and falling into the great waves that rolled past them. The torrent came too fast and too sudden. Before the Qin army could change their formation, it was already breached by the torrent and countless spirit tapeworms. In many places, the waves raised by the nascent soul-stage aquatic demons smashed down like heavy mountains. Like a walnut under a hammer, the Qin army's formation was smashed into pieces by the waves that were a few times stronger than steel. The formation was shattered, and the Qin soldiers who formed the formation were thrown into the torrent with their bodies broken. Countless spirit tapeworms plunged into the torrent, sucking up all the blood that sprayed out from the bodies of the Qin soldiers. The huge waves surged down from the peak of the mountain. Originally, they were already as powerful as a thunderbolt, and with the addition of a large number of powerful demonic beasts, who were using their demonic techniques to increase the power of the waves, the power of the huge waves was even more frightening. The formation of Qin army was shattered in an instant. Over 200,000 Qin soldiers were either killed or wounded. A few of them who managed to escape from the flood were quickly entangled by countless spirit tapeworms, having their blood essence, energy, and spirit completely sucked away. Xianxia and his companions were caught unprepared by the sudden flood. He let out a furious roar, and suddenly, black spirit light burst out from his body, causing a small half of the great dream marsh to tremble. An immeasurable amount of dark mist soared up into the sky from under the ground and fused into Xianxia's body, transforming into a vast and boundless magnetic force that was as vast as the ocean. Following Xianxia's will, it condensed into a large net and spread out in all directions. Tens of miles in diameter meatballs were caught by the giant net made from magnetic force. Xianxia gritted his teeth and pushed the invisible magnetic force inwards. The magnetic forces rubbed against each other and generated a great amount of dark thunderbolts, transforming into countless enormous thunderbolts that darted out in all directions. The tins of meatballs that were surrounded by the magnetic force were instantly shattered by the thunderbolts, while countless spirit tapeworms were turned into nothingness by the thunderbolts. Jarring, hissing noises rang out from all directions, as several hundred long and thin spirit tapeworms soared up into the sky, thrusting towards Xianxia like agile snakes. When these experts of the spirit tapeworm clan saw that countless of their offsprings were killed by Xianxia, they flew into a great rage and attacked together. Xianxia sneered disdainfully, then waved his hand and made a gesture in the air. Immediately, countless flying swords condensed from magnetic forces took shape out of thin air, thrusting towards those spirit tapeworms while producing jarring noises. Shrill and miserable howls kept echoing out. The flying swords condensed from magnetic force were shapeless and immaterial, extremely heavy and extremely sharp. Countless sword beams flashed, and immediately a couple dozens of Demon Core Realm and 3 nascent Soul Realm spirit tapeworms were chopped into countless pieces by Xianxia. That was when the fearsomeness of the spirit tapeworms was revealed. When these severed spirit tapeworms fell into the flood water, nourished by the blood essence that gushed out from the bodies of the Qin soldiers, each severed limb quickly grew into a new spirit tapeworm. According to the ratio of the length of their bodies, they now shared all the cultivation base of the original spirit tapeworm. One of them, an early-stage nascent soul spirit tapeworm, was chopped into 18 pieces, and the 18 newborn spirit tapeworms shared all the cultivation base of the original spirit tapeworm. Each of them became a newborn spirit tapeworm that possessed the cultivation base of peak stage Jindan realm. Amidst sharp, hissing noises, they plunged into the floodwater. After that, 18 tiny mouthparts poked out from the floodwater, opening their mouths and spraying out black poisonous gases that were as sharp as needles and as fast as lightning. All the poisonous gases were extracted from the mud and dirty water of Great Dream Marsh by these spirit tapeworms. They were extremely poisonous and filthy. If any cultivator were to come into contact with them, not only his fleshly body, even his soul and nascent divinity would suffer a severe injury. Xianxia was struck with great terror. He immediately sprayed out 3 large flags that glinted brightly around his body, shielding him as he cried out with a stern voice, "Everyone, be careful. We can't just chop these bugs into pieces. We have to use thunder magic to blast them into pieces. Only then can we truly kill them." Baichi, whose cultivation base had dropped to mid-stage nascent soul realm because he had forcibly activated the bugle of Ing Dragon, gave a cold snort, casually pulled out his sword and swung it into the air. "You mere bugs, how dare you fight against me? The iron armor Dachin, come to me now," he cried out with a stern voice. A raging, murderous aura burst out from his body. All the spirit tapeworms within an area of 100 miles around Baichi suddenly turned stiff. All their life force was completely stripped away, turning in a bloody, murderous aura that soared high up into the sky and fused into Baichi's body. Then, he let out a long cry, as the aura around Baichi suddenly grew stronger. Vaguely, he was showing a sign of breaking through mid-stage nascent soul realm and returning to late-stage nascent soul realm. He kept swinging the sword in his hand, sending out streams of murderous aura that were filled with a deathly aura. Wherever it passed, all the spirit tapeworms within an area of 100 miles would have their life force sucked dry, turning into murderous aura and returning to Baichi's body. The more Baichi killed, the more vigorous the aura in his body became. His energy was surging like a great river, and gradually, deafening battle cries were heard coming out from every single pore on his body. Alone, Baichi was able to suppress all the spirit tapeworms, forcing them to dive into the water and attack the several thousand demon beasts led by Ice Earthworm. However, apart from Baichi, none of the other people, including Li Si, Xianxia, and the others, could inflict any effective damage on these spirit tapeworms, especially Xianxia. His divine ability was in the bow and arrow, and if he were to fight a human cultivator face to face, his skill in archery was almost invincible. However, when faced with an endless number of spirit tapeworms, even though he had shot out all his backup arrows, he could not kill even a few of them. Left with no other choice, they could only randomly unleash their divine ability and kill a batch of spirit tapeworms. After that, Li Si, Xianxia, and the others stepped on clouds and flew back to Ing Zheng's chariot. Ing Zheng stared thoughtfully at the vast ocean down below, then shook his head and said, "This is strange. Yin Dan's army is nowhere to be seen. Why is it the same demon dragon as last time? Su Fu, do you have the confidence to drive the cauldron of you again?" Su Fu bowed solemnly and said helplessly, "Your Majesty, we do not have the divine ability or dermic power to drive the cauldron of you. We need a huge amount of blood essence to perform the blood sacrifice. Only then can we activate the item spirit of the cauldron of you and unleash its divine power. However, these demon bugs have devoured all the blood essence down below. Although I want to perform the blood sacrifice, there is nothing I can do." Ing Zheng frowned and snorted discontentedly. Looking at the raging ocean down below, he said coldly, "Then, let's just wait and see." The word wait made Li Si and the others shut their mouths. They were standing high above the clouds, looking down at the battle between nine-headed ice earthworm and the countless spirit tapeworms led by Spirit Tapeworm King. The ocean had turned crimson, and countless spirit tapeworms were rolling and wreaking havoc in the water. The several thousand demon beasts brought by Ice Earthworm tried their best to kill several million tiny spirit tapeworms, but they were soon drowned by the endless number of spirit tapeworms. As the bodies of spirit tapeworms were extremely tiny, At the same time, there could be several million or even tens of millions of spirit tapeworms clinging onto the bodies of the enormous demon beasts, sucking their blood essence. One after another, demon beasts rolled and rolled on the ground, howling miserably as the spirit tapeworms rushed up to them and sucked out their blood essence drop by drop. In just a short 15 minutes, nearly 1,000 formidable demon beasts were killed by the spirit tapeworms. After absorbing enough blood essence, those spirit tapeworms would use a part of their energy essence to catalyze their bodies and increase their strength, while the other part of their energy essence would be transformed into countless spirit tapeworm eggs shooting out from their tails. In just a blink of an eye, trillions of spirit tapeworm eggs were laid. After being accelerated by Spirit Tapeworm King, these eggs quickly hatched into newborn spirit tapeworms, throwing themselves towards those demon beasts with no regard for their own safety. As for Spirit Tapeworm King himself, he brought a large group of nascent soul spirit tapeworms and tightly entangled ice earthworm. The several hundred miles long Spirit Tapeworm King was like a razor-sharp steel wire, coiling around ice earthworm's body countless times. He tightened his grip on the ice earthworm's body, causing a thin line of blood to appear on its body. Drop after drop of blood essence oozed out from ice earthworm's body, being crazily devoured by those nascent soul spirit tapeworms. Ice earthworm shivered from head to toe in pain, trying desperately to drill deeper into the mud. If it were some other demon beast with different appearances, as long as ice earthworm entered the mud, he would not be able to chase after him. However, spirit tapeworms had a unique body structure, and their innate abilities were bizarre and ferocious. No matter how strong the poison was, it could not hurt them at all. Countless spirit tapeworms followed closely behind ice earthworm and burrowed deep into the mud, entangling and strangling him. Even though ice earthworm had sprayed out a large sheet of ice and frost, freezing and shattering countless spirit tapeworms, it could not stop Spirit Tapeworm King from strangling him. Natural nemesis, the ice earthworm, is finished. Xianxia stared coldly at the place where ice earthworm had burrowed into the mud, then said in a cruel voice, "Who has the means to deal with these venomous bugs?" We can't use the cauldron of you, but what about the bone of Dragon? Li Si frowned, then said hesitantly, "Your Majesty, although these venomous bugs came along with the great waves, I don't think they are aquatic demons. I'm afraid the bone of Dragon can't do anything to them." While Xianxia and his company were hesitating, the great waves had swept across Great Dream Marsh, rushing towards the city built by Qin army on the shore of Great Dream Marsh. The city built by Qin army measured about 100 miles in circumference and had a city wall that stood 300 feet tall. It was fully constructed and was engraved with countless primordial runes and restrictive spells. At this moment, no one knew who was in charge of the defense in the city. As nearly 10,000 practitioners soared into the sky, deep and muffled chanting of spells could be heard coming from the top of the city wall. The city wall began to glow brightly, transforming into a thick layer of light screen that enveloped the entire city. The Qin army's barracks in the city remained unmoved, but the several tens of thousands of barbarian commoners who were working outside the city were struck with a bloody misfortune. Countless spirit tapeworms swarmed over, and before they could let out a miserable howl, they were already turned into dried corpses by the spirit tapeworms. On the small island where Xianxia was trapped, a large white crane, about 1,000 feet long, soared into the sky. It was Xianxia's true form. A melodious crane cry resounded through the clouds. "Old demon dragon, I didn't expect that the first person who came to rescue me would be you. Strange, old bear, and the other bastards who have no sense of brotherhood. Where have they gone to?" Sitting on the back of the iron-shelled turtle, Wuxia was also looking left and right. Suddenly, he broke out into curses furiously. "That old fool Su Qin. He sent me to be the first one to disturb the Qin army. Now that I've broken through their formation, where are the others? Where are the others? Is he messing with me?" High up in the sky, Xianxia suddenly saw Wuxia. Instantly, a wave of anger rushed up to his head. Chapter 225. High up in the sky, Yingzheng glared fiercely at Wu Qi with his eagle eyes. The intense gaze made Wu Qi tremble with fear, and he quickly hid behind Wanying Dragon King's back. When Wanying Dragon King saw that Xianxia had escaped successfully, he immediately recalled the military order given to Wu Qi, which only asked him to harass the Qin army. Harass the Qin army? Do I have to risk my life to fight them? Wanying Dragon King was an old and cunning man. When he saw Xianxia fleeing with a group of severely wounded disciples and grand disciples, he immediately let out a loud dragon roar that shook the sky. People of Longyuan River, retreat, retreat. My boys, retreat now. The bone of Dragon King is very powerful, and we can't fight them head-on. Retreat, retreat. Whoever stays at the back, don't blame us if you die. The floodwater, which was still wreaking havoc in all directions just a moment ago, rolled back with a loud splash, then fled in a panic together with countless aquatic demons. They came fast, and they fled even faster. Even the spirit Tapeworm King, who was fighting the nine-headed ice earthworm in the mud a moment ago, had brought a large number of his clan members and sprung up from the mud, following closely behind the floodwater and retreating towards the spirit Tapeworm River. Countless spirit tapeworms had dyed the floodwater crimson, making it look like a pool of blood. Yingzheng cried out sternly, "Wu Qi, you've ruined my plan again. Now die." Then he performed an incantation gesture with both hands. Suddenly, the shadows of 8 flood dragons and 1 serpent behind Yingzheng's back swayed, and a pitch-black seal emerged out of thin air. He casually pointed his finger at Wu Qi, and the black seal immediately transformed into a shadow of a dragon while piercing through the air with a deep, muffled noise, thrusting toward Wu Qi's back. Wu Qi felt a fierce wind smashing at his back. Without hesitation, he activated the mid-grade magical treasure-grade defensive armor, the water dragon armor, given to him by Jing Ke. A long cry towered into the sky as a crystal blue full-body armor emerged on Wu Qi's body. 3 water dragons, each as thick as a fist, wheeled and wheeled rapidly around him, unleashing a large sheet of crystal blue energy that protected Wu Qi. Swish! The seal smashed the 3 water dragons into pieces, then smashed brutally onto Wu Qi's back. The mid-grade magical treasure, water dragon armor, did not have any defensive strength, and was instantly turned into nothingness by the seal unleashed by Yingzheng. Wu Qi felt a sharp pain coming from his back, as a wave of energy that came with an eerie aura of destruction, yet at the same time overbearing, penetrated through the water dragon armor and was about to hit him. He had only been cultivating the dragon transformation script for a few days. Even though his physical body had been greatly enhanced, there was no way he could withstand such a terrifying attack. "Yingzheng, I didn't peek at your wife bathing. Why do you hate me so much?" Wu Qi let out an angry roar as he waved his left hand behind him. 36 golden dragon scales rose into the air and shielded his back along with a thick layer of earthy yellow mist. The black seal smashed through the water dragon armor and smashed brutally onto the yellow mist, knocking Wu Qi several tens of miles away and slamming into a small hill. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from his mouth. Wu Qi felt as if all the bones in his body were broken, and he could no longer control them. Although Wu Qi had taken out all the defensive treasures except for the Silver Lotus, he was still nearly killed by Yingzheng with just a casual strike from Yingzheng. If not for the Earth Element Dragon Scale Shield being extremely powerful and possessing a defensive strength far greater than ordinary magical treasures, Wu Qi would have been killed by Yingzheng on the spot. Before Wu Qi could recover from his shock, and before Wanying Dragon King, who was also standing on the back of the Iron Shell Turtle, could come to his rescue, Yingzheng had already let out a furious roar, pulled out the sword of Qin Emperor, and thrust it towards Wu Qi. At the same time, fearing that Wanying Dragon King might save Wu Qi, Yingzheng sneered and formed 9 black seals, thrusting them towards Wanying Dragon King. Together with Yingzheng were Li Si, Su Fu, and all the famous ministers and generals serving him. The storm-like attacks had prevented Waning Dragon King, Catfish Flood Dragon, and all the others from rescuing Wuxia. A sword beam shot down from the sky, slashing viciously towards Wuqi's back, who was buried deep in the mountain. The sword beam, unleashed by the sword of Qin Emperor, condensed into a golden flood dragon, which leaped straight towards Wuxia amidst a jarring dragon roar. Wuxia mustered all his energy and barely activated the earth element dragon scale shield. A loud boom rang out, and Wuqi's body sunk a few miles deeper into the mountain. The sword beam was blocked by the dragon scale shield, but the tremendous force it carried had nearly shattered Wuqi's body. However, the sword did not vanish. Instead, it kept spinning at an incredible speed, piercing through the yellow mist formed by the earth element dragon scale shield like a drill. It seemed determined to pierce through the shield and kill Wuxia. A dragon cry rang out from Wuqi's finger. As the item spirit of the Black Dragon Spirit Ring poked its head out, its eyes gleaming brightly. A large number of black dragon scales shot out from the Black Dragon Spirit Ring, coiling around Wuqi's body and forming into a mighty dragon scale soft armor that took the shape of a true dragon. The black airwave soared into the sky and fiercely collided with the dragon-shaped sword shadow, completely annihilating the peerless sword shadow. Wuxia suffered a tremendous shock. His eyes rolled up, and blood kept bursting out from his mouth. The black dragon soul cried out sternly, "I've used up all the natural energies I've absorbed in the past few days. Do you still have a way to save your life? Quickly think of something, or you'll be finished. Bastard, if you're going to die, don't drag me down with you. Before you die, remember to undo the restrictive spell in my nascent divinity." While speaking, the black dragon's soul nearly burst into tears. If his soul perished because of Wuxia, it would be an unjust death. Wuxia chuckled, nodded at the black dragon soul, and said, "We're good brothers, good brothers. If I die, I'll definitely drag you down with me. This is what the saying live and die together means." Glaring at the black dragon soul, Wuqi's eyes shone with a ferocious gleam as he roared, "Do your best to protect me. Stop talking nonsense here. If I'm dead, you can't live." Leaping up from the small hill, Wuxia staggered up to the surface of the water, pointed his finger at Yingzheng, and roared furiously, "Yingzheng, I'm going to fuck." Before he could finish a string of curses, the flustered and exasperated Yingzheng had risen from the chariot, pulling out a large, glinting white seal from under his sleeve. "Wuxia, you little punk, I'm going to kill you today. I'm going to kill you. Take a look at my imperial seal of Daqin. I've gathered the energy of the human emperor under the heaven and earth, and I'll completely destroy your fleshly body and soul, making you unable to reincarnate forever." Suddenly, a large sheet of bright light shone from the seal in Yingzheng's hand. Amidst the bright light, 8 ancient characters slowly emerged. Upon the appearance of these characters, Wuxia, who was enveloped by the bright light, could not move at all, his body stiff as he hovered above the water. Looking at the imperial seal in Yingzheng's hand, Wuxia could not help but curse in his mind, "What a shameless bastard! As the emperor of Daqin, how could you use a spirit item like the imperial seal to kill me? A little cultivator of Jindan? Can you be any more shameless than this?" Yingzheng grinned hideously and was about to smash the imperial seal down. A dragon roar towered into the sky from the surface of the water, as Lord Xianxia's eyes burst with wisps of flame. Suddenly, he transformed into a flood dragon and rushed next to Wuxia, grabbing Wuxia and plunging into the water. But when Lord Xianxia, who came like a bolt of lightning, had just arrived next to Wuxia, he was shown by the bright light emitted by the imperial seal, and his movement became 1,000 times slower. Slowly, he wrapped his arms around Wuxia, inch by inch, then slowly plunged into the water. Wherever the bright light enveloped by the imperial seal shone, not only was the space sealed, even the time was slowed down by 100 times. Lord Xianxing's movement was forcibly slowed down by 100 times, making him look no different than a snail. Waning Dragon King was scared out of his wits. "Yingzheng, if you dare to kill my beloved son, Lao Tzu will fight you to the death, he cried out with a stern voice. Yingzheng grinned hideously and held the bone bellowing dragon in his hand. Whinnying Dragon King, let's see if you have the qualification to fight me to the death. Today, I've sacrificed 100 years of my life to unleash the Imperial Seal, because I want to kill all of you. Thousands of miles away, on the peak of a lofty mountain, a majestic dark horse was seen munching on a basket full of 1,000-year-old ginseng, 9-leaf Ganoderma, and some other spirit herbs that had been washed clean. A small stool was placed on a rock, and a burly man with long hair hanging loosely over his shoulders, clad in a heavy armor of Qilin treading on the moon, and having a pair of double pupils in his eyes, was seen sitting upright on the stool, looking at the battlefield thousands of miles away with a bright gleam flickering in his eyes. Yingzheng, the Emperor of Qin. The burly man rested both hands on his knees, looking like a fierce tiger sitting cross-legged on the top of a mountain. He was emanating a domineering aura that made people bow their heads and worship him. With a faint smile on his face, he looked at Yingzheng and said coolly, "Do you know that I've been waiting for the day to fight you for over 2,000 years? Your sons and grandsons are no match for me. Bring me the spear." The burly man reached out his hand and made a grabbing gesture. 6 burly bodyguards, tall and burly, their skin glinting with a faint golden gleam, carried up a coiling dragon spear, as thick as a bowl and measuring 24 feet long, and handed it over to the burly man. When the burly man held the pitch-black coiling dragon spear in his hand, a sharp and jarring dragon cry suddenly rang out from within the spear. "Activate the myriad corpses formation and kill all the generals and ministers of Qin army. The army of Yin has yet to arrive, and I'm too lazy to find out what kind of strategy they have in mind." An excited smile emerged on the burly man's face. He laughed wildly and said, "In the face of absolute power, all strategies are just like flowers in a mirror or the moon in the water, which can be easily broken. Only a power that can dominate the world can stir the clouds in all directions." Suddenly, the burly man sprung up into the sky and sat on the dark horse. He threw his head back and laughed wildly and said, "Too bad, you're not here with me. You won't be able to see me raise the spear and ride the horse once again, sweeping across all the so-called heroes and mighty figures under the heaven. Ug, watch me kill Emperor Qin today." With a thrust of the spear, the burly man and his horse broke through the void and arrived behind Yingzheng in a blink of an eye. Before Yingzheng could kill Wuxia and Lord Xianxia, the coiling dragon spear of the burly man had already smashed brutally onto Yingzheng's back with a murderous intent that could destroy everything. Yingzheng roared furiously. The shadows of 8 flood dragons and 1 serpent rolled and rolled behind him, while a tremendous force was sent flying backward along with the Imperial Seal in his hand. The coiling dragon spear and the Imperial Seal collided, causing blood to spray out from both the burly man and Yingzheng's 7 apertures. Yingzheng cursed furiously as he was knocked flying 100 miles away by the spear. Meanwhile, the burly man was laughing wildly as he rode back quickly, trying to offset the tremendous force from Yingzheng's Imperial Seal. At the same time, he drew out the sword hanging on his waist and swung it forcefully towards Li Si's head, who was just inches away from him. Li Si cried out in alarm and retreated hastily. The edge of the sword brushed past his shoulder, cutting off a thick piece of flesh about the size of a palm. Countless sharp and unpleasant howls soared into the sky from the Great Dream Marsh, as several tens of thousands of armored soldiers, shrouded in a towering murderous aura and enshrouded in a dense mist, dashed out from the mud, leaving numerous afterimages behind as they charged towards the Qin army. All of a sudden, the entire city built by the Qin army sank into the ground. 18 gigantic figures, nearly 10,000 feet tall and shrouded in a towering murderous aura and chilly gusts of wind, slowly straightened their bodies from where the city had sunk into the ground. Shockingly, these giants had already emptied the foundation of the Qin army city. Wuxia scanned these armored soldiers with his divine will, then cried out in shock, "All of them are dead bodies? Were they zombies? Who is this guy?" Upon hearing Wuqi's cry, the burly man, who was riding on a dark horse and was about to charge towards Ying Zheng with his spear, could not help but throw his head back and let out a loud laugh. "I am Xianxia, the hegemon king of Western Shu, Ying Zheng. I am also the one who burned down your Apang palace and killed all the members of your imperial clan." Countless thunderbolts came crashing down from the sky. For a moment, the only thing that could be seen was the figure of Xianxia riding on the dark horse, throwing his head back and roaring furiously into the sky. Chapter 226. Xianxia. The Xianxia who was too ashamed to face the elders of River East and killed himself in the middle of Wu River. Wuxia could not help but breathe out a long sigh as he looked at the tall and mighty figure riding on the back of the dark horse, who was emanating a threatening, murderous aura. A peerless hero was indeed an extraordinary man. After coughing out 2 mouthfuls of blood, Wuxia pulled Lord Xianxia and retreated backward. With his current strength, he did not have the qualification or ability to get himself involved in the affairs of these people. But sooner or later, Wuxia would let these former heroes know that the world was a big place and they were not the only ones. With a threatening flame burning in his eyes, Wuxia carefully retreated backward. Without being told by anyone, Waning Dragon King had already coiled up a great wave and brought countless aquatic demon beasts to flee to the back. A great wave came rolling over and dragged Wuxia and Lord Xianxia into it. Waning Dragon King flew over and gave Lord Xianxia a few slaps on the face and said, "Bastard, you little rascal, why'd you try to save me? If something bad happened to you, who will take care of me when I die? Who will inherit the throne of Dragon King of Longyuan River?" Lord Xianxia's eyes went wide as he stared at Waning Dragon King and said in a deep voice, "Wuxia has restored my eyes, and that is a great kindness. If I don't repay the kindness, I am not a son of a man." Waning Dragon King gave him a few more slaps, causing Lord Xianxia to flee with his hands over his head. While slapping him, he scolded, son of a man, you are a son of a man, my ass. Lao Tzu is a flood dragon, and so are you. What does it have to do with a man? If you dare to risk your life to save someone again, Lao Tzu will. After scolding him for a long while, Waning Dragon King still had no idea how to teach his son a lesson. So, in his mind, Wuxia gave him a curse for his son. "I'll fuck your mother." While laughing in his mind, a terrifying shockwave suddenly came from above his head. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, the waves were shattered into pieces by the tremendous force. Tens of thousands of gigantic fishes, turtles, water boas, and other spirit beasts exploded, turning into blood and flesh, drifting in the air above the waves. Everyone looked up hastily, and they saw Ying Zheng and Xianxia flying back while coughing blood once again. Obviously, Xianxu's physical strength was stronger than Ying Zheng, but Ying Zheng's magical power and divine abilities were much stronger than Xianxia. Both men fought head-on, sending tremendous forces crashing into each other. Ying Zheng's fleshly body was nearly disintegrated by Xianxu's brute force, while Xianxu's soul was apparently shaken by Ying Zheng's divine ability. He was shaking his head desperately, trying to regain his confused mind. This was the second time the two Overlord-class characters clashed head-on, and both of them were injured and forced to retreat. Both of their cultivation techniques were domineering and tyrannical. Once they clashed, they could only advance and not retreat. Therefore, the injuries they suffered were especially severe. Standing behind Ying Zheng, Li Si clenched his jaws tightly as he pulled out a scroll and a writing brush. Staring at Xianxia with his eyes, he wrote a huge character of death on the scroll. The character was written in the ancient script of birds and insects, and it was emanating an ominous dark mist. Li Si gently swung the tip of the writing brush, and the huge character of death immediately broke into pieces on the scroll. Then he cried out in a low voice, "Dharma word, death, quietus of all things." A dense dark mist burst out from every single pore on Li Si's body. Li Si's body suddenly shriveled up, and in a blink of an eye, he turned from a handsome middle-aged scholar into a withered, skinny old man. Xianxia, who was holding the coiling dragon spear in his hand, throwing his head back and laughing wildly into the sky, preparing to launch the third attack towards Yingzheng, suddenly trembled. The void around him, 1,000 feet in diameter, suddenly turned pitch black. Only a faint white gleam was emitting from his body, which allowed him to be seen clearly. It was as if the void had suddenly turned into the 18th level of hell. Countless twisting evil ghosts squeezed out from the pitch-black, circular space, baring their teeth and leaping towards Xianxia. Countless evil ghosts leaped out from the void, bringing with them an immense aura of death, and kept sucking the life force from Xianxu's body. Xianxia, who was once full of vigor, suddenly trembled, and together with the dark horse, he froze in midair. There were countless evil ghosts, and each of them had only sucked a tiny bit of life force from him. In just a blink of an eye, Xianxu's skin and muscles had shriveled up like a withered apple, and there was no more life force left in him. The dark horse threw its head back and let out a long and loud cry, while its muscles tightened up and its dark and shiny fur quickly turned dull and lusterless. Li Si, who had a large piece of flesh cut off from his shoulder by Xianxia, was grinning grimly. Dark mists kept flashing and flashing around his body as he closed his eyes and focused on maintaining the effect of the Dharma word with all his strength. Su Fu, clad in a thick black robe, his body shrouded in a strange gleam, and from time to time, twisting runes could be seen emerging and hovering around his body. He looked at Li Si, who was surrounded by the evil ghosts, then casually stretched out his finger and pointed it at the void. 8 million deities from the past and present. I'll crush them all with a single finger. All the realms in the universe, the past and the present, all the deities listened to my command. Abruptly, the finger stretched out by Su Fu turned translucent, expanding to a length of over 3 feet and as thick as an ordinary man's arm. Countless tiny runes could be vaguely seen on the tip of the finger. With a shake of his body, the surrounding natural energies kept fusing into the huge finger. In just a short moment, the void in front of his fingertip suddenly shattered. Su Fu's body pierced through the shattered void and came behind Xianxia. Noiselessly and gently, like a falling snowflake, his enlarged finger slowly pressed on his Xianxu's back. Suddenly, a loud boom rang out between the heaven and the earth, turning several thousand lofty mountains down below into nothingness at the same time. A frightening howl was heard coming from the depths of Great Dream Marsh, while countless pitch-black silt and dirty water shot up into the sky, reaching a height of over 100 miles. Suddenly, the void around Xianxia shattered, while countless evil ghosts transformed into pitch-black and sticky mist, smashing into his body together with Su Fu's finger. Xianxu's body leaned forward and was knocked flying off from the back of the horse. His armor was ripped to shreds, revealing his bronze-colored and incredibly strong fleshly body. His skin was torn and broken, and vaguely, countless twisting black runes could be seen drilling and weaving in his muscles. The soul-shattering curse had transformed countless evil ghosts and deities into the vicious power of quietus and injected them into Xianxu's body, turning them into cursed runes and stirring inside his body. Wuxia, who had retreated several hundred miles away from the battlefield and had been observing the battlefield with the mystic eyes of universe, breathed out a deep sigh and said, "The soul-shattering curse from script of ancient law is indeed powerful. Too bad that I didn't have the time to study the Tao of primordial runes recently, so I don't have the ability to use this finger technique." Wuxia knew very well that without the countless evil ghosts summoned by Li Si using the Dharma word, Su Fu's soul-shattering curse could not have such a powerful power. Only by joining hands with Li Si's Dharma word and Su Fu's soul-shattering curse could they have unleashed such a frightening power that shattered all the mountains within 10,000 miles. Mud rose high from the ground, and several thousand lofty mountains were crushed to pieces. Endless earth energy pervaded the surroundings. The hills crumbled, and the underground energy veins beneath them were severely damaged as well. Immeasurable amounts of earth energy leaked out, turning into natural energy storms that could be seen with naked eyes, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. With a solemn expression, Xianxia walked out from the hole. He spread both hands, and a frightening suction force suddenly came out from his body. Like a tiny black hole, he sucked in all the drifting energies around him in a blink of an eye. The enormous suction force spread out rapidly, and in just a blink of an eye, it had covered the entire sky region of 100,000 miles in circumference. Endless Earth Core spiritual energy was absorbed into Xianxia's body, and then turned into a huge magnetic force that poured out of his body. This time, the enormous magnetic force was forcibly condensed into a dark hole that was less than several tens of feet in diameter. Amidst a loud rumbling of thunder, it teleported near Xianxia's body. Xianxia, whose armor was broken by Su Fu's soul-shattering curse, and his body was in a complete mess, plunged headlong into the black hole formed by the magnetic force. An enormous suction force that could shatter the stars came from all directions, grabbing his body like countless huge hands, trying to tear him into the tiniest pieces of meat. Xianxia's body twisted in a very bizarre manner. In the pitch-black hole, his body was like a toy made of plasticine, and in just a moment, he no longer looked like a human. Arrow, star shattering. In the distance, Li Xian suddenly walked out from the crowd of Great Qin's ministers. He pulled open a strange-shaped longbow that was as tall as himself, and released 3 arrows in a row. Dang, dang, dang. 3 blinding beams shot out from the bow, piercing through the black hole formed by the magnetic force and hitting Xianxia's body. No one knew how Xianxia's body was tempered, but when the 3 arrows that were powerful enough to pierce through a mountain hit him, they only broke his skin and could not penetrate into his flesh. After a series of rapid stabs, the exploding sword lights only caused a large amount of blood to spurt out, but did not cause any real harm to Xianxia. Yingzheng, who was holding the imperial seal in his hand and getting ready to launch another attack at Xianxia, had his expression flickered. He cried out fiercely, "What a good fleshly body! Xianxia, you traitor, you should be proud of your cultivation base. But too bad, I have countless capable ministers and fierce generals by my side, and you are alone. How could you be my match?" A long cry rang out as Wang Jian, Wang Ben, and Wang Li sprung up into the sky at the same time. In their left hand was a tricolored mirror that emitted a tricolored light that shone on Xianxia's body, while in their right hand were 3 identical swords that kept emanating a blinding light like 3 little suns and emanating frightening heat waves. Letting out long whistling noises, they thrust straight towards Xianxia's forehead, throat, and heart. The cultivation base of Wang Jian and the other 2 men was peak-stage nascent soul realm, and they too were cultivating with body-tempering techniques. Their fleshly bodies were very strong, and their magical powers and divine abilities were only suitable for close combat. When the 3 swords were thrust out at the same time, the power contained in them was enough to pierce through a mountain and split the ocean. Bringing with them a blinding light and a threatening heat wave, the 3 swords tore through the void and stabbed viciously into Xianxia's body. In almost 1/10 of a second, Qi and all the ministers of Daqin had struck out, unleashing a frightening attack that could even kill an ordinary nascent divinity cultivator. No matter it was cultivation techniques, divine abilities, magical treasures, or weapons, the overall strength and resources displayed by all the ministers of Daqin had shocked Wuxia. The 3 swords had pierced through Xianxia's skin and were about to pierce deep into his body. All of a sudden, Xianxia threw his head back and let out a wild laugh. "Yingzheng, why would I need the help of others to deal with this bunch of useless fools? I, Xianxia alone, can destroy you, Daqin, with just a flip of my palm. There is a god in Great Chu who slaughters all living beings with an axe. His name is Shi, who overturns the heaven and earth." As Xianxia let out a long cry that sounded somewhat old and sad, a towering blood energy shot out from behind his back, and amidst it, a blood-red flag could be vaguely seen fluttering in the air. "Get the hell out of my way, you bunch of worms!" Xianxia flipped his right palm and lifted it up into the air. A blood-red palm print expanded to the size of 100 miles, soaring up into the sky together with the roars of countless soldiers. Li Si's Dharma words, Su Fu's spell, Zhang Yi's magnetic force, and the sword beams from Wang Jian and his family were all shattered by the blood-red palm print. Su Fu, Wang Jian, and all the other men coughed up blood and flew away in all directions, with blood bursting out from their 7 apertures at the same time. The huge blood-red palm print brought with it a despairing aura and shot up to 100 miles into the sky, then came pressing down forcefully. On the ground, 18 giant undead warriors, each standing 10,000 feet tall, forcibly uprooted the city built by Qin army from the ground, lifting it up into the sky. When the blood-red palm print pressed down, the thick and heavy restrictive runes on the city were shattered, and several thousand Qin practitioners were turned into ashes by the blood-red palm print while howling miserably. With just one palm print, all the Qin army and ministers were defeated. Chapter 227. Then, 18 huge, undead warriors threw the Qin city, roughly 100 miles in circumference to the ground. A deafening boom rang out, and a tremendous shockwave shattered many barracks and houses in the city. At least 100,000 Qin soldiers hiding in the city suffered internal injuries caused by the tremendous shockwave and fell to the ground while coughing blood. Then, several tens of thousands of undead warriors, clad in iron armors and shrouded in towering energy, let out deep roars. Seizing the opportunity when the runes and restrictive spells above the city were shattered by Xianxia with a palm strike, they charged into the city at lightning speed. Like a torrent of death, several tens of thousands of undead warriors charged into the city, bringing with them a vast and boundless aura of death. Large groups of Qin soldiers lined up in neat formations, rushing out from various barracks in the city, fearlessly charging towards these undead warriors. Even those Qin soldiers, whose internal organs were injured by the tremendous shockwave just now, struggled to their feet and formed into battle formations, cooperating with their comrades as they charged towards the undead warriors who came charging at them. 2 armies, emanating the same murderous aura, collided fiercely with each other like 2 great tsunamis. The shrill cries of countless middle and lower-ranked captains rang out from the ranks of the Qin army. Following the cries of these captains, 3 groups of soldiers at the forefront of the Qin army raised up large iron shields, each half a foot thick and nearly 10 feet tall, forming a thick and solid line of defense. The soldiers behind the shields clenched their blades tightly, and following the neat cries of the captains, they hacked and hacked forward with all their strength. Amidst loud, clanging noises, the iron armors worn by the blades were shattered, and the sharp blades pierced through the armors and hacked into their bodies. However, it was unknown what mystic technique was used to temper these undead warriors, as their bodies were at least 10 times or even 100 times stronger than the iron armors worn by them, which served only as decoration rather than defense. When the blades landed on their bodies, they could only produce a large amount of sparks and could not break their bodies at all. Behind the 3 rows of Qin soldiers in the front were 3 rows of warriors with spears in their hands. Following the orders given by their commanders, these warriors, who had arms that were obviously twice thicker than those warriors with huge shields and machetes, lowered their bodies and gripped tightly onto the sharp spears that were as thick as human arms. They roared deeply, then thrust their spears forward through the gaps that were purposely left on the shields. Another series of metallic clangs rang out, and the armor on the zombies' bodies shattered. The sharp spears pierced through the armor, but they only created a few insignificant white marks on the bodies of these terrifying zombie soldiers. The zombie soldiers nonchalantly grabbed the spears and machetes and swung them in all directions with all their strength. Cries of alarm rang out one after another, as several thousand Qin soldiers had their blades and spears grabbed by the zombies. They were dragged out from the ranks by these zombies, who seemed to have an infinite strength, and were thrown out forcefully. Even the weakest of these Qin soldiers had the cultivation base of peak stage Hotian realm. However, their strength still belonged to the category of human beings. Even those Qin soldiers of Xiantian realm, even though they had cultivated their bodies to the level of Xiantian body strengthening realm, their arms could only carry a strength of several thousand kilograms. However, these zombies were cultivated with a mystic technique, and when they were alive, their cultivation base was not weaker than the Qin soldiers. After they died, they were tempered with herbs and mystic techniques, which made their fleshly bodies 10 times or even 100 times harder than steel, and their strength was at least 100 times stronger than ordinary soldiers. With just a casual swing of these zombies, they could carry a tremendous force of no less than 100,000 kilograms. With just a swing, these Qin soldiers were thrown several hundred feet away. Underneath these Qin soldiers were swarms of zombies, who were swarming forward. Right when these soldiers landed on the ground, they were immediately grabbed by the huge hands of the zombies that came from all directions. With a casual pull from these ferocious zombies, who only had a tiny bit of killing instinct left in them, several thousand Qin soldiers were ripped apart, their blood and internal organs splattering all over the ground. A wild howl rang out as the tens of thousands of zombies, who were charging at the forefront, thrust their fists forward with all their strength. Their fists smashed viciously onto the thick and heavy shields of the Qin soldiers. The brute force of each punch had the force of several 100,000 kilograms, shattering all the shields of the Qin soldiers. The Qin soldiers holding the shields were like eggs that had been smashed by a mountain-splitting hammer. Their bodies could not withstand the tremendous force, and their bones were broken, shooting out from their bodies like arrows shot from a powerful crossbow, ripping their own bodies into a bloody mess. In just the time of one breath, the shield formation at the forefront of the Qin soldiers had completely collapsed, and all the shield bearers were slaughtered by the zombies. Tens of thousands of zombies swarmed into the city, lining up in a straight line and pushing forward in an unstoppable manner like a crumbling mountain ridge. The 3 rows of spear bearers behind the shield bearers did not even have the time to pull back their spears, and the zombies had already arrived before them. The heavy fists were like the thunder hammer smashed down by the god of thunder, exploding the bodies of these spear bearers into pieces. Blood and minced meat were piled up all over the ground, and it was a scene that was too horrible to look at. In just a few breaths of time, over 30,000 Qin soldiers had been killed. All the soldiers were killed, and not a single one of them was wounded. In the face of these ferocious zombies, it was impossible to leave any wounded soldiers alive. Nevertheless, the formation of Qin army did not fall into disorder. All the soldiers were holding their positions tightly, holding weapons in their hands, and staring furiously at the zombies that kept pushing forward. Crossbows! Suddenly, the roars of the Qin generals rang out from all directions. As their roars echoed out, a large group of crossbowmen, clad in leather armors and holding strangely shaped crossbows, suddenly rushed out from the back of the formation. Using the fastest speed, these Qin crossbowmen loaded their crossbows, roughly calculating the distance between them and the army of zombies. Then, they tilted the crossbows slightly towards the sky and quickly unleashed a projectile attack. Buzz! The crossbow formation of Qin army was activated. Tens of thousands of bolts soared into the sky like a swarm of wasps, tearing through the air with deep, muffled whistling noises as they flew straight towards the army of zombies. In midair, Xianxia, who had just repelled a few generals and important ministers of Qin army with one palm strike, suddenly let out a wild laugh and said, "Ingzheng, how could these scrap metals be able to defeat the divine undead soldiers of Great Chu?" Over the past several hundred years, relying on these several tens of thousands of divine undead soldiers, I've been marching all the way to the north, wiping out countless demons, devils, and evil creatures. Not a single soldier was killed or wounded. Do you really think these scrap metals can hurt them? Xianxia threw his head back and laughed, showing his disdain towards Da Qin's bolts. But, After laughing for 2.5 times, he could not laugh anymore. The rest of his wild laughter was choked in his throat, turning into a clucking sound that only an old hen could make when laying eggs. It made him look extremely embarrassed. Amidst Xiangyu's wild laughter, the countless bolts of Qin army had fallen into the army of zombies. All the bolts burst out with a blinding white light at the same time, which came with a magical, purifying, and exorcising power. Under the blanketing of the white light, the divine undead soldiers under Xiangyu's command began to melt like snowmen under the sunlight. A large amount of dark mist kept rushing out from their bodies, softening their bodies that were stronger than steel. The bolts did not cause too many direct casualties to these divine undead soldiers, but the magical white light had greatly weakened the strength of these zombies. To the surprise of the Qin soldiers, they realized that their blades could easily hack off the heads of these zombies, and their spears could easily pierce through the vital parts of these zombies. The movement of these zombies became slow and stiff, and under the illumination of the white light, no matter it was their strength, morale, or the speed of healing, all of them had doubled. Su Fu, who was knocked flying away by Xiangyu's palm strike and nearly had all his bones broken by the blood-red palm print, let out a wild laugh while coughing blood. Xiangyu, you little punk, don't you dare look down on me, Qin. If not because the ambush Qin set up was to target someone else, and if not because we did not expect that you would come and disturb our plans, how could you be so arrogant? You're just some undead zombies. What kind of amazing cultivation technique is that? The mystic technique of me, Qin, is not weaker than yours. A loud roar echoed out, shaking the surrounding mountains and making them shake violently, while huge waves rose and rocked the great dream marsh. Muffled footsteps could be heard coming from the city where Qin army was stationed. Hundreds of thousands of steel puppets walked out slowly from various barracks in the city, with heavy steps, their bodies glinting with dazzling runes. Each of these steel puppets stood about 12 feet tall, much taller than an ordinary man. They were holding sharp blades and spears in their hands, as well as terrifyingly huge metal bows and crossbows. Striding in an orderly manner, they formed the most common charging formation used by the Qin army and greeted the undead soldiers who were shrouded in the white light. Amidst the shouts of the Qin generals, the Qin soldiers retreated slowly. These gigantic demon figurines replaced the Qin soldiers and engaged in a fierce battle with the undead soldiers. Tragedy struck. The undead soldiers, whose combat strength was weakened by 90% by the white light, were no match for these demon figurines. From the murderers who massacred wantonly a moment ago, they had now become the targets that were being slaughtered wantonly. These demon figurines were forged using precious alloys that had been tempered hundreds of times, and the runes on their bodies had given them a tremendous defense and strength. Each demon figurine weighed about 50,000 kilograms, and even the undead soldiers at their peak condition would find it difficult to knock these demon figurines down with ease. Every strike of these demon figurines carried a force of over 1 million kilograms, which was comparable to the tremendous strength that only peak-stage human immortals of Jin Dan, who specialized in body tempering, could have. Boosted by such a tremendous force, the blades and spears in their hands had unleashed a frightening lethality that could make one feel despair. When a 30-feet-long blade was swung horizontally, a dozen undead soldiers would be cut into two from the waist, and when a spear as thick as a small tree trunk was thrust gently, 3 to 5 undead soldiers would be smashed to pieces. On the other hand, when the undead soldiers' fists landed on these demon figurines, they could only produce a large amount of sparks. Their nails could not even leave a scratch on these demon figurines. The strength of each demon figurine's metal body was comparable to upper-grade magical items, and together with the defensive strength boosted by the primordial runes, their bodies were as strong as lower-grade magical treasures. Wuxia ran his mystic eyes of universe through this batch of demon figurines. There were a total of 150,000 demon figurines. On the battlefield, These demon figurines could unleash a frightening combative strength that could fight 10,000 ordinary soldiers alone. When placed before this army of demon figurines, the Blood Swallow Army and Black Swallow Army, who were the most elite armies of Great Yin Dynasty, were just like the divine undead army, a target to be slaughtered. Wuxia could not help but gasp. Fortunately, Xianxia, a good Samaritan who took pleasure in helping others, had attacked Yingzheng first. Otherwise, Great Yin Dynasty might have suffered a great loss. But where did these demon figurines come from? When the Qin army was besieged by the aquatic demons of Longyuan River, they had never seen these fearsome weapons. The aquatic demons of Longyuan River had retreated back to the spirit Tapeworm River and were retreating along the river towards the main river course. Wuxia, Xianxia, Waning Dragon King, and a few other men were standing on the top of the tallest mountain near the spirit Tapeworm River, exercising their mystic arts and watching the battle between the Qin army and Xianxia. Judging from the current situation, there was no doubt that Xianxia was at a disadvantage. Although he had defeated the siege of Daqin's ministers with a single palm strike, his divine undead army was in danger of being destroyed. Right at this moment, the 18 giant undead warriors brought here by Xianxia suddenly opened their mouths together. Large sheets of crimson flame burst out from the mouths of these 10,000 feet tall giant undead warriors, blanketing the divine undead army and Daqin demon figurines who were fighting fiercely. A threatening heat swept across the entire place. Even Wuxia and his company, who were standing several hundred miles away, could feel the frightening heat wave coming at them. It showed how frightening the heat contained in these flames was. On the spot, those collapsed mountains near the city were melted into lava, while all the Qin soldiers in the city were turned into ashes and drifting in the air due to the high temperature. Hundreds of thousands of Qin soldiers were killed on the spot. Chapter 228. Roar, roar, roar. Amidst the raging flame that blotted out the sky and blotted out the earth, the divine undead soldiers, who were left with only slightly over 20,000 steel demon figurines, were roaring excitedly. Their bodies, which had been weakened by the white light attached to the Qin army's crossbows, were quickly recovering. They were desperately absorbing the heat contained in the flame, as well as some magical energy. Their bodies were glowing with a unique luster that could only be found in steel. No matter it was the toughness of their bodies or their strength, they had reached a whole new realm. Loud, clanging noises kept ringing out as the divine undead soldiers, who had regained their strength, kept swinging their fists and smashing them towards the steel demon figurines in front of them. The loud, clanging noises could be heard from several hundred miles away, and Wuxia and the others could hear them clearly. On the sturdy bodies of the steel demon figurines, there were numerous shallow fist marks, as they were pushed back by these divine undead soldiers who had suddenly unleashed a tremendous force. The crimson flame had even burned the runes around these steel demon figurines, causing them to explode one after another. The defensive strength of their bodies dropped rapidly, and in just a blink of an eye, they were left with only the defensive strength of their steel bodies. The raging flame that came pouring down like raging waves from the ocean had turned these steel demon figurines' bodies red. Some demon figurines that were made with slightly flawed materials had even melted into molten iron, just like the surrounding ground. As their bodies were softened by the heat, no matter it was their movement speed, defensive strength, or physical strength, all of them had dropped significantly. The fists of the divine undead soldiers smashed forcefully on these demon figurines' bodies, leaving one deep dent after another on their bodies. Very soon, some demon figurines had their vital parts wounded by the fists of the divine undead soldiers, and gradually lost their ability to move. The 18 giant undead soldiers were still spewing out flames, and at the same time, they began to move their bodies, forming a mysterious formation that looked simple but actually contained a profound principle. It was a formation that could faintly control the flow of natural energies in the surroundings. Flames kept bursting out from their mouths, completely burning everything in the Qin city. The ashes of several 100,000 Qin soldiers sank into the magma on the ground and disappeared without a trace. Wuxia breathed out a deep sigh and said, "The Qin army has received reinforcements from their homeland. Last time, when we forced the Qin army to retreat, they only retreated with a few 100,000 soldiers. But today, the number of Qin army soldiers who surrounded Imperial Advisor, he numbered over 200,000, and in the end, they were all devoured by Spirit Tapeworm King's children. The Spirit Tapeworm King, who had a long and slender body and had coiled several hundred rounds around the mountaintop, chuckled and nodded his head, indicating that his children were very satisfied with the meal. Wuxia nodded his head and said, "After that, the number of Qin soldiers who charged out from the city just now was no less than 300,000, and they were all burned to a crisp by these big fellows. The total number of soldiers who were killed was at least 500,000, and all of them were elite soldiers of the Blood Swallow Army and Black Swallow Army. Daqin, they must have received reinforcement from the mainland. Otherwise, how could they have expended so many soldiers?" Since it was none of his business, Waning Dragon King stuck his chest out and said indifferently, "No matter how many soldiers he brings, I'm not afraid of him. If worst comes to worst, I'll just close the front door of Dragon King Mansion and let them stomp on the shore." He grinned complacently, then continued with a strange voice. In the ancient times, the lineage of Dragon King Mansion and Longyuan River had produced two ancestors of the true dragons. The restrictive spells they left behind can only be broken by heaven immortals. Old Dragon, close the front door and don't care about the bloody storm outside. He patted on Wuqi's shoulder forcefully, then said kindly, "Young lad, if Great Yin can't hold on any longer and is about to be wiped out, you can come and hide in my place. Let me tell you something first. You can bring some men with you, but not too many. The Dragon King Mansion is only a small place, and it can only accommodate around 1,000 to 800 people at most." Wuxia rolled his eyes and thanked Waning Dragon King. Although this old dragon was a cunning old man, he had a good character. With his promise, even if Wuqi's secret palace was breached by someone in the future, he would still have a way out, wouldn't he? While the group was chatting and laughing, a few bright beams suddenly flew over from the mountains behind them, and without drawing any attention, they came next to Wuxia and his company. When the bright beams faded, Yin Dan and his company appeared next to Wuxia. None of the newcomers said anything, just frowning and staring at the battle taking place on the Great Dream Marsh in the distance. Especially Su Qin. His face was even more serious, as if everyone owed him a debt of tens of millions of taels of gold. After a long while, Su Qin clenched his teeth and cursed. "Who is that kid with the bare buttocks? I've been planning for a long time, all for the sake of deciding the winner and the loser, but in the end, my plan was ruined by him. Bastard. If he was not fighting with Yingzhong, I would have killed him with the Starlight technique." Ugh. Wuxia gave Su Qin a look and said carefully, "This man calls himself Xianxia, the Hegemon King of Western Shu. I have no idea where he comes from, but with his cultivation base, he is able to fight with Yingzhong face to face. All the Qin ministers were defeated by him with a single palm strike, and the city of Qin army was conquered by his divine undead army. Those 18 over 10,000 feet tall monsters were also brought here by him. I have no idea where he comes from." Yin Dan, Su Qin, and the others, as well as Chi, exclaimed softly, "Xianxia? It's him? Interesting." Wuxia bowed his head and did not say another word. Apparently, they all knew who this Xianxia was. With a complicated expression, Su Qin nodded his head and said, "Xianxia, the Hegemon King of Western Shu. This man. Good, very good. All the heroes under the heaven. I, Su Qin, would like to fight with you one by one. Ha 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 ha." Su Qin let out a few long and loud laughs. Suddenly, a blush emerged on his wrinkled face, as if he had suddenly become several dozens of years younger. On the other hand, Yin Dan, Jingku, and a few other men stuck out their chests, and an indescribable aura burst out from their bodies. It was like a great river surging and rocking violently, causing Wu Qi's blood to boil. It was as if there was a lofty sentiment accumulating in his chest and was about to make him let out a long and loud roar that shook the sky. Wu Qi was taken aback. Hastily, he controlled the 7 holy deities and devils, forcibly suppressing the lofty sentiment and lofty aspiration. Among all the heroes under the heaven, if any of them wanted to fight to the death, it would have nothing to do with Wu Qi. For the time being, Wu Qi did not have the overall strength to participate in the battle, so he wisely chose to be a bystander. Following behind Yin Dan was Huo Wuyu, the bald-tailed owl. He did not pay any attention to the lofty sentiment that suddenly burst out from Yin Dan, Su Qin, and the others. The old demon king just curiously looked at Lord Xianxia and was surprised to see that his eyeball had returned to its original state. Sensing Huo Wuyu's surprised look, both Lord Xianxia and Wanying Dragon King turned their heads over at the same time, giving him a fierce glare. If not for the fact that Xianyu and Ying Zheng were fighting right in front of them, as well as Yin Dan and the others, perhaps both father and son would have already challenged Huo Wuyu, inviting him to find a clean corner and have a fight to the death. Although they did not challenge him, both father and son kept throwing hostile glances at Huo Wuyu's vital parts. Looking at their expressions, anyone could easily understand what they were thinking. Huo Wuyu laughed coldly and did not pay any attention to Wanying Dragon King and his son. Instead, he turned his head and looked in the direction of Great Dream Marsh. There, the climax of the battle had once again begun. The blood-red light behind Xiangyu's back gradually spread and spread out, while the blood-red flag gradually expanded to about 100 miles in circumference. It hovered and fluttered behind Xiangyu's back, constantly drawing the natural energies from the surroundings and turning them into a sheet of blinding blood-red light. An immense murderous aura kept drifting out from the flag, while deafening battle cries kept ringing out, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to shake violently. Tens of thousands of tiny blood threads stretched out from the flag and kept injecting into Xiangyu's body. The ripples of energy in his body grew stronger and stronger, to the point that even Wu Qi, who was standing several hundred miles away from him, felt a suffocation in his chest, making him unable to breathe. Tens of thousands of warriors with pale golden skin came running from afar, gathering behind Xiangyu's back. They were clad in heavy bronze armors, and were driving bronze chariots with simple and unadorned designs. Each chariot was pulled by 4 single-horned rhinoceroses. There were a total of 20,000 bronze chariots, and on each chariot were 4 fully armored warriors. One was driving, one was holding a blade, one was holding a spear, and the last one was holding a bow. The wheels of a chariot were densely covered with sharp blades and teeth. Wisps of smoke were coiling around the wheels, allowing the heavy chariots to fly in the sky. Carefully, Wu Qi's divine will transformed into a thin line and stretched to several hundred miles away, giving those warriors a glance. The cultivation technique practiced by these warriors was very strange, completely different from the orthodox cultivation technique practiced by Qi cultivators. There was also an enormous amount of energy circulating in their bodies, but they did not form Jin Dan. Instead, all the energies were spread throughout their bodies, making their bodies extremely strong. According to their overall strength, there were 12, 24, 36, 48, and up to 360 acupoints in their bodies, with powerful energy whirlpools spinning ceaselessly in them. Several dozens of warriors who had successfully formed energy whirlpools in 360 acupoints in their bodies were emanating an aura that was not much weaker than that of peak-stage nascent soul cultivators like Li Si. There were also a few generals among them. Their helmets were adorned with 2 unique blood-red bull horns, which made them different from the rest of the warriors. The energy whirlpools in all 360 acupoints of these generals had formed tiny energy crystals that looked like Jin Dan. An enormous amount of energy was surging and rocking in their bodies. Surprisingly, it gave Wu Qi the same feeling as Huo Wuyu, Xianxia, and the other demon kings of nascent divinity realm. Of course, these generals were not as strong as old demon kings like Xianxia, but the level of their energies was definitely at the realm of nascent divinity. As for those black-armored, single-horned rhinoceroses, each of them had formed their demon cores, and all of them were demon immortals. Wuxi's heart was cramping. 80,000 black-armored, single-horned rhinoceroses were pulling each other. 80,000 rhinoceroses who had formed their demon cores. With his mouth twitching, he turned to look at Yin Dan and murmured, "Does Great Yin Dynasty really have 80,000 Jin Dan human immortals?" Slowly, Yin Dan opened his mouth and murmured to himself, "I suppose they have the hidden strength of all the vassal kingdoms." The faces of Xianxia and the other demon kings had turned extremely unsightly as well. 80,000 black-armored, single-horned rhinoceroses who were at the realm of demon immortals made their faces unsightly. Apart from the great shock in their hearts, a wild and greedy gleam could be seen in their eyes. These 80,000 black-armored, single-horned rhinoceroses belonged to the demon race. If they could subdue these rhinoceroses, their overall strength would be greatly improved. Inside the city of Qin Army, 18 giant undead warriors had unleashed their might, burning the steel demon figurines of Qin Army into a complete rout. Of the 150,000 steel demon figurines, over 20,000 were burned into molten iron, and over 40,000 were smashed into scrap metal by the divine undead warriors. Only over 80,000 steel demon figurines suddenly sprung up into the sky, fleeing from the area that was engulfed by the raging flame in a flurry, fleeing behind Yingzheng and the others. Xianyu threw his head back and laughed wildly. Pointing his finger at Yingzheng, he roared, "Yingzheng, the military strength of your Daqin dynasty is just so. My boys, who can travel unhindered under the heaven and be invincible." Behind Xianyu, the 80,000 soldiers, Chi-Chi, raised their weapons and roared, "I, Xianyu, am invincible under the heaven. I, Xianyu, am invincible under the heaven." Naked, Xianyu called back his dark horse, leaped onto its back, raised his coiling dragon spear, and pointed it at Yingzheng. "My boys, follow me and kill." Thunderous claps of hooves echoed out. Enveloped by the blood-red war banner, the mighty army of Xianyu was emanating a murderous aura that could destroy everything as they charged towards Yingzheng and his men. Looking at the approaching mighty army of Xianyu, Yingzheng waved his hand casually, then drove the chariot and began to retreat. With one chasing and the other fleeing, the two armies quickly fled several thousand miles away. Chapter 229. Leading all the ministers of Great Qin and over 80,000 demon figurines that were badly burned, Yingzheng was fleeing in the front. Apart from a group of ministers, some imperial servants, and some practitioners, there was no one else around Yingzheng. Nevertheless, the over 80,000 tall and mighty steel demon figurines also looked mighty and mighty. Therefore, the army of Daqin still had a strong deterrent force. However, the mighty army of Xiang clan that was chasing closely behind Yingzheng was not just a deterrent force, but a group of gods of slaughter. Wherever they went, all living beings would be wiped out. The blood-red war flag was fluttering above the mighty army of Xiang clan, emanating a very strong blood aura. The army of Xiang clan flew across the mountains and forests. All the birds, beasts, flowers, insects, and fishes had their spirit, energy, and vitality sucked away by the strong blood aura emanating from the flag, turning them into surging energies that were injected into the bodies of Xianyu and the 80,000 Xiang clan soldiers. The chase continued for nearly 10,000 miles. The fighting spirit and killing intent emanating from the bodies of the mighty army of Xiang clan was at least 30% stronger than before. It was especially true for Xianyu, the owner of the blood-red war flag. 80% of the energy absorbed by the flag had been fused into his body, making the bodies of Xianyu and the dark horse he was riding on expand by a few times. Their bodies were shrouded in a very strong, murderous aura, and the ripples emanating from them were actually catching up to whinnying Dragon King, an expert of peak-stage nascent divinity realm. Wuxia and his company, who were following closely behind the two armies, could not help but exclaim in admiration when they saw the mountains and forests that had all their spirit, energy, and vitality sucked away, as well as those dead living beings. Xianxia's evil technique was extremely frightening, and that blood-red war flag of his was even more domineering and unreasonable. Because of the 18 enormous undead army of over 20,000 divine undead soldiers, these undead army followed closely behind the mighty army of Xiang clan and chased after Daqin's army. However, their flying speed was not very fast, and they were gradually getting further away from the army. Wuxia and his company could only follow behind these undead army. They dared not to increase their speed to get a better look, fearing that there was something strange about these undead army, and if they were entangled by them, it would be a big trouble. After chasing for close to 5,000 kilometers, a large mountain ridge suddenly appeared in front of them that pierced the heavens like a sharp sword. This mountain range stretched for tens of thousands of miles. Every mountain was rugged and unyielding, rising straight up from the ground like blades, spears, swords, and halberds. There were no streams or rivers between the mountain ridges. There were no flowers or trees on the mountain ridges, not even a bit of moss. All the mountain ridges were pitch black like steel, emitting a trace of cold air that made people feel uneasy. Leading the army, Yingzheng plunged headlong into the mountain ridges, traveling at top speed between the ridges. Xianxia, who was chasing after Yingzheng's army with his army, suddenly pulled the reins and laughed coldly. Suddenly, the mighty army of Xiang clan halted their pursuit and burst into loud laughter as well. Xianxia retracted the blood-red light behind his back, and the blood-red war flag had vanished as well. Holding the coiling dragon spear in his hand, he slowly knocked the golden ornament on the saddle of his dark horse, then cried out loudly, "Yingzheng, little punk, is this all you've got? Luring the enemy deep into the enemy's territory? If it were in the past, I would definitely fall into your trap. But now, do you think Xianxia is an idiot who will follow you into this perilous land?" Several hundred miles behind them, Wuxia exercised the mystic eyes of universe and gave the mountain ridges a glance. The appearance of the mountain ridges changed abruptly. In Wuxia's eyes, all the mountain ridges had turned pale black and translucent. Amidst these ferocious-looking, rugged mountains, one could see countless runes and restrictive spells densely covering the several tens of thousands of miles in circumference. From the top of the mountains all the way to the energy veins several hundred miles deep under the ground, all these runes and restrictive spells had formed into a huge network of restrictive spells. This network of restrictive spells was extremely exquisite. Although the power of these runes and restrictive spells did not go beyond the scope of the script of ancient law, in terms of the technique of using them, they had reached the highest limit that the script of ancient law could achieve. The person who constructed this network of restrictive spells had a mastery and understanding of formations, restrictive spells, and runes at least 10 times better than Su Fu. Although Wuxia had obtained the Book of Ancient God from Scroll of Stealing, and the script of ancient law that Su Fu always carried with him, he had only cultivated for a short period of time. Therefore, his understanding of primordial runes was not even as good as Su Fu. When facing this peerlessly exquisite restriction formation that possessed a grand and vast imposing aura, he could only sigh with admiration, and he exclaimed endlessly with admiration towards that person's extravagance and terrifying cultivation. If Wuxia were to accidentally step into this restrictive spell formation, he could only barely save his own life, and it would be extremely difficult for him to break out from it. The person who had arranged this restriction hadn't left any loopholes or backdoors for Wuxia to use. All the restriction runes had been condensed into an organic whole, without the slightest flaw. It was a perfect formation, at least within the scope of the Tao of primordial runes recorded in the script of ancient law. It was a perfect formation. Either I'm strong enough to split apart the mountain ridges in space for tens of thousands of kilometers with a single punch, or I'll be able to destroy the mountain ridges and space itself. Either my attainments in the primordial talisman Tao is more profound than the person who set up the formation, and I can break open a door for me to enter and exit, or else I'll definitely die once I fall in. Wuxia looked at the mountain range with a pale face and took a deep breath. Wuxia, who was shocked by the formation, suddenly understood the importance of these two things. In front of the person who constructed this formation, the pride and complacency that Wuxia had once had vanished into thin air. A cold current was roaring and roaring in his mind. He kept reminding himself, there are countless almighty experts under the heaven, and countless strange and extraordinary people. Even though I have the scroll of stealing, it's only because my starting point is slightly higher than them. When faced with an absolute power, I still have to tuck my tail between my legs. If this person was in G City, if this person was the one who constructed the restrictive spell formation in Xianxia and Yu Yi's mansion, Wuxia would have long been captured alive. Cold sweat kept breaking out from his body. Wuxia felt lucky that this person was in Daqin, and this person was one of Daqin's men and not in Great Yin. Yin Dan and all the others were frowning as they looked at the mountain range in front of them, and they all found something not right. Zheng, who had already fled 100 miles into the mountain range, led all his ministers and reorganized the over 80,000 steel demon figurines into an array. Then, they laid out a great formation on a flat land that measured several tens of miles in circumference between the mountain ridges. Standing on the chariot, Zheng laughed and shouted at Xianxia, "Xianxia, you little thief, is that all you have? I have laid an ambush of over 10 million soldiers here, with the intention of dealing with Yandan. But since you have jumped out of the trap, I might as well kill you. Why not?" Riding on the dark horse, Xianxia glanced up and down at the mountain range in front of him. Then, from over 100 miles away, he shouted at Zheng, "Do you think Xianxia is still the same boorish fellow? I know this is a trap, so why would I fall into it?" Zheng, if you're a man, come out and have a fair and square fight with Xianxia. Don't bring out those ambushes and formations to embarrass yourself. Raising his head up coldly and proudly, Xianxia sighed deeply and said, "These tricks are useless against Xianxia." Holding the sword of Qin Emperor with both hands, Zheng looked at Xianxia and said, "Are they really useless?" "Not necessarily. Xianxia, oh Xianxia, you have destroyed the dynasty of Daqin in the past, and today you have ruined my great plan. If I don't teach you a lesson, how could I face the 500,000 condemned prisoners of Daqin who were killed by you just now?" Xianxia was stunned, Wuxia was stunned, and so was Yandan. "What condemned prisoners?" Xianxia roared furiously. "They're the soldiers who were killed by my divine, undead army. They are all." Zheng sneered proudly and said, "In order to deal with Yandan, there are the 500,000 condemned prisoners who were transferred here from Daqin. They have taken the heart-obliterating pill, and their minds are wiped out, so they only know how to fight with their lives on the line. They have also taken the dragon saliva soul burning pill, which concentrates all the blood essence in their body and explodes within a few days. With that, even an ordinary burly man can unleash a combative strength close to that of a Xiantian warrior." Zheng sighed, shook his head, and said, "Initially, 500,000 heart-obliterating pills and dragon saliva soul-burning pills were used as bait to ambush and kill Yandan. But little did I expect that the one who swallowed the bait is you, the traitor." Zheng twitched his lips, drove the chariot, and rose slowly into the sky. He shook his head and said, "But it's fine. Since I can't kill Yandan, I can kill you, and that will be a great pleasure." At the rear of Zheng's army, on the peak of a lofty mountain, about 10,000 miles away from the formation of Qin army, an altar rose out of thin air. An old man clad in a black robe, with an ancient and unsophisticated face and an air of elegance that made him look like an immortal, was seen standing slowly on the altar with a roll of bamboo slips in his hand. As he moved his feet, the mountain ridges, tens of thousands of miles in circumference, began to move as if they were alive. With this mountain ridges as the center, the underground energy veins within 100,000 miles in circumference transformed into flood dragons. Chi-Chi let out a loud dragon roar that towered into the sky, causing the natural energies to surge and make the surrounding void flicker and flicker. Xianxia and the over 80,000 mighty soldiers of Xianxia, who were still about 100 miles away from this mountain ridges, suddenly felt their bodies become light, as the surrounding void had transformed into a huge dimensional bubble, pulling them into the depth of the mountain ridges. Standing on the chariot, Yingzheng let out a loud laugh and said, "Ignorant little boy, do you really think my formation can't do anything to you just because you refuse to enter my formation?" Suddenly, deep, muffled battle cries soared into the sky like thunderclaps. Amidst the craggy, ferocious mountain ridges, on top of several tens of thousands of mountains of different sizes, several dozens, and even several hundreds of Qin soldiers emerged from the top of each mountain. They were armed with blades, spears, swords, and halberds, and each had a formation flag mounted on their back. These soldiers cried out at the same time. A strong aura of battlefield and slaughter towered into the sky, immediately bringing with it an innate murderous aura that filled this mountain ridges. The sky darkened as countless dark clouds gathered from all directions. Heavy thunderclouds enveloped the entire mountain ridges, while huge thunderbolts kept striking down from the sky. The thunderbolts and electric webs had enveloped this deadly formation that was constructed using the terrain of the mountain ridges, trapping Xianxia, his mighty soldiers of Xianxia, and his divine undead weapons within it. Endless natural energies from underground energy veins were drawn into these mountain ridges by the restrictive spell, transforming into huge blades and swords that towered between the sky and the earth, slashing down viciously along with the thunderbolts. Every blade and every sword seemed to be able to tear the heaven and earth apart and slaughter all living beings under the heaven and earth. From afar, Su Qin looked at the old man who was circulating his energy on the altar, and his body began to tremble violently. Xianxia, the hegemon king of Western Chu, is destined to fall in this place. I can't believe its teacher, who is constructing this formation himself. Suddenly, Su Qin roared at the top of his voice. How could Yingzheng, the emperor of Qin, ask teacher to help him personally? How could teacher help the emperor of Qin? Bastard Zhang Yi, I'll fuck your mother. Then Su Qin cursed. You rascal who gives birth to a child with 18 buttocks. Why don't you tell me that teacher is actually in the territory of Daqin, and that he is working for Yingzheng? How is this even possible? Waning Dragon King, Xiong Wanling, Xianxia, and all the other demon kings had no idea who Su Qin's teacher was, and they did not take that old man seriously at all. However, Yin Dan, Jing Ku, and all the other demon kings were so frightened that they screamed out loud. Cold sweat was breaking out from all over Wu Qi's body. No wonder this restrictive formation had reached the perfect state of being a part of nature itself. The person who constructed this formation was Su Qin, Zhang Yi's teacher, the legendary man, Wuxia. Chapter 230. Amidst the countless battle cries, a towering blood-red light burst out from Xiangyu's back once again. The blood-red war flag was fluttering in the air, unleashing a vast blood-red light that completely enveloped the 80,000 mighty soldiers and over 20,000 divine undead soldiers behind him. Huge beams of blades and sword energies kept shooting out from the surrounding mountain ridges, hacking and slashing down with tremendous power. But they could only cause large ripples on the blood-red light, and could not hurt even a single soldier behind Xianxia. Xianxia threw his head back and roared with laughter. Yingzheng, this formation of yours is quite a marvelous one. My army is 100 miles away from the formation, but they are still forcibly sucked into it. But too bad. I am protected by the banner of Qiyu left behind by the ancient celestial fiend Qiyu. No matter how murderous your blades, spears, swords, halberds are, they can only increase the power of the banner of Qiyu. What you do to me? Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the huge beams of blades and sword energies shot out from the tens of thousands of mountain ridges, which could easily kill an ordinary earth immortal of nascent soul realm, were immediately absorbed by the blood-red war flag. None of the murderous energies could hurt the banner of Qiyu. Instead, they could transform all the murderous energies into the power of the banner of Qiyu. The more powerful the beams of blades and sword energies were, the more ferocious the banner of Qiyu became. As Xiangyu's life was directly connected with the banner of Qiyu, the ripples of energy emanating from his body became even more unstoppable. When the beams of blades and sword energies shot out from the tens of thousands of mountain ridges and smashed onto the banner of Qiyu, and were all absorbed by it, the murderous energy bursting out from Xiangyu's body had nearly condensed into a solid form. With a hideous smile on his face, Xiangyu casually grabbed towards a nearby mountain peak. Immediately, the dozens of elite Qin soldiers guarding on the mountain peak cried out in shock. The weapons in their hands, the armors they wore, everything that carried the murderous aura of the battlefield was no longer under their control, as everything was under Xiangyu's control with his mind. The dozens of Qin soldiers were sent flying up into the sky, screaming as they were sucked into the blood-red light that shot out from the banner of Qiyu. Xiangyu casually thrust his spear forward, and the coiling dragon spear shook the Qin soldiers, turning their bones and flesh into blood that sprayed and sprayed all over the sky, before being absorbed by the banner of Qiyu. Xiangyu casually pushed his left palm forward, and the dozens of blades, spears, swords, and halberds in the hands of the Qin soldiers flew out, shooting towards the Qin soldiers guarding on another mountain peak. Shrill howls rang out again. Dozens of Qin soldiers had their bodies pierced by the flying weapons, and the powerful impact knocked them flying several thousand feet away. Suddenly, a sheet of blood-red light swept down from the sky and tightly bound their bodies. In just a blink of an eye, all their blood and flesh essence were absorbed by the blood-red light, and the ferocious aura of the banner of Qiyu grew even stronger. After killing nearly 100 Qin soldiers, Xiangyu threw his head back and let out a long laugh. Abruptly, he raised the coiling dragon spear up high and roared, "I, Xiangyu, am invincible." At the same time, several tens of thousands of Xiang clan soldiers cried out at the top of their voices, "We, Xiang clan, are invincible." The banner of Qiyu had absorbed all the ferocious fighting while emanating from the tens of thousands of Xiang Chu soldiers, transforming them into several thousand beams of blood-red light that shot out and plunged deep into the surrounding mountain ridges. Wuxia exercised the mystic eyes of universe with all his power. Amidst the dim divine light, he saw thousands of blood-red beams piercing through the restrictive spell symbols in the mountain ridges with an unparalleled killing intent. Like a rapidly spreading virus, they quickly devoured and even destroyed the existence of those restrictive spell symbols. Contaminated by the frightening demonic energy of the banner of Qiyu, the restrictive spell symbols in several dozens of nearby mountain ridges were forcibly changed into a blood-red formation that emanated a savage aura and was densely packed with the intent of killing. Suddenly, several dozens of pitch-black mountain ridges turned into a blinding blood-red color, emitting a dazzling blood-red gleam that shone on the bodies of the Qin soldiers guarding on top of the mountains. Thick white smoke rose from these soldiers' bodies, and they let out painful cries of despair. Amidst the blood-red gleam, these Qin soldiers slowly melted like candles being roasted by a raging flame, and all their blood and flesh were absorbed by the mountain ridges. Shockingly, under the demonic energy of the banner of Qiyu, these mountain ridges had turned into monsters that could devour human flesh and blood. Nourished by the blood and essence of these soldiers, the blood-red gleam that kept darting and darting about in these blood-red mountain ridges were like hungry wolves that had just eaten their fill, quickly spreading out and spreading into the surrounding mountain ridges. One after another, the mountain ridges were tainted by the blood-red gleam. Not only did the murderous aura emanated from the Qin soldiers guarding the formation fail to attack Xianxia, it had instead become the best nourishment for the banner of Qiyu, nourishing it and making it even more ferocious, as it kept seizing the control of the restrictive spell formations in these mountain ridges. In just a short 15 minutes, over 500 mountain ridges had turned blood red. A frightening, murderous aura towered into the sky, turning this part of the world into a bloody slaughterhouse. Sitting on the back of the dark horse, Xianxia stared proudly at Gigazi, who was standing on top of the altar in the distance, and said, "What other abilities do you have, old fogey? Show me." With the banner of Qiyu protecting me, no blade, sword, axe, or battle axe can hurt me. No flame or ice can touch me. No evil ghost from the netherworld dares to come near me, and no celestial fiends dares to touch me. So what abilities do you have to lay out a formation to hurt me, old fogey? Looking at the scene, Wuxia was drooling. The banner of Qiyu was indeed a treasure left behind by an ancient celestial fiend. Its ferocious flame was simply unparalleled. In Wuxia's eyes, a part of the control of the defensive formation was forcibly seized away by the banner of Qiyu, and it was still spreading and spreading. Judging from the current situation, if Gigazi did not make some changes to the formation, sooner or later, Xianxia would be able to take control of the entire formation. At that point of time, it would not be the mighty army of Xiang clan that would be trapped here, but the mighty army of Daqin led by Yingzheng. Facing the banner of Qiyu with a towering, ferocious flame, Yingzheng was struck dumb. Almost instinctively, he pulled out the imperial seal. As he was about to use the power of the human emperor contained in the seal to destroy the banner of Qiyu, Li Si and Su Fu stopped him from doing so. Although the imperial seal possessed an incredible power, it had to be powered by Yingzheng's human emperor blood essence and the aura of virtue. With Yingzheng's current cultivation base, blood essence, and aura, he would need to consume 100 years of his lifespan to power the imperial seal with just one strike. The price was too heavy. On top of that, it was still a question whether the imperial seal of Daqin dynasty could restrain the banner of Qiyu, which was left behind by the ancient celestial fiend Qiyu. Qiyu was killed by the legendary ancient human emperor, the Yellow Emperor, Xianyuan. Although Yingzheng claimed to be the first emperor, his virtues, cultivation base, and divine abilities could not be compared with the Yellow Emperor, one of the ancestors of the human race. It was not hard to imagine that the imperial seal might not be able to restrain the banner of Qiyu, and there was a greater possibility that the imperial seal would be devoured by the banner of Qiyu as well. Right when Yingzheng and all his ministers were at a loss of what to do, Gigazi, who was standing on top of the altar with his brows knitted in deep thought, suddenly burst into a loud laughter and said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. There is something that can restrain the banner of Qiyu." How could a mere fiend resist the righteous energy of the heaven and earth? With a casual wave of his hand, Gigazi grabbed the imperial seal from Yingzheng's hand from 10,000 miles away. At the same time, the sword of Qin Emperor in front of Yingzheng transformed into a beam of golden light and flew over to Gigazi. Then, Gigazi cried out at the top of his voice, "Your Majesty, please write an imperial edict with your own hands, ordering the heaven and earth to subdue this fiend left behind by an ancient fiend." Li Si and Su Fu quickly took out a blank scroll of imperial edict and a brush and ink made of cinnabar. Yingzheng dripped his blood essence onto the brush and wrote an imperial edict with the quickest speed possible. With a casual wave of his hand, Gigazi grabbed the imperial edict and stamped it heavily with the imperial seal. After that, he threw the imperial edict into the void and cried out, "Heaven and earth, ghosts and deities, all the living beings in all directions, hear the name of the human emperor of Daqin." In the void, an enormous power of law, which was completely different from the natural energy, was vaguely activated. As Gigazi recited the incantation, the dark clouds in the void became thicker and denser. Electric arcs that looked like flood dragons were seen rocking and rocking rapidly in the clouds. Gradually, the densely packed electric arcs converged into an ocean of thunderbolts, dyeing the dark clouds and the void a dazzling golden color. Then an enormous, awe-inspiring pressure of the heaven and earth came pressing down from the void. Abruptly, the ferocious flame of the banner of Qiyu came to a halt, and the spreading blood-red light stopped abruptly. Gigazi laughed and said, "Xianxia, the hegemon king of Western Chu, with your current cultivation base, do you have the qualification to control the banner of Qiyu? It is nothing more than the ferocious flame of this fiend acting on its own. Without the power of ghosts and deities, there is no way you can control the item of ghosts and deities. Today, this old man will let you understand how a rotten old man, a dead old man, teaches a child like you a lesson." The imperial seal and the sword of Qin Emperor had also transformed into golden beams and shot up into the dense golden clouds in the sky. Giguzi circulated his energy and roared suddenly, "All soldiers of Daqin, listen to my order. Kneel down before me, meditate on His Majesty's visage, and chant the human emperor's mantra of subduing devils together with me." On top of the mountain ridge, over 1 million Qin soldiers knelt down and kowtowed to the heaven. Thinking of Ing Zhang's visage together, they began to recite a short incantation together with Gigazi. All the soldiers of Qin army were elite warriors, full of vigor and vigor. When over 1 million soldiers knelt down and kowtowed at the same time, the power of faith generated by them was comparable to that of over 100 million common people. An enormous power of faith was gathering in the void, transforming into a vast and mighty aura of the human emperor by the imperial edict, imperial seal, and sword of Qin Emperor hovering in the sky. The surrounding mountains no longer extracted the natural energy and transformed it into blade beams and sword energies to attack the enemies. Instead, they sent all the natural energies directly into the sky, into the imperial edict, imperial seal, and sword of Qin Emperor. With the support of the enormous natural energies coming from underground, the layers of clouds in the sky grew thicker and thicker, and the power of thunder became stronger and stronger. A tremendous pressure came crashing down from the sky, and the blood-red light that spread out from the banner of Qiyu actually began to roll back gradually. Giguzi's eyes shone with a bright gleam that measured 100 miles long as he cried out sternly, "Xianxia, you are not Qiyu. How can you control the banner of Qiyu?" Then he casually pointed his finger out, and the golden clouds in the sky began to descend abruptly. Like a world-destroying thunderstorm, millions of thunderbolts, each measuring about 1 million miles in diameter, came whistling down with deafening rumbles. The thunderstorm formed from thunderbolts had gathered the natural energy from an area of several tens of thousands of miles in circumference, the power of faith from over 1 million Qin soldiers, and the aura of human emperor from Ingzheng. It transformed into a righteous, mighty energy of righteousness that could destroy everything and smashed viciously onto the banner of Qiyu. Everything under the heaven and earth had a natural counterbalance to each other. The banner of Qiyu was not afraid of any murderous aura from sabers, spears, swords, and halberds, and it was not afraid of any evil and ferocious energies of fiends, deities, and ghosts. But what the banner of Qiyu feared the most was this righteous, mighty force of the heaven and earth, and the vast and boundless willpower of the human emperor. In those years, the human emperor, Xian Yuan, had killed Qiyu. So, today, the human emperor, Ingzheng, could also defeat Xianxia. Countless thunderbolts came crashing down. Xiangyu's body trembled violently, and sticky blood kept bursting out from his 7 apertures. The banner of Qiyu fluttered and writhed in the sky, letting out shrill cries and howls. But, under the bombardment of the endless thunderbolts, the ferocious flame of the banner of Qiyu gradually dissipated and eventually transformed into a faint blood-red light that shot back into Xiangyu's body. The thunderbolts came crashing down, and just as they were about to turn Xiangyu and the several tens of thousands of Xiang clan soldiers behind him into nothingness, a huge black hole suddenly ripped open in the void. Amidst this simple and honest chanting that was filled with the aura of the people living in the mountains and forests, two large hands, as white as jade, reached out from the black hole, thrusting forcefully towards the thunderbolts that came crashing down from the sky. The chanting abruptly turned into a sonorous prayer, as if countless ancient people were praying to the heaven and earth. A tremendous willpower swept across the sky. Countless ghosts and deities materialized in broad daylight, their faces solemn and respectful as they followed the two large hands and shot up into the sky. Millions of ghosts and deities had manifested out of thin air, and the willpower of the common people had shattered the heaven and earth. The thunderclouds that blotted the sky were torn into pieces by the two hands and the countless ghosts and deities. After that, the two hands gently grabbed and released, teleporting Xianxia and the several tens of thousands of soldiers out of the formation. Gigazi cried out in shock. "Who is the mighty expert? How could you possess such a divine ability?" Soundlessly, the two hands retracted back, and a voice that was as gentle as water and faintly sounded like the knocking of a beautiful jade was heard coming from afar. "It is not my own power. This is the convergence of the souls of all the ancestors of Great Chu, and the power of ghosts and deities under the heaven and earth. I, Chu Ping of Great Chu, dare not covet the credit of heaven." The dark clouds that blotted the sky dispersed, and the several tens of thousands of mountains underneath suddenly crumbled and crumbled at the same time. Chapter 231. Chu Ping of Great Chu. For a moment, Wuxia could not figure out who this man was. But very soon, all the information about this man's life came flooding out from Lu Xiaobai's memory. If there was no one with the same name, then this Chu Ping should be that man, the third minister of Great Chu, Chu Yuan. Looking at the direction where the shattered hole in the sky was slowly healing, Wu Qi took a deep breath. When he thought of the name Chu Yuan, almost instinctively, a faint aroma of bamboo leaves emerged at the tip of his nose. How many dumplings had he eaten since he was young? If he could meet the man who had made countless people eat dumplings for several thousand years in this world, at this moment, it would be a great feeling. Wu Qi laughed. Even though Ying Zheng and Xianxia were glaring at each other with daggers drawn, he still felt it was a great feeling. Not only Chu Yuan, even Ying Zheng and Xianxia looked so adorable in his eyes right now. Suddenly, Wu Qi thought of all the people around him, no matter it was Yin Dan, Jing Ku, Su Qin, or Han Fei, they were all history, a living history. If he could return to Earth, perhaps he could steal a handful of hair from these people and bring it back to Earth, and he would be able to make a fortune. Narrowing his eyes and wearing a faint smile on his face, Wu Qi glanced at the people around him with a pleasant mood. This was a great feeling, to be able to be with them, to be able to breathe the air of the same world with them, to be able to grieve and rejoice with them, to be able to face their enemies head-on. This was a great feeling. Even though Ying Zheng had taken him, Wu Qi, as an enemy, to be able to take advantage of a man like Ying Zheng was an indescribable feeling. There were thousands of disciples in Underhand sect, but only he, Wu Qi, was able to steal something from the first emperor of Daqin, Ying Zheng, and succeed in doing so. A great ambition was born in Wu Qi's mind. His eyes were darting about furtively as he regarded all the people around him as his potential targets in the future. Up in the sky, Ying Zheng and Gigazi looked at the shattered hole in the sky and suddenly breathed out a long sigh at the same time. Gigazi cried out, "Great Chu's Chu Ping?" Third Minister Chu Yuan really lived up to his reputation. Only such a person could use such a stunning and peerless divine ability. Xianxia, what is the status of that Chu Ping in Great Chu now? With a complicated expression, Xianxia stared at the void. After a long while, he finally roared in a low, muffled voice, that pedantic scholar now. He could be considered as the king of Great Chu. Furiously, he swung the coiling dragon spear and said, "If not for Xianxia and Li Yuan, that pretty boy, holding me back, I would have already ascended to the throne of Great Chu." Bastards. They were the ones who kept pestering me. I had no choice but to part ways. None of us could become the king of the Great Shu, and that pedantic scholar could only ascend the throne. After cursing for a while, Xianxia suddenly laughed and said, "But it seems that he has done a good job these 2,000 years." Narrowing his eyes, Xianxia gave Zheng and Gigazi a glance, then laughed and said, "I dare not boast about other things, but if we were talking about the vastness of our territory and the number of our people, during my journey to the north, I passed by Great Wei and Great Zhao, and even sneaked into their capital and lived there for a few years. That's how I obtained some information about them. The territory of Great Shu is 30 times larger than theirs, and the population of Great Shu is 100 times larger than theirs." Sticking out his chest proudly, Xianxia turned to Zheng, whose face had turned pale, and said, "Great Wei and Great Zhao have been slaughtering barbarians and expanding their territory. As for Great Shu, because that pedantic scholar Chu Ping eloped with their holy daughter, he became the queen of Great Shu. Therefore, Great Shu absorbed the barbarians and formed a kingdom of its own. Wherever we went, the barbarians would surrender at the first sight of us. The overall strength of Great Shu is far greater than any other kingdoms." Xiangyu's loud laughter towered into the sky, and all the mighty soldiers behind him were laughing complacently as well. Amidst the loud laughter of these mighty soldiers, one after another, they lifted up the masks on their helmets and revealed their faces. Among the 80,000 mighty soldiers of Great Shu, over 60,000 of them had colorful tattoos on their faces, and their cheeks were densely covered with the unique patterns of venomous bugs, wild beasts, skeletons, ghosts, and other barbarians. Zheng opened his mouth, but could not say a word for a long while. Yin Dan's body swayed, and he nearly coughed out a mouthful of blood. Seducing the barbarian holy daughter and eloping with her, holding her hostage to order the barbarians. This method is indeed effective, but too bad. Great Yin was founded by slaughtering barbarians. Among the barbarian holy daughters, 17 of them were killed by Dan. What a great Chu! What a Chu Ping! What a Xiangyue! He is obviously a talented overlord, but he is willing to submit to Chu Ping. This great Chu! Yin Dan took a deep breath and bit his lips tightly. Even Wuxia felt his head spinning. The territory of Great Shu was 30 times larger than that of Great Wei and Great Zhao, and its population was at least 100 times larger than that of the two dynasties. If that was the case, the national strength of Great Shu was at least 10 times greater than that of Great Yin, or even Daqin, or even more. Obviously, the speed of development of Great Shu, who had always been in a friendly relationship with barbarians and had even fused with their bloodline, was far beyond that of Great Yin, who had been fighting a bloody war with barbarians year after year, and had even issued a barbarian hunting order to purchase the heads of barbarians. What a great minister Chu Yuan! Wuxia breathed out a heavy sigh of relief. Suddenly, both Zheng and Gigazi turned to look at Wuxia at the same time. A strange gleam flickered in Zheng's eyes as he cried out sternly, "Yin Dan, since you are here, why are you still peeping at us? Are you waiting for me and Xiangyue to fight to the death so that you can take advantage of the situation?" Then he waved his hand casually, unleashing a powerful airflow that came sweeping over and parted a nearly 1,000 miles long cloudy path. The 10 miles wide cloudy path was completely empty, and not even a single cloud or mist could be seen, revealing the blue sky. It went from the front of Wuxia and his company all the way to the front of Zheng's chariot. Yin Dan gave a loud and sonorous laugh, then stepped on a cloud and flew along the cloudy path. "Elder brother Zheng, long time no see," he said with a loud voice. When Yin Dan left the chariot, it was natural that Wuxia and the other ministers had to follow closely behind him. 5 great demon kings brought a large group of their disciples and grand disciples, riding on demon clouds and gales and following closely behind. Waning Dragon King was taken aback. He glanced to the left and right, then helplessly brought his son, 3 great demon subordinates, and nearly 100 nascent soul demon warriors, slowly treading on the water and following behind the group of cultivators. When he heard Yin Dan addressing him as Elder Brother Zheng, Ying Zhang's face twitched abruptly, and a complicated expression emerged on his face. But very soon, his expression turned extremely cold, and the cold gleam in his eyes became completely emotionless. He stared at Yin Dan coldly and said in an indifferent tone, "It has been over 2,000 years since I last heard someone addressing me as Elder Brother Zheng. Dan, if you, Great Yin, are willing to submit to me and merge with Daqin, I'll confer you the title of king." Yin Dan laughed and said, "Elder Brother Zheng, Ying Zheng, Your Majesty, if you, Daqin, are willing to submit to Great Yin, I can forego the enmity of those years and allow you to be the king of Siding in Great Yin, a prosperous and peaceful land." Pointing his finger at Ying Zheng, Yin Dan smiled and said, "I'm more generous than Your Majesty. How can a mere title of king compare to the king of Siding in Great Yin?" Ying Zheng shook his head, stared at Yin Dan, breathed out a long sigh, and said, "Of course it can. Great Yin is not as good as Daqin, so any title of king in Daqin could be compared to the king of Siding in Great Yin." Yin Dan, it seems like you suddenly have the confidence to face me head-on, but with those 3 inferior assassins around you, what makes you think you have the qualification to fight me? Upon hearing Ying Zhang's words, Yin Dan could not help but burst into a loud laughter. Stepping on clouds, Mod and Sun Kuang flew out from behind Yin Dan, cupped their fists, and bowed slightly to Ying Zheng. Mod from Mo sect offers greeting, Your Majesty, said Mod coolly. Confucian sect, Sun Kuang, said Sun Kuang coolly. Ying Zhang's face fell instantly. He gave Mod a quick glance, then fixed his eyes on Sun Kuang. Gigazi's face flickered as well. He flew forward, cupped his fist, and bowed to Sun Kuang, and said, "Brother Sun Qing, do you still remember my old friend, Wang Su of Gigazi?" After that, he cupped his fist and bowed to Mod. "Greetings, Grandmaster of Mo sect, Gigazi." Mod and Sun Kuang returned Gigazi's greeting at the same time. The 3 of them exchanged a glance and smiled, then flew a few miles away on clouds, chatting and laughing with each other. The 3 of them talked and laughed in a carefree manner, and there was no air of hostility between them. Wuxia could not help but sigh with emotion in his mind. This was the true spirit of a grandmaster. With these 3 men standing right in front of them, it was impossible for them to fight each other. Ying Zheng twitched his mouth in anger. Suddenly, he turned to look at Han Fei, who stood next to Yin Dan, and said, "Mr. Han Fei, the post of Prime Minister of Daqin is vacant. Can you accept it?" Han Fei shook his head at Ying Zheng and did not say a word, just like a wooden man. Yin Dan roared with laughter as well. He turned to Li Si and Su Fu, who stood next to Ying Zheng, and shouted, "Mr. Li Si, Mr. Su Fu, if both of you are willing to come to Great Yin Dynasty, you can choose any position like Prime Minister or Imperial Advisor of Great Yin Dynasty. Apart from the throne of the Emperor of Great Yin, you can have whatever title of nobility. How much land do you want? Just tell me, and I'm willing to treat you with the courtesy of a master." Xianxia, who felt that he was being ignored, roared furiously, "You are both heroes of the generation, so why are you putting on such a hypocritical and pedantic look? Be it Ying Zheng or Yin Dan, who want to have a fair and square fight with me? Han Fei, Li Si, Su Fu, once I twist off the head of your masters, you will naturally come and serve me obediently." Han Fei, Li Si, and Su Fu turned to look at Xianxia at the same time and cried out angrily, "What a stinky fart!" Han Fei casually pointed his finger out, and the natural energies around Xianxia shattered and vanished into nothingness. Then Li Si waved his hand, and a violent thunderbolt descended from the sky, smashing viciously towards Xiangxia's head. On the other side, Su Fu recited a spell with an insidious voice. Suddenly, 3 huge and ferocious ghosts emerged from the void, clawing and pulling at Xianxia. Xianxia was infuriated. He raised his hand and punched, shattering the joint attack of 3 men. Then he let out a loud roar, raised his spear, and prepared to charge into the enemy formation with 80,000 mighty soldiers. Even if he were to face both Ing Zheng and Yin Dan at the same time, he was confident that he could defeat them with his army. This was Xianxia, the pride of the hegemon king of Western Shu. Amidst the chaotic atmosphere, a long and evil laugh was suddenly heard coming from afar. With so many heroes gathered here, this is indeed a gathering of heroes. How could Lao AI not join in the fun? Ha ha! All of you are dragons among men. Together with Lao AI, today's gathering can be named as the Gathering of 4 Dragons. Isn't that a wonderful event? A melodious tune was heard coming from afar, as Lao AI, clad in a bright red robe, stepped on a cloud and, escorted by several hundred enchanting beauties and nearly 1,000 burly men, was flying at top speed. Lao AI's long hair hung loosely over his shoulders, and a strange gleam could be seen flashing in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Ing Zheng. Suddenly, 3 loud shouts came from Chi. "Get the hell out of here, Lao AI! Gathering of 4 dragons? You're not qualified." Ing Zheng, Xianxia, and Yin Dan roared furiously at Lao AI at the same time. Heimo's face suddenly turned extremely unsightly, while Wuxia narrowed his eyes and looked at Heimo with a broad smile. Chapter 232. Heimo, who came riding on a cloud complacently, had his face instantly changed. He stopped abruptly and glared at Yin Dan and the other 2 with a venomous look. Yin Dan gave Lao AI a sidelong glance and said coldly, "Lao AI, although I am not a talented man, I am still the monarch of a kingdom. You have been hiding in Great Yin for over 2,000 years, using Great Yin to hide yourself and carry out those treacherous schemes. I despise you. You lost to me in the bet in the drill ground, and you're defeated by me. I despise you even more. Since you could not win the bet and failed to seize my kingdom, what makes you think you are qualified to stand side by side with me?" Ing Zheng stared at Lao AI coldly and said, "Lao AI, you are just a eunuch in my palace. Why don't you kneel down and pay your respect to me? It has been over 2,000 years since we last met. And have you forgotten that I am the monarch, your master? You are a eunuch, a dog under my feet. What makes a dog qualified to stand side by side with me? Are you crazy, or are you stupid?" Lao AI's face turned red, then pale, then red again. Suddenly, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He pointed a trembling finger at Yin Dan and Ing Zheng, his lips twitching as if he wanted to say something. But before he could say anything, Xianxia, who was rubbing his coiling dragon spear, roared impatiently, "Stop pretending to be a decent man. Ing Zheng, the first emperor of Daqin, a mighty monarch. Yin Dan, the crown prince of Yin Kingdom, a retainer of great Yin who also attempted to assassinate a dragon. Now, he is the monarch of Great Yin, a hero of his generation. I have run amok under the heaven, killed all the members of Daqin Imperial clan, and boasted that I am also a peerless overlord. It is only natural that the 3 of us call ourselves the 3 Dragons Union." Laughing coldly and arrogantly, Xianxia gave Lao AI's crotch a mocking glance, then raised his head and roared, "You, Lao AI, I have heard of your name as well. You are a fake eunuch who relies on your bird. Without your bird, you are nothing but a lowly man. What makes you qualified to be called the 4 dragons with us? Bah, look at that thing in your crotch. Is it even a dragon?" Yin Dan's words were considered polite, and Ing Zheng's words were polite. However, Xianxu's words were like a bunch of scolding with spears and sticks. Lao AI, who had just coughed out a mouthful of blood because of Ing Zheng, trembled and coughed out another mouthful of blood on the spot. Trembling, he gave Yin Dan a look. Yin Dan was flanked by 2 mighty experts, Sun Quan and Mod. Then, he turned to look at Ing Zheng in exasperation. Ing Zheng was flanked by Gigazi, as well as a group of valiant civil and military officials from Daqin Dynasty. None of them were easy to deal with. Especially when Lao AI was friends with Li Si and Su Fu. He knew that these people were cruel and merciless and had countless trump cards. Therefore, he did not have the courage to provoke them. Panicked and exasperated, Lao AI narrowed his eyes and stared at Xianxia. Xianxia, the hegemon king of Western Shu? You call yourself an overlord, but who do you think you are? I, Lao AI, swear here and now that I will wipe out your entire clan and rape all your women and children. Lao AI's long hair stood up, and a pink mist towered up into the sky around him, while a boundless evil aura surged and rushed in all directions. Suddenly, the several hundred enchanting beauties and nearly 1,000 burly men around him let out flirtatious moans at the same time. An enchanting aura spread out in all directions, while a powerful evil force rushed toward the souls and nascent divinities of the people around them. In just a blink of an eye, the clothes worn by those beauties and burly men had vanished without a trace. In the presence of so many people, they began to have sex in groups of 3 to 5. A tremor ran through Wuqi's body. Suddenly, a wisp of evil flame rushed up from his lower abdomen. The Jin Dan and his dantian trembled abruptly, and the evil flame emerged from the core of the Jin Dan. If it were an ordinary Jin Dan, the Jin Dan would have been burned to ashes, and all their cultivation base would have gone down the drain. Fortunately, Wuqi's Jin Dan was protected by 5 acquired spirit pearls, and the enormous acquired energies of 5 elements had firmly stabilized the foundation of his Jin Dan. No matter how the evil flame wreaked havoc, it could not do anything to Wuqi. Instead, it helped him to temper his Jin Dan and his mind. While cheering, the 7 holy deities and devils rushed into the Jin Dan from Wuqi's spiritual ocean and began to devour the evil flame, which contained a boundless, lustful aura. The movements of the men and women around Lao AI became bigger and bigger as the fiend technique had reached its climax. The lustful flame in Wuqi's Jin Dan grew stronger and stronger, but it only provided nourishment for Wuqi's 7 holy deities and devils, and did not damage his foundation at all. Wuqi narrowed his eyes with a straight face, enjoying the performance of the men and women around Lao AI. It was as if he was back on Earth, watching those adult programs that were not suitable for children. Suddenly, 2 big hands pressed on his back, and 2 streams of bone-piercing cold energy were injected into Wuqi's dantian, rushing straight towards the evil flame in it. Wuqi turned his head in surprise and saw that it was Catfish Flood Dragon and Lord Xianxia, who were exercising their cultivation bays to resist the attack of the fiend technique while helping Wuqi dispel the evil force. As Lord Xianxia was a mighty expert who was about to form his nascent divinity, Lao AI's fiend technique did not have much effect on him. However, Catfish Flood Dragon's cultivation base was far weaker than Lord Xianxia, and her Flood Dragon bloodline was not as strong as his. Her dragon energies were impure, and she was greatly affected by such a fiend technique. Facing Lao AI's despicable fiend technique, Catfish Flood Dragon was under much greater pressure. Her body was shivering, and when she saw that she was about to lose control of her mind, she still helped Wuqi to suppress the evil flame. It showed that she had a pretty good temperament. As the saying went, a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. She must be this kind of demon, right? Although she was a little silly, Wuqi did not mind having more of such demons. He took a deep breath, and the Jin Dan and Wuqi's dantian began to move. The 5 acquired spirit pearls began to spin rapidly, and a great amount of acquired energies of 5 elements rushed into Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flood Dragon's bodies through his body, flowing quickly through them to help them refine the impurities in their fleshly bodies and improve the purity of their Flood Dragon bloodline. As Wuqi had been cultivating the Dragon Transformation script for some time, he had a very deep understanding of its essence. With his help, both Catfish Flood Dragon and Lord Xianxia felt their bodies were boiling hot, as if their blood essence was burning, and a great amount of impurities were quickly dispelled. Wuqi turned his head and smiled at Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flood Dragon. then nodded and said, "Thank you, both of you. Wuxia has an extraordinary treasure with me, so I can protect myself. I really appreciate your kindness." The circulation of the energies in Wuxia's body increased, and more acquired energies of 5 elements kept rushing into Catfish Flood Dragon and Lord Xianxia's bodies. Lord Xianxia smiled, narrowed his eyes, and increased the amount of dragon energies he sent into Wuxia's body. Almost instinctively, Catfish Flood Dragon sent even more dragon energies into Wuxia's body, and after they were refined by the 5-element spirit pearls, they returned to their bodies. The blood essence and energy in their bodies were at least 100 times stronger than Wuxia's. Wuxia was helping them purify their energy essence, and at the same time, their dragon energy essence was also improving the strength of his body. It was indeed a win-win situation where he returned the favor. While Wuxia and his companions were sharing the benefits, Lao Ai's shameless evil technique had annoyed Xianxia. As a hot-tempered man, Xianxia could not tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes. Therefore, when he saw Lao Ai shamelessly asking his disciples to put on a grand show in front of so many people, a great rage immediately rushed to his head. On top of that, there were several tens of thousands of soldiers with the cultivation base of Jin Dan among Great Chu's mighty army. Seeing that their bodies were on the verge of collapsing, Xianxia let out a furious roar. Immediately, the 18 giant undead warriors standing behind him let out thunderous roars, formed a formation, and charged towards Lao Ai. A smile emerged on Ying Zheng and Yin Dan's faces at the same time. At the same time, both men ordered their subordinates to retreat as they wanted to witness the overall strength of Xianxia and Lao Ai. In the future, both Xianxia and Lao Ai would be their archenemies, and it would only benefit them if they could have a fight with them first. There were 18 gigantic zombies, each towering 10,000 feet tall. No one knew where Xianxia found such gigantic corpses and refined them into powerful zombies. However, these 18 human-shaped undead warriors were definitely not the skeletons of a human being. Not only did they stand 10,000 feet tall, their skin was densely covered with dark scales, and there were more or less sharp horns growing on their heads. Their facial bones looked more like those of wild beasts. A few of them even had long tails that looked like the tails of cows trailing behind their buttocks. These non-human features indicated that they might be the skeletons of some ancient clan and had nothing to do with human beings. The 18 giant undead warriors roared and charged towards Lao Ai, surrounding him and over 1,000 disciples. After that, they raised their arms and smashed them down viciously towards Lao Ai's head. Not long ago, these undead warriors were spitting out a crimson flame from their mouths, turning all the condemned prisoners in one of Qin's cities into nothingness. But now, their fists were covered in a thick layer of dark flame. 36 giant fists plunged down from the sky like shooting stars, smashing down with deep, muffled whistling noises. Lao Ai was indeed a peerless evil man. He waved his arms and let out a long, loud laugh that shook the sky. Suddenly, a large sheet of pink mist sprayed out from the bodies of over 1,000 disciples who were having sex crazily around him. In just a blink of an eye, all of them were sucked into Lao Ai's body. After being replenished by an enormous amount of lustful aura, Lao Ai's body had expanded to the height of 30 feet. His clothes exploded abruptly, revealing his extremely muscular body. Blood surged from his lower body, making him look like a spear piercing into the sky. His clone was emitting a faint golden gleam, while the natural energies around him were being oppressed by a tremendous force, producing crackling noises. With his clone as the core, a very vast fiend energy kept circling around him, making his blood vessels expand and his muscles swell, making him look like an ancient celestial fiend. Facing the giant fists of 18 giant undead warriors, Lao Ai did not show any sign of weakness. He raised both fists up and met them head-on. Great Sun technique. "Break!" he roared at the top of his voice. All of a sudden, 10 streams of pinkish energy burst out from Lao Ai's 10 fingers. The pinkish energy burst into flames abruptly, transforming into a huge ball of light that looked as dazzling as a small sun, emanating a boundless evil aura. Vaguely, one could see countless enchanting naked girls singing and dancing inside the ball of light. Accompanied by a beautiful melody, the ball of light was thrown out from Lao Ai's hand, smashing forcefully into the heavy fists of the giant undead warriors. A sweet moan of a girl rang out. Suddenly, the void was filled with a strong, enchanting pink light, and a magnificent garden emerged in midair. Countless exotic flowers and plants could be seen growing in the garden, where hundreds of millions of naked beauties and handsome men were having sex to their heart's content. 18 giant undead warriors were trapped in the garden, running around aimlessly like headless flies. If an ordinary cultivator were trapped in this garden, it would not take long for his soul to be controlled by the lustful aura. His spirit, energy, and soul would be burned into ashes by the Yin flame, and all his cultivation base would become Lao Ai's tonic. But unfortunately, it was 18 undead warriors who were trapped here, 18 undead warriors who had completely lost their living instincts. These giant undead warriors were only stunned for a brief moment in the illusion of the garden, before they roared furiously, waving their fists wildly in all directions, while spewing out crimson flames from their mouths. Lao Ai's body trembled. He kept performing incantation gestures with both hands, barely maintaining the illusion. While maintaining the illusion with all his cultivation base, he roared fiercely, "Xianxia, do all these monsters possess the strength of early-stage nascent divinity realm?" Xianxia did not answer. Nobody knew when he had arrived in front of Lao Ai on his mount, thrusting his spear right in front of his face. 18 giant undead warriors with the overall strength equivalent to early-stage nascent divinity realm had pinned down all of Lao Ai's energy, making him incapable of resisting Xianxia's sudden thrust. Amidst a blinding black gleam, the spear flashed across the air, and a jet of blood shot up into the sky. Lao Ai let out a miserable howl of extreme hatred. Chapter 233. Before Xianxia's words could fade away, a loud laughter suddenly rang out from all directions. It was especially true for Su Mayer, who was laughing so hard that her body was convulsing. She was lying on the shoulders of 2 fox demon disciples, shaking and nearly falling down from the clouds. Pointing her finger at Xianxia, she said, Xianxia looks like a hero, but I never knew that he would be attracted by this big guy, just like us girls. He, Xianxia, the hegemon king of Western Shu. How did you fall in love with this treasure? Lao Ai flew into a rage, pointing his finger at the direction where Xianxia disappeared and cursed. Then he pulled out a small golden bell and lightly knocked on it. The ringing of the bell was melodious and pleasant to the ear, bringing with it a faintly discernible, lingering feeling. The male and female disciples who were exercising a fiend technique sprung up into the sky. In just a blink of an eye, they had dressed up and stood behind Lao Ai with expressionless faces. Looking at the direction where Xianxia fled, Dan shook his head and said, "Strong, very strong." But what worried me the most was that this Xianxia is not an easy man to deal with. 80,000 Dan soldiers are nothing, but the one leading them is a hegemon king. Dan is afraid that this hegemon king will not be easy to deal with. Hiss! The few fox demon girls giggled and turned to look at Lao Ai with their watery eyes. Both of them exchanged a glance, then burst out laughing at the same time. But there was no warmth or joy in their laughter anymore. With their faces darkened, the Xianxia soldiers turned their chariots around and rode away in a hurry, following behind Xianxia. Not only did Xianxia humiliate himself with the spear, he had also humiliated all the Xianxia soldiers, making them wish they could disappear from the world at this very moment. Loud rumbling noises echoed out as the 18 giant undead warriors broke free from Lao AI's illusion. It was as if they had realized that their master had done something shameful. Holding their heads with both hands, they followed closely behind the Xianxia soldiers and fled in a flurry. "Oh!" Sumayer answered with a bright gleam in her eyes as she turned to look at Lao AI, who was waving his arms and cursing. Lowering her voice, she giggled and said, "My boys, 2 of you will go tonight and have a good test of this prince of Chongqing's abilities. I never expected that there would be someone like me in Great Yin Dynasty, a good man who cultivates the technique of combining yin and yang. If he's capable, then let him come and find the elder ancestor. If he's just a spearhead that looks like silver, then I'll suck his marrow dry and let him know that not every spear can be taken out to show off." Amidst the surrounding mountain ridges, several 100,000 practitioners and millions of elite soldiers of Qin army flew out from their hiding places, forming into a great formation, escorting Ing Zheng and his company as they retreated westward at top speed. Behind them, a large cloud was also used. Countless Yin soldiers flew over on their flying Dharma artifacts, protecting Yin Dan, who was severely injured and vomiting blood, as they retreated. Gue Guzi, Sun Quang, and MOD were all martial grandmasters. Even though Ing Zheng and Yin Dan were emperors, they did not dare to do so. The cultivation of masters like Han Fei, Li Si, and Su Fu, the valiant spirit of Jing Ku, Fan Yuqi, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and the other great generals. The ferocity and ruthlessness of all the demon kings. On top of that, with Wu Qi's eyesight and knowledge as a freak, when they saw the result of Xiang Yu's spear thrust, they still gasped at the same time and subconsciously twisted their waists, putting their legs together unnaturally. Sensing the strange gazes from the surroundings, Xiang Yu suddenly had an urge to cry, but no tears came out. Hastily, he turned his head and roared, I was just staring blankly at Lao AI's split body. He breathed out a long sigh and said, "What a tough guy. Swan and I, you demon, you really live up to your reputation." Yin Dan stopped laughing, shook his head, and said indifferently, "Although Lao AI is now Great Yan's Prince of Chongqing, and if His Majesty Ing Zheng wants to kill him, as long as His Majesty has the means to do so, you can just kill him. But Lao AI's evil cultivation base is amazing, and he is a cunning and patient man. He is not an easy opponent. If a few of the famous ministers and generals serving His Majesty were killed by him, I will have to hold a feast to celebrate." Another gasp was heard coming from the surroundings. In an unnatural manner, Wu Qi clamped his thighs tightly. He turned to look at Xiang Yu with vigilance. He did not expect this hegemon king of Western Chu to have such a nasty hobby. He had actually chosen Lao AI's vital part and thrust his spear right into it. It looked like he would have to be extra careful when going against Xiang Yu in the future. Apart from the heavenly fox, Su Mei and her female demons, all the other male creatures clamped their thighs tightly together. The sound of water splashing could be heard. Lao AI, shivering from head to toe, lowered his head and looked at his lower body that was spraying blood. Suddenly, he threw his head back and roared crazily into the sky. "Xiang Yu, you little punk, you are so shameless. You are such a shameless and unruly man. In a battle on the battlefield, do you purposely focus on your lower body? Lao AI swears that I will kill you. I will kill you. I will tear your scales into pieces and kill you." After a brief moment of pondering, Ing Zheng nodded slowly and said, "The great Chu represented by Xiang Yu has appeared. I'm afraid our old friends will be dragged into this chaotic situation in the near future. We have endured for over 2,000 years, and finally, we have the strength to step out of our own territory. And finally, we have the strength to conquer the world. This world will no longer be lonely. But today, I've enjoyed myself to the fullest. Let's fight another day. I wonder if Yin Dan has the mood to fight me on the battlefield." Wu Qi was standing not too far away from Su Mei. Therefore, He heard her order loud and clear. He could not help but shake his head inwardly. It looked like Lao AI was about to find himself a good backer. In the future, even if Yin Dan wanted to defeat Lao AI, it would not be easy. Wuxia had no doubt that Lao AI could pass Su Mei-er's test. After all, this evil man had been cultivating the Great Sun technique for over 2,000 years, and he had spent all his effort on that precious fish. A few fox girls would not be able to defeat this evil man. Yingzheng pondered for a brief moment, then nodded slowly with a smile and said, "All right, today is different from the past. You and I both have great divine abilities, so how could we not fight alone in this decisive battle on the battlefield? As an emperor, he should naturally be invincible on the battlefield." Yin Dan and Yingzheng laughed at each other. Yin Dan did not explain to them that he was cultivating the reincarnation technique of 9 deaths and 9 lives. Instead, he pulled out a silver-white sword and thrust it toward Yingzheng's face. Shadows of 8 flood dragons and 1 serpent emerged from behind Yingzheng's back, while a large sheet of dark mist spread in all directions. Yingzheng flipped his palm, and the sword of Qin Emperor appeared in his palm. He stared at Yin Dan and said coolly, "The 9 dragons called her grand magic I'm cultivating is a technique that gathers the blood essence of dragons. When I kill a serpent, I gain the strength of a serpent. When I kill a flood dragon, I gain the strength of a flood dragon. When I kill a dragon, I gain the strength of a dragon. I'm the son of heaven, and this cultivation technique gathers the energy of a divine dragon to rule the world. It is the merit that should be given to the human emperor." A strange gleam flickered in Wu Qi's eyes as he gave a glance somewhere to the south. Behind a dense cloud, Xianxia was seen hiding in the cloud with a group of his subordinates, looking at the direction of the battle. Yingzheng let out a long and sonorous laugh, while the sword of Qin Emperor shot out and greeted Yin Dan head-on. All of a sudden, the laughter of both men stopped abruptly. A strong light flashed, and Wu Qi exercised the mystic eyes of universe with all his might. He could barely see that in that very moment, both Yin Dan and Yingzheng had exchanged 81 sword strikes at the same time, driving 81 magical techniques and divine abilities, and had smashed onto each other. Both of them were equipped with excellent defensive magical treasures, so when these soft and feeble sword strikes and magical techniques landed on each other, they did not cause any harm. Although both of them had unleashed such a mighty attack, it was just a feint, and they did not use any ultimate attack. A buzzing noise was heard coming out from Yingzheng's body, as 9 3-legged cauldrons, each standing 90 feet tall and looking like illusions, rushed out from behind his back. 8 flood dragons and 1 serpent were hovering right above the 9 cauldrons. A vast and mighty aura of an emperor came rushing at their faces, bringing with it a spiritual pressure that was unique to flood dragons. Wu Qi and all the other men could not keep their balance, and were forced to retreat in all directions. It was especially true for Wanying Dragon King and the other aquatic clan members, as their faces turned extremely unsightly. Taking a deep breath, Wu Qi murmured to himself, "So, the next battle will be the final one? Who was the one who could not hold back and struck first? Who was the one who was set up by someone else? Who will be the final winner?" Sighing, Wu Qi murmured to himself, "I don't care so much, as long as I can survive." However, among all the people present, there were Giguzi, Imo Di, and Sun Kuang, who were all grandmasters. Lao AI would be too ashamed to show his face to anyone. Bringing all his disciples, he sped away on the cloud, rushing back to Little Meng City and hiding in his field headquarters, never coming out to meet anyone again. Yingzheng pointed at the direction where Xianxia had fled and said coolly, 80,000 mighty Jin Dan soldiers, 80,000 demon beasts with demon cores, several tens of thousands of divine undead soldiers, 18 undead celestial fiends who were equivalent to early-stage nascent divinity cultivators, and the enigmatic Chu Ping, Huang Xia, Li Yuan, and a group of ministers and generals of Great Chu. On top of that, they have a territory and people 100 times larger than us. Yin Dan, What do you think about the overall strength of Great Chu? Xianyu nodded hastily and said, "You are right, my little friend. I was attracted by this thing." Lao Ai pulled out some spare clothes and put them on neatly. He gave Yin Dan and Ing Zheng a cold glance, then spun and left without saying a word. Today, he boasted that he was one of the 4 dragons and wanted to stand on equal footing with Ing Zheng, Yin Dan, and Xianyu. But in the end, he was crushed by a single spear thrust from Xianyu, which made him too ashamed to show his face in front of anyone. It would be fine if all the people present were ordinary people, but Lao Ai had a thick skin, as he could still stay here as if nothing had happened. Wuxia said in a strange voice, "You can only blame this thing for attracting you too much, and that's why you purposely aimed the spear at it." After laughing for a while, Ingzheng suddenly stopped laughing and said coolly, "Lao Ai is a vile man, and I should kill him." Ayaya. Only then did Xianyu realize that he had been tricked by Wu Qi's words, and it said something that was extremely misleading. He flew into a rage and roared, "Nonsense! I just found this fellow an eyesore, so I just casually shot him with my spear. How could I? Ayaya, you are driving me mad." His face was flushed, and he raised his sleeve to cover his face. Then he pulled out the coiling dragon spear, cursing all the ancestors of Wu Qi along the way as he rode back to the formation of Great Chu's mighty army. Yin Dan laughed. Suddenly, a grayish-white bright beam shot up into the sky from behind his back, as the disk of Great Tao transmigration slowly rose up into the sky with a deep, muffled sound of spinning. Yin Dan stared at Ing Zheng, who was a few miles away, and said with a smile, "Are you interested? Why don't your Majesty Ing Zheng have a match with me today?" Amidst Tao's almost crazed howl, a thick pink mist covered his body. Amidst the jarring sound of metal rubbing against metal, Lao Ai's clone, which was ripped apart by the coiling dragon spear, began to wriggle and heal itself. Very soon, it returned to its original state, and was still emitting a faint golden gleam. Ingzheng nodded his head and said with a smile, "Same to you, same to you. If I can behead Yin Dan, Jing Ku, Gao Jianli, and all the others, I'll definitely grant amnesty to the entire world and let all the people celebrate this grand event with me." The spear thrust from Xianyu was too vicious, too sinister, and too harsh. He thrust the spear right at Lao Ai's crotch. It was not aimed at any other part of his body, but it went right into his urinal area and went over 1 foot deep. All Lao Ai's skill was focused on his clone. When Xianyu thrust the coiling dragon spear into the clone, it actually produced a jarring sound of metal rubbing against metal and produced a large amount of sparks. It was no longer a body of flesh and blood, but a mineral crystal similar to a diamond. Even with Xiangyu's extraordinary strength and the strength of the upper-grade magical treasure, the coiling dragon spear, it took him a full 2 breaths of time before he managed to pierce through the vital part of Lao Ai's clone. Both Yin Dan and Ing Zheng burst out laughing at Lao Ai, who had overestimated his own strength and wanted to be on par with him. Chapter 234. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. Wu Qi was sitting in the quiet room, and he could hear the sound of grass growing and flowers blooming in the surroundings. Winter had passed, and spring had arrived. The snow and ice on the land of Great Yin had thawed, and all living things were eagerly releasing the life force that had been accumulated for a few months. Flowers, grasses, and trees were busy sprouting. In this spring night that was full of life force, Wu Qi could even hear the moaning of she-bears coming from the courtyard next door. Xianxia brothers and a group of demon bears had caught a batch of she-bears who had just woken up from hibernation. They were excitedly carrying out the great plan of breeding the next generation. This was also the request of Xiong Wanling for all his offsprings. These days, all the demon bears in Blackwind Valley were working hard day and night, striving to expand the scale of the bear dens in Blackwind Valley. Are these the 153 she-bears that were harmed by the brothers? Wuqi took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled a mixed aura that was intertwined with 5 colors. The energies in his body were further purified, and a tiny thread of innate nectar energy, about the size of a dust particle, was condensed from his internal organs, then slowly fused into the false cores in his arms. This was the total result of Wuqi's hard work after a night of cultivation. After forming the innate Jin Dan of 5 elements, the cultivation of Scroll of Stealing had slowed down abruptly. The realm of Jin Dan was still the period of foundation building for Scroll of Stealing. Furthermore, the foundation he needed to lay in this stage was thousands of times harsher than that of Xianxia realm. Sensing the 10 false cores in his arms that had become slightly brighter, Wuqi pushed open the door of the quiet room and took a deep breath of the air that was mixed with the fragrance of plants and the stench of bears. In the courtyard next door, the she-bears were still howling. It was hard to tell if they were happy or in pain, but their howls could disturb one's mind, making Wuqi have no idea what to say. Wuqi breathed out a long sigh as he gave the courtyard next door a quick glance with his divine will and said, 153 pristine she-bears have been ruined by you just like that. Stepping on the watery cloud, Wuqi flew up into the sky and opened the mystic eyes of universe to look around. Vaguely, a divine light shot out from his pupils. Within a radius of 100 miles, even the movement of a single grain of sand could not be hidden from Wuqi's eyes. Within 1,000 miles, Wuqi could clearly see the silhouette of a night bird flying across the night sky in a panic. His field of vision was as far as 1,500 miles away. At this distance, he could see figures hiding in the deepest shadows. On the wall of Meng Fortress that had been repaired, a large group of Yin soldiers were patrolling back and forth. High up in the sky patrolling eagle guards flashed by with faint blue shadows. At a depth of 1,000 feet underground, great Yin cultivators were patrolling along the direction of the flow of the underground energy veins, keeping an eye out for any enemies that might show up at any time. Apart from the tiny light coming from the arrow towers, there was not a single light in the vast Meng Fortress. Wrong, there is still one place lit up. It was the window of the quiet chamber, where Lu Qingfeng was cultivating not far away. After forming his Jin Dan, Lu Qingfeng's interest in the Dao of formation had increased by a few times. Now, he was studying the script of heaven patching formation day and night, and his enthusiasm was much greater than Xiongqing and Xiongqing, who were torturing the she-bears every single day. Wuqi looked around, clasped his hands behind his back, and stared lazily at the bright moon in the sky. Ingzheng, Xianyu, what are you waiting for? Why haven't you shown up yet? For months have passed since that battle. Are you all waiting for others to make the first move? Ingzheng has many advisors around him, so he can stay calm and wait for the best opportunity to strike. But, Xianyu, what are you waiting for? What are you trying to achieve by bringing an army to the north? Don't tell me you are just here for sightseeing. What exactly are you waiting for? It had been 4 months, and nothing had happened. The construction of Meng Fortress and all 270 outposts had been completed, and all defensive formations had been deployed. The front line of Meng Mountains had formed a complete defensive circle. However, the Qin army was nowhere to be seen, and no one knew where the army led by Xiongyu was hiding. The feeling of having 2 ferocious tigers hiding right next to him was not a pleasant one, especially since Wuqi was now in the front line and was also the deputy chief supervisor of Westfield headquarters. It was even more unpleasant for him. Wuqi cursed angrily, then flipped his left hand and looked at the earth element dragon scale shield on his wrist. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. After extorting over 30,000 dragon scales from Waning Dragon King, Wuqi had selected a batch of the best quality dragon scales and fused them into the shield, refining it once again. Now, when the shield was activated, 36,000 dragon scales would soar up and cover his entire body according to the number of circulations. No matter it was the defensive strength or the offensive strength, it was much stronger than before. Nourished by the innate earth element energy essence, These dragon scales were growing stronger at all times. Wuxia calculated in his mind that if these dragon scales were not damaged in the next 1,800 years, perhaps all the dragon scales would be upgraded to the toughness of a heaven immortal realm true dragon armor. Stroking the smooth surface of the shield, Wuxia's mood gradually calmed down. No matter what Zheng and Xianxia were planning, with this shield, Wuxia had the confidence to save his own life. However, the feeling of having someone peeping at him from behind was not a pleasant one. On this warm spring night, Wuxia suddenly had an impulse to destroy something. It would be the best if he could kill someone and see some blood, as that would make his mood much better. The Xianxia brothers next door were roaring with laughter, as if they were fighting over the last female bear. This bunch of blind bears, I wish them kidney deficiency for the rest of their lives. Wuxia cursed viciously at this bunch of demon bears who still did not sleep in the middle of the night. Then, he rode a cloud and flew towards a small mountain outside Meng Fortress. This small mountain was a part of the defensive system of Meng Fortress, and it was densely surrounded by countless defensive formations. The person who was responsible for guarding this small mountain was none other than Ye Baihong, who had volunteered himself. In G-City, Yanu claimed that she was going into a secluded cultivation to break through the nascent soul realm, but in fact, she was wholeheartedly cultivating and developing the overall strength of heaven-breaking sword sects intersect in a mine located deep in Meng Mountains. Therefore, Nye Baihong had become the person with the highest authority in heaven-breaking sword sect in name. As Great Yin was going to wage war against the outside world, it was his duty to lead a group of Jindan elders to guard Meng Fortress. As the cloud approached the nameless small mountain, a sword beam immediately shot out and stopped before Wuxia. With an unsightly expression, Qin Shuwen blocked Wuqi's path and asked with a gloomy voice, "Wuxia, what is your intention of coming here in the middle of the night?" Looking at Qin Shuwen, Wuxia smiled. Nye Baihong was not a kind and benevolent man. This time, he volunteered himself to bring the elite Elder Jindan elders of heaven-breaking sword sect to Meng Fortress to help in the war, and all 27 Elder Jindan elders were Yan Li's trusted subordinates. When facing the mighty Qin army, even Gold Core elders could be killed at any time. Qin Shuwen, who was forced to follow Nye Baihong to the front line, had no choice but to follow Nye Baihong to the front line. It would be strange if he could show Wuxia a pleasant expression. Shaking his head, Wuxia smiled and said, "So, it is Elder Qin who is on night watch today? It has been tough on you, really tough on you. I'll definitely report this to the chief supervisor of Ming City and make sure that Elder Qin will be rewarded with a great military merit." Taking a deep breath, Wuxia looked up at the bright moon in the sky and said with an indifferent tone, "Elder Qin, please tell the sect leader that the moon is bright and beautiful tonight, and Wuxia suddenly has the desire to kill someone. Therefore, he is here to stab him with his sword. Ask him if he still remembers that innocent girl on the pleasure boat in the Myriad Red River. Tonight is such a beautiful night, and it is the auspicious day when Wuxia is going to stab him with his sword." Qin Shuwen was struck dumb and didn't say a word for a long while. At last, he gave Wuxia a strange look, and a gloating smile emerged on his face. "Are you saying that you're going to stab sect leader with your sword? Ha! Wuxia, you are rebelling against your superiors. You are." The deep and powerful voice of Nye Baihong was heard coming from afar. "Qin Shuwen, shut up and do what you should do." A white light flashed as Nye Baihong, who was shrouded in an immense sword energy, appeared right next to Qin Shuwen. He looked a few times fiercer than the first time Wuxia saw him. He pressed his palm onto Qin Shuwen's body, unleashing an unparalleled sword energy that knocked Qin Shuwen several thousand feet away. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and slammed into a huge tree. Qin Shuwen gave Nye Baihong a venomous look, who was shrouded in a murderous aura, lowered his head and squeezed into the dark shadow. Raising his head and looking at Wuxia, Nye Baihong asked in an indifferent tone, "I've been waiting for this sword of yours for a few months. You've already formed the Jindan, So why did you only come to me now? Thinking that such a sword was waiting for me. I couldn't eat or sleep well for the past few days. Wuxia smiled, looked at the bright moon in the sky, and said, "Tonight is a nice night, so I want to see some blood." Nie Baihong smiled and asked, "Is there any other reason?" Wuxia moved his fingers and calculated for a while, then said hesitantly, "If I remember correctly, Wuxia will be 18 years old when the sun rises, right? Just consider it as a birthday gift for myself. Can't you?" Nie Baihong was stunned. "You're only 18 years old? Forming the Jindan? You little monster." After being stunned for a while, Nie Baihong knitted his brows and asked, "Are you really only 18 years old? I thought you should be at the same age as Duke Yinle, almost 30 years old, right?" Wuxia touched his chin, chuckled, and said, "Look at my youthful face. How can I be so old? Is an 18 years old Jindan that rare?" Wuxia is just lucky and had some fortuitous encounters. That's why he has formed the Jindan at such a young age. Nie Baihong nodded his head slowly. As he was about to say something, Wuxia suddenly narrowed his eyes. He waved his right hand, unleashing a dark sword beam that contained an invincible and fierce sword energy, piercing through Nie Baihong's chest in a blink of an eye. Nie Baihong let out a miserable howl. His chest was pierced by Wuxia's sword beam, and a see-through hole about the size of a human head appeared. Blood sprayed out from his mouth as he was knocked flying several miles away, slamming into the cliff behind him. Wuxia looked at Nie Baihong, who was knocked flying away, and said in a leisurely manner, "Today, you have roughly mastered the control of the wood element orb. That's why I stabbed you with this sword. With the protection of the wood element orb, at least you won't die, and, at most, you will have to suffer some pain. Master, I hope you will remember this in the future. You and I are both a pitiful worm struggling in this world, and neither of us is nobler than the other." Taking a deep breath, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "In the future, before you kill someone with your sword, please think about this sword strike of mine before you strike." Suddenly, Wuxia wielded his sword beam and transformed into a dark beam, shooting towards the depth of Meng Mountains. After sprinting for several thousand miles, Wuxia came to the peak of a lofty mountain. Standing on the peak and looking at the silver moon hanging above his head, which was as big as a basin, Wuxia suddenly threw his head back and cried out, "Master, Xiaobai." Wuxia is 18 years old now. I'm an adult now. Damn it, I miss you so much. Abruptly, he stretched out both hands, unleashing countless tiny sword beams that shattered the lofty mountain under his feet. Tears were streaming down Wuxia's face. Suddenly, he cried out, "I really fucking miss you so much. I'm alone here." Wuxia threw his head back and roared, "I don't want to be alone here. I want to go back. I miss you. I miss my dead brothers." Shrill howls of wolves could be heard coming from afar, mixing together with Wuxia's roars and shouts, making them indistinguishable. Chapter 235. He threw his head back and roared into the sky. Large sheets of sword energies kept bursting out from the Jindan, transforming into mighty sword beams that tore through the void and shattered the lofty mountain beneath his feet. The acquired energies of 5 elements in his 8 extraordinary meridians, 12 principal meridians, and the main meridians kept rushing into the Jindan like a rising tide. Driven by the unity of sword energy script, they were quickly transformed into sword energies that were 10 times purer than ordinary sword energies. 5 acquired spirit pearls were wheeling rapidly around the Jindan, emanating an enormous pressure that had shrunk the size of Wuxia's Jindan by half. The density of the condensed sword energies had become higher, purer, and more powerful. As the most profound technique of heaven-breaking sword sect, the core of the unity of sword energy script was to transform the energies into unique sword energies of 5 elements. After being highly compressed and condensed, once the sword energies of 5 elements were unleashed by heaven-breaking sword sect's 5 elements sword technique, their power would be at least a few times stronger than when unleashed by ordinary energies. Because of the spirit pearls of 5 elements, the degree of condensation of Wuqi's sword energies was far greater than that of Niaonu and Niebaihong, and the power of his sword energies was even more unstoppable. Master Xiaobai and brothers, Wuqi thrust both palms up into the sky, unleashing nearly all the sword energies of 5 elements he had condensed in his body at the same time. 2 dazzling beams that looked like flood dragons soared several tens of miles high into the sky, accompanied by loud, swishing noises, and only faded away after a long while. Wuqi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He circulated the unity of sword energies script over and over again. Seizing the opportunity when the spirit pearls of 5 elements suddenly became agitated, he quickly condensed his energies and transformed them into sword energies of 5 elements. After the transformation, the energies that filled the main meridians in his body were transformed into wisps of sword energies that were incredibly dense and thin like mist, flowing quickly in his meridians. Once again, his meridians became empty. Not far away from him, a lady clad in black clothes was seen riding on a 7-colored deer on top of a slightly shorter mountain. The woman's hair fluttered behind her like a cloud. She was so beautiful and elegant that she didn't look like she was in a trance. She looked like a soulless ghost, staring blankly at Wuqi, who was crazily venting his anger on the mountaintop a few miles away. The night wind blew the woman's black dress, and the light muslin dress fluttered silently, adding a bit of charm to the air. The long dress that was blown by the wind clung tightly to the woman's curvaceous body, outlining the perfect curves of her body. Riding on the back of the elk, the woman was like a ball of frozen flame, deep and cold, mysterious and strange, giving people the illusion that they couldn't help but want to get closer, but once they did, they would be burned by the raging flames. Her hazy eyes stared at Wuqi. Her flawless red lips suddenly opened and closed slightly. She sighed in a low voice. He is also a heartbroken person. She gently patted on the elk and drove it away. Then, her body moved slightly and arrived behind Wuqi without causing any ripple of energy. The long dress on her body suddenly fell apart, turning into countless black gossamer threads that drifted in all directions, revealing a naked body that looked like it was carved out of white jade, with soft and beautiful lines. She spread her arms and gently hugged Wuqi's waist from behind, gently twisting her waist. Are you Wuqi? One interesting kid, really interesting. Are you really cultivating that kind of childish cultivation technique that can sever human nature? I don't believe it. The woman's red lips gently pressed against Wuqi's earlobe. She had a very tall stature, half a fist taller than Wuqi. However, her body was slender and graceful, like a green bamboo amidst the morning mist in the mountains. Her swaying body was so beautiful that it could take one's breath away. Her long legs had already wrapped around Wuqi's body. Her body was slightly trembling, whispering into Wuqi's ear in a low voice. The mountain wind is very cold, and the night is still young. Are you going to let me be disturbed by the cold wind here? Why don't you hug me? What are you waiting for? Wuqi's body turned stiff. He didn't even notice this woman's trace just now, and he didn't even know how this woman came to his back. However, judging from the touch of her body, the scent of her body, and the deep and lingering voice in his ear, Wuqi didn't need to turn his head to know that this was a devastatingly beautiful woman. However, when faced with such a strange appearance, and a woman who had wrapped her arms around his body the moment they met, Wuqi didn't feel any charm from her. Instead, cold sweat broke out from all over his body. His body was stiff, and he was ready to summon the 100 long-bone men from the spirit breeding ring. The woman's fingers lightly ran across Wuqi's body, gently brushing past 2 sensitive spots on his chest. In the wilderness, there is no one around. The night is long and lonely, and the night wind is cold. It's fate that we can meet each other. I won't hurt you, and you won't hurt me. I'm a woman, and you're a man. We'll spend the night together, and when the sun rises tomorrow, you and I will be strangers. I don't seek to be with you all the time. I just want a night of pleasure. What are you waiting for?" A gust of hot wind with a faint aroma blew into Wuqi's ear, instantly destroying most of the wariness in his heart. He clenched his right hand, and the sword of greedy wolf transformed into a beam of dark light and fell into his hand. He raised his right hand, about to thrust the sword into the woman's body. "If you want to kill me, then do it now," the woman said coolly, "but I hope you can give up the sword in your hand and use another weapon to pierce my body." A man, a real man, how could he only use the sword in his hand? These cold swords might be able to conquer the world, but if you want to conquer a woman like me, what you need is this divine weapon. The woman's hand slid down from Wuqi's body, then forcefully grabbed onto Wuqi's vital part. Her slender and beautiful fingers gently pinched a few times, and Wuqi felt a stream of hot air rushing up from the soles of his feet to his head. Suddenly, every vein and muscle in his body was filled with hot blood, and every part of his body had become as hard as steel and as hot as fire. "Oh yes, this is the divine weapon I need. Put down the sword in your hand. I just want a night of pleasure." With a strange seduction, the woman whispered into Wuqi's ear, "I am a woman, a very, very beautiful woman. My body, among all the beauties, is also the most beautiful body. I can give you the greatest pleasure." She giggled, licked Wuqi's earlobe with her red tongue, and said, "Also, I am a married woman. Don't you men always like to have bad thoughts towards other men's women? I am a beauty who can topple a nation, and I am someone else's woman. Are you really not tempted at all? Or perhaps you don't have the courage to do so?" The fingers that were gripping onto Wuqi's vital part tightened abruptly, causing Wuqi to feel a sharp pain. The woman said mockingly, "Or in fact, this thing of yours is just a decoration, useless to women. Or perhaps you still don't know how to deal with women?" In the middle of the night, in the wilderness, a beautiful woman appeared like a ghost and even exposed her body to seduce him. Wuqi felt as if he had fallen into an unreal dream. Everything was hazy and hazy. The temptation of the woman was so great that even Wuqi didn't want to use the 7 holy deities and devils to calm his restless mind. Instead, he reached out and wrapped his arms around the woman's slender and strong waist, which was as smooth as jade. The moment he touched her, the skin of the woman was like a deep swamp, sucking Wuqi's hand and soul deep into it. Wuqi murmured to himself, "I don't have any experience? Come on, my theoretical experience is more than enough to be a skill teacher for all the people in this world." The woman laughed provocatively and said, "You have experience? Then come and pamper me." In the next moment, Wuqi's clothes had turned into ashes, and in the time it took to snap one's fingers, Wuqi had entered deeply into the woman's body. He was like a piece of vajra that had been tempered 100 times, while the woman was like a melting pot that could melt gold and iron into liquid. They collided and rubbed against each other, splashing and splashing a large amount of steaming hot liquid metal. Again and again, puddles after puddles. Wuqi had poured all of his spirit and energy into the first hand-to-hand combat in his life. When he was about the 20th time, when his body broke down inside the woman's body, the faces of Princess Zhonglu and Yutan suddenly appeared in front of him. After that, he was struck by an extremely evil and strange pleasure. Like the Xianxia brothers, he howled and roared, turned the woman's body to another angle, and plunged deep in her body once again. The night passed in silence. At noon of the next day, Wuqi and the woman woke up in a valley 100 miles away, hugging each other. Their bodies were intertwined with each other, fusing together without any reservation. Wuqi still had a strong desire. Right in that valley, by the stream, on top of a large patch of flowers, they once again fell in love with each other. At dusk, the two, who had exhausted all their energy, slowly separated from each other and put on their clothes. Wuqi frowned, looked at the woman in front of him, and asked coldly, "Who are you?" The woman gently combed her hair while facing the stream giggled and said, "Me? I am Yu. I have a husband who is a mighty hero, and his name is Xianxia. Perhaps you've already met him? He is a true hero. How can a little boy like you compare to him?" Wuxia was so angry that he almost choked. He stuck out his chest and said, "Which part of me is inferior to him?" Any man would be as angry as Wuxia when he heard the woman he had just slept with say that he was inferior to another man. But soon, cold sweat broke out all over Wuqi's body. He suddenly realized what the woman had said just now. She was Yu, that Yu, and her husband was that Xianxia, the hegemon king of Western Shu. What had Wuxia done? He had spent half the night last night and the entire day doing that with Xiangxia's woman. He looked at Yu in shock and shouted sternly, "You why?" Yu smiled coquettishly and gently stroked the bun that she had tied up. She said softly, "No reason, I'm just happy." After a slight pause, Yu frowned and sighed softly. "Maybe it's because I'm too lonely? Too bored? I haven't seen him for many years, and now I'm going to see him. Maybe I was too loyal to him in the past. I just want to do something to let him down now." Puffing out her towering breasts, Yu giggled and said, "He's too proud, so I want to find a man he will never look at in the eye and try this feeling of letting him down." You're the kind of man who has no right to be compared to him, so I did this with you. I'm very happy now, and my body is very happy. You've done very well in this matter." With a self-deprecating smile, Yu said softly, "It's just that, in my heart, it's very uncomfortable. I actually spent a night with a little kid like you. It's not worth it." Slowly standing up, Yu said softly, "For the sake of the great joy you've given me for the past day and night, I won't kill you." She hugged Wuxia and kissed Wuqi's lips hard. Then, Yu took a few steps back and said with a sneer, "When I want to do something to let him down again, I'll come find you again. You must think of me. My body is much better than your young princess's." With a ghostly chuckle, Yuji's body suddenly disappeared. With Wuqi's current cultivation, he didn't even notice how she left. Wuqi looked around in a daze. He felt that he was being raped both physically and mentally. Suddenly, he swung his sword and struck the cliff in front of him. "Yuji, Xianxia, fuck me. Fuck you." You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.